Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Good morning and welcome to the last day of May on Sewing Street. Feels like it's been quite a long month. Well, I guess it has, because it's 31st, isn't it? I was thinking, is there anything special on the 31st of May, like Biscuit Day or something, but I don't think there is. If it's your birthday, happy birthday! Then that makes it a great day, doesn't it? Happy birthday. Oh, actually, yes, it is the last day of our Win Something If You Shop in May Day. And today is a whole quilt kit. We're currently looking for it. It is around somewhere. But anyway, the way that it works, if you've been shopping with us in May, that any day that you shop in May, there's a different prize every day. It doesn't matter what you buy. You could just buy a packet of needles and you will be entered into the prize draw. And today's prize is a whole quilt kit. A whole quilt kit. Because it's the last day of May, so we're going out with a bang. Well, we're going out with a quilt kit, actually. You don't need to do anything, you just need to shop. Once you put something in your basket and you checked out, you'll be entered into the prize draw. It could be anything, it could be a packet of embroidery needles or a Brothers sewing machine. Ooh! Did you see that launch yesterday? It's very good, wasn't it? I always like it when we get a new brand in. Nice to see a good mixture. So if you missed the Brother, we still got them on. Still got them there. You can still buy them from us. Actually, if you look at the fans page, there were some brilliant comments about Brother machines. There was a whole thread that I was reading where someone said that they'd had theirs for years and somebody else was talking about them. Fantastic machines. So if you want to get a Brother machine, we still have a few in stock. We've also got an early bird today. Quite like the early bird. This is it. Oh, hang on, we've got to see the Tweety birds first. There's Elliot's Tweety birds. Even though he's left us, we've still got his Tweety birds. So it's a rotary cutter. Because we all need a rotary cutter, and sometimes we have quite fancy early birds, sometimes we have quite simple, then sometimes we just have things that you need, but with a special discount. This is a fab rotary cutter. It's not your all singing, all dancing one, it's not your fancy one, it's your basic utilitarian, it works one. So if you haven't done rotary cutting before, and you think, oh, I keep seeing them demonstrate that, but I don't know whether to get one, we've got a special deal on it. If you're doing things like FPP and you're cutting through paper, so you want an extra one, or if, like me, other people in your household keep borrowing yours to cut card and photos and all sorts, get an extra one. I have actually 5. I'm not actually sure why I have 5 because they're all 45 mils. I have got some other sizes as well, but really useful to have a few. So this one, £10.99 is a good price for this, a really good price. It's great. It's got a nice squidgy handle. It's got a switch, a lever. It's not a switch really. It's a lever so you can cover the blade. It's a 45 mil, so it's your middle of the road that you use mostly for cutting fabric, really, when you're doing quilting and homeware. But a lot of dressmakers use it. The 45 mil replacement blade, any make will fit into this. So it's perfect. So, Kat, what can we reduce it to today then? Yeah, can we go under 10? 10.99. It was 10.99. 8.99. Even better. So save £2. Save £2 before you do anything else on a really good rotary cutter. So if you haven't got one, get one. You will love it. You will need a mat and a ruler as well, otherwise you'll cut your fingers off. But if you need an extra one, good quality, does what it says on the tin, £8.99. Now that price, if we don't sell out, and I'll be surprised if we don't, we'll go back at midnight. So you do need to put it in your basket, but you do need to check out as well. If it's in your basket, it doesn't mean it's yours. Like wandering around the supermarket, people take stuff out when you go to the toilet, sometimes. So you need to check out first. Can we go even lower? How low can we go? Kat's just been on holiday, so she's feeling a bit frivolous, I said then. Frivolous. So it should be £10.99, but because Kat's in a frivolous mood, it's going to be, no way, £6.99. I'm not sure that you can get a 45mm rotary cutter for £6.99. £6.99, so you save £4. That's more than your postage. So basically, if you buy this, it's free postage, isn't it? Really. And once you've paid your postage, that's it. We're not like some places where you have to pay, every time you check out, you have to pay more postage. You can buy anything you want between now and midnight, whether it's one thing or 500 things, and you will still only pay the £3.95 postage. But please do check out, because you put it in your basket and you think, oh, I'll just wait and see if I want something else. No, check out, otherwise they go. And at that price, they are now flying out. A third of a stock is already in baskets. They are flying out like little cutting fairies. Have you ever seen a cutting fairy? That's what these are flying out like. £6.99. What a bargain. What a bargain. And there's a lot of you I can see buy multiples, and I don't blame you. Buy one for yourself, give one to a friend, have an extra one, put one on that says for other people in this house only, and then they won't use yours or blunt it. And you know, sometimes I'm so lazy. I went over a pin yesterday and then I spent the rest of the day having to cut the little threads because I couldn't be bothered to change the blade. But what you can do is then you use your spare one and change them all in one go. Right, less than 40 left. £6.99 for a fantastic rotary cutter. Does it all. 45mm. It's got the safety guard, comfort grip, brilliant. Just works. So simple. Yeah, it is one of them bits. And also remember, if you've got any other replacement blades, luckily, thank goodness, not like phone chargers, all the blades fit all of the cutters. So you don't have to have a whole box of them. So if you've got a different brand, doesn't matter, only 25 left. Only 25 left, £6.99. It's going. Nearly gone, but not quite. But the best way, the quickest way to shop is on the web, www.stonestreet.com. If you'd rather speak to a human being, there's the number, 0800 001 433. Remember, it's a free phone number, and it's actually upstairs. UK, not just UK based. It's free. It's free. And what's great about the call centre is if you've got any questions, because you know what it's like, you're not concentrating or you're having a cup of tea or something, and then you miss a bit, and then you forget what the code was or what it was you want. They're really helpful. So you can either order on the phone or online, up to you. And it's even got a picture on the back of how to change the blade, which is quite useful. 10 left, 33 in baskets. Oh, that's 23 people that are going to miss out. So if I was you, I would click on add to basket and then check out very, very quickly. Don't leave it in your basket, because 23 of you are going to have it not sat in your basket very soon. £4 off. I think we'll let Kat go on holiday more often, because we get £4 off. Yeah, especially when we get a really good early bird. Yeah, because we didn't have one. We didn't have an early bird. We picked it ourselves, and then we got to set our own price. And then Kat's just gone for it. So, any left, Kat? Four left, 31 in baskets. So I'll leave it with you. Well done to all of you who've got the fantastic deal, and say thank you very much to Kat because she went on holiday. Right, shall we have a look at what's coming up today? We've got loads of demos today. I know we've had a few comments about the lack of demos. We've got lots today. Lots, thought I'd put that out there. I'm going to do one. I'm going to do two actually, because we have got very exciting the bias making tool launch. Now I was given, well, I don't know whether I was given or lent. I'd like to feel given, but I think it was lent. The tool for the weekend, and I have had a wonderful play. It's been brilliant. You plug it in. Basically, make your own bias binding. Oh, have you seen the advert? I filmed that last week. It's brilliant. I'm so glad they sped it up. It makes me look really professional because it's really, really, really fast. I'm not that fast. So I'm going to show you the brand new bias making tool in a moment, and I've got lots of different fabrics to show you exactly how it works. So big demo there, and lots of other quilt making materials as well that you will need or want to have to go with it. Then we have Adam Brooks in the house, and we know how much you love Adam. We all love Adam. He is doing, now you know that whole quilted jacket thing, very, very, very popular. Did you see it on Sewing Bee? Good, wasn't it? Well, we have got the brilliant Sussex Seamstress Mayfield jacket, and Adam is doing it with some pre-quilted fabric. So you could buy that, or well, you can buy the jacket pattern on its own, so you could quilt your own fabric and make it, or you can make it from lightweight fabrics. A really lovely, easy to make, very flattering jacket. That's at 9 o'clock, full hour of demo. At 10 o'clock it's Sewing Room Tools. Now we've got some of the needle threaders back in stock, which we keep flying out. I'm going to already selling on pre-order, and we are selling them in bundles of 3, because once you have a go of yours, you want to buy everyone you know one, and I'll be showing you how to use that at 10 o'clock. Oh, and the magic quilting pins are back in stock, and the iron cleaner, which I'm really excited about because my iron is always filthy. I think it's Bonderweb. I hold Bonderweb fully responsible for the state of my iron and not myself. So we've got that back in stock, and the magic pins. That's at 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock, Adam's back with us with the Aida dress, and he's going to show us shearing, I hope. That's what we chatted about. How to sew shearing elastic with your sewing machine. Well, he's having a little play with it now, so hopefully he's going to show us that. Really, really popular dress. This is the second time we've done it on air. Massively popular last time. Got new fabric bundles with that, and it comes in 2 size ranges, which is brill. So that is at 11 o'clock. And then at 12 o'clock, it's all about the discount. We've got lots of different fabric panels. We've got Sewing Street ones, we've got designer ones, we've got Henry Glass, and they are all discounted. So if you love a panel, so everything is on pre-order. The panels are not discounted yet, but they will be. So if you pre-order, don't worry about what the price is going to be, because even if you buy it now, you will only pay the price that we discount it to, because we're going cats on a how low can you go drive today. So that's if you love a panel. Because remember, the way it works is that when you check out, the basket is closed at midnight, and at that point the price is applied. So if we do drop the price during the day, you will be charged the lowest price. No worries. Right, can we do bias tape makers? So I'm going to get mine out. This is mine. Already been selling on period. This is mine. Well, no, it's not mine. Do you think if I say often enough this is mine, they'll let me keep it? I should have ripped the box or something, because I really, really want one of these. Lovely box. Anyway, I'll get it all out so you can see what you get. Remember, yours will look neater than this, because I've repacked mine twice. Oh, message from Jacqueline. Good morning, Rebecca. I've got dripping wet hair. Quickly ordered the cutter, then ordered another after the price drop, and with the combined post. Great, thank you. Oh, Jacqueline, that's brilliant, isn't it? I know. Dripping wet hair. I know, I've just been outside and I've got dripping wet hair. It's raining cats and dogs in Redditch this morning. So this cutter is $124.99. It's amazing what it can do, and I'm going to show you in a minute. We've put it onto, before I get it all out, we've put it onto 4-way split pay. Well, that rhymes. Which means that you will pay, it's interest free, you don't have to pay any extra by you can choose. You can either pay the whole lot now, or you can pay 4 equal payments of £31.24. One will be taken out of your account now and you'll be sent it straight away, and the other's over the next 3 months. However, it is interest free, so don't worry, you're not going to be charged extra. It's just a way of us being able to helping you to spread the payments. Because, yeah, It doesn't know whether it's on, we don't know whether it's on split. I do it, just do it. 124, honestly, it's brilliant. Anyway, so here we are, open the box. Now remember, yours will come in a more packed, nice box like this. It is under our postage packing. It's quite heavy, but it comes directly from Simplicity. So you get the box, and I'm going to open the box for you in one moment time. And then you get full instruction leaflet. You get a plug, an English one. And should you want to take it on holiday with you, you get a European one, because you never know. Oh, she's found the patterns. It also comes with 2 free patterns, which Becky has found for me. Thank you so much. Look at that. Anyone who buys it today gets a free pattern. One is for an apron and the other one, oh, I don't know. Well, they not necessarily will be, well, the 2 I've got here, they're Simplicity patterns, basically. This one here is an apron and that one there's a jacket. So you will get 2 free Simplicity, because that's the make of the Buy a Tape Maker, patterns if you buy it today. Just saying, I'm not absolutely sure you'll get those 2. I don't want to promise you, but they will be 2 Simplicity patterns. Message going, Borodar, Rebecca. Oh, I don't even know what that means. I learnt Welsh once. I've got this machine. It's amazing, a real game changer. Everyone needs this machine. From Kate in Gwynedd. Thanks, Kate, that's brilliant. I was having a chat to Lisa Lamb when I was in on Thursday, and she's got it, and she absolutely loves it. We had a very long conversation about what you could do with it. Oh, it was brilliant. Anyway, so we've got instructions, it's all in there. 10% of the stock's already gone. There's also a little QR code which you can scan with your mobile phone, and that takes you to a demo. And I tried it and it works. Or just go onto the website if you can't do the phone scanny thing, but their website has a free demo and all the instructions are in here and they're brilliant. Then you get, yours will look better packaged than this. Remember, I've taken mine out of the box. You get all these tips that go into it. So you get all different sizes. You've got a 1/4 of an inch, a 1/2 inch, a 3/4 of an inch, a 1 inch. Those are the bias tips. And then for the quilt binding, you've got a 1 inch and a 1 1/4. The bias tips are like you would imagine bias. I'll show you where it folds in half and half again. And the quilt ones, or some of them call them blanket, whereas it folds it in thirds so that you can use that for binding the edge of your quilts. So that's what you get inside loads. And when it says like 1 inch, that's 1 inch once it's folded in. If you then fold it in half again to wrap round something, then it's 1/2 an inch. You'll see that when you make it. It all makes sense. Right. It's quite heavy, quite a nice box. Quite substantial. Anyway, open it up. I'm going to turn it around so it's facing me. I can actually see what I'm doing. It's brilliant, isn't it? I know it doesn't. Yeah, it looks like we're going to make electricity because it's got dials and things. It does. It's brilliant. And then the little tools you need to set it all up, they come in a nice foam insert here to keep them all safe. So if you do want to take it on holiday with you and you use your European plug, buy this machine. It is fabulous. You will not regret it. From Claire in Bristol. Yes, you're right, Claire. It is honestly, it is brilliant. So this all comes and then you set it up. You put that in there. You put that in there, and that's it. You're set up, ready to go. So what you have to do now is decide what you're going to make. Now, I did cut my strips in advance, otherwise we'd have been here all day. So I tried loads of different fabrics with this. Now, obviously, what most of you are going to do is use plain quilting weight cotton, and you're going to use it to bind your quilts, or for dressmaking, or the edges of bags, or the tops of pockets, or anything that doesn't move. But by the time you've worked out how to use this, you will want to bind everything. It's fab. I've seen a lot of people who've bought this machine. They've got like little Etsy shops and they sell, you know, beautiful Liberty bindings or silk bindings or satin bindings, because it's so quick to do. You can let it run and then just go off and do something else. And then they sell them. So a lot of people do it for that because it does things. So I tried it with lots of things. I tried it with corduroy, couldn't get corduroy to go through it. I tried it with satin, silk, normal quilting weight cotton, batik because that's a bit thicker. I then tried it with satin and really slippery silk. I haven't tried it with t-shirt material because I couldn't find any at home. They do a lot of t-shirt making. So I don't know, I can't say whether it works with stretch material because I didn't try it with that, but I can't see why it wouldn't. Oh, question from Jan. Morning, Rebecca. I bought one of these fantastic machines for Christmas, but it only has one tip. Will you be selling them separately, Jan? Not at the moment, but do you know what? I will ask. I will ask. At the moment, this is all we're doing, but if we are, I will ask them, can we sell the tips separately? Because I don't know whether they do more tips. You know, they might do more than this, so you could buy extra ones. So what you do to start with, now I will say, this gets very hot because it's an iron. When you do this, you need to wind it all and then turn it on. I'm not going to do that because it takes 5-10 minutes to heat up properly, and I don't want you to be sitting around drumming your fingers waiting for me to finish. And I didn't burn myself yesterday when I did it. But it does. I tell you what is good, after 10 minutes, if you leave it, which I did yesterday, it turns itself off, which is fab, isn't it? Because it does get very hot, but it's all enclosed very hot. Oh, but it does turn itself off, and then you just press the reset iron. Okay, so should we start off with something really simple, like quilting weight cotton? Now, what I've done here is I've joined them as well, because for me, I join bias binding because I like a scrappy binding, and I wanted to know if the seams would go through. So here you see I've joined it. Now when you join your binding, make sure you do it on the diagonal, press the seam open and trim it, top tip, press it open then trim it. It's really hard, I find, trimming it when it's pressing it open after it's been trimmed, because you want little bulk. So join them on the diagonal and make some long strips. Now, this one is the 1 inch. They're all written on. This one says 1 inch on it there. Basically, you cut your strip twice the width of your thing. Do you have to cut the material on the bias, or can you cut the material across the fabric? Many thanks for either. I tried it both ways. This Liberty I cut on the bias, this one I cut straight. You can do either, but when you join them, do join them on the diagonal, because you don't want the bulk. Message from King. Good morning, Rebecca. Having spent many hours making binding by hand, this machine is a game changer. I love it. From Kim in Bonnybridge. Oh, that's a nice name, isn't it? I wonder where Bonnybridge is. Sounds nice. Do you think it's in Scotland? Morning, Bex. Jan got in before me, but yes, please, I second a request for purchasing the tips separately if possible. Love this machine, from Jojo in the Isle of Man. We will ask. So, turn it on, preferably on the wall as well. And then when you turn it on, the red light comes on. So now I've put the 1 inch one in because I've cut my 2 inch strips. So take your roller off and then pop it through the end. You don't need to cut this on the diagonal, you just pop it through the slot, it comes out the other end, and then actually you should do it the other way, do it this way. You get into a rhythm, and then there's a little metal clip, and that's just to hold it in place. And then you need to wind it round. Make sure you wind it round so it's right sides up. All of this information is in the instructions. This just keeps the tension and keeps it a bit neat. To be honest, after a while I got fed up with wrapping it round, because when I was practicing with it, I was just doing really short lengths to see what I could get through and what I couldn't. So I didn't wrap it round. It seemed to work fine. But I would imagine if you're going to walk away and leave it because you're doing like 5 meters or something, then you need it to be wrapped round. But if you're only doing little bits, so wrap it round right sides up like this. Oh, I've got quite a long length here. I wanted to do a big lot. Anyway, and you just pop it. I need to move over again. There we go. Pop it in the there, and then that just goes over there. Now you need a pair of scissors. Must have a pair of scissors somewhere. Pair of scissors, and then just cut the end into a diagonal. And then I did actually bring my seam ripper. You can use a pin, but I found my seam ripper was a very good tool for this. Seam ripper, any old seam ripper. This is my favourite one. I don't know whether we sell these, but it's my favourite one because it rubs out. So pop it through the little thing, and then either with a pin or with your seam ripper, just push it through. So just feed it so it comes out the other end. Now this is where, at this point, you shouldn't have it on, but you know, I have. Just be careful, because now I've got this on. Now, you see the green light that's just come on? That says ready. It's ready to go when that's ready. So that was about 5 minutes, wasn't it? It's not too long. So if you've already turned it on like I have, just don't touch that, because it's really hot. She says just about to touch it. Now wiggle it round. You'll find that you'll lose the first bit just for it going round. So wiggle it a bit like that. But that's fine. If you're desperate for that bit, you can always iron that bit yourself. And then pop the cover back on and it just clicks in. And that will just keep it safe. Oh, I should need to put that down the other end. I think that'd be all right. Right, I'm muttering, sorry, I was thinking because I've actually put that down the wrong end, but I've done it now, so I'm not going to turn it round. Right, and then you press run. So you will lose the first part, as I say. Now this is where you can just walk away. Well, I could just walk away. Oh, you can't just walk away. Oh, I'm going to just turn it up. I haven't got it on cotton. Now, yeah, I'll just say, it has different temperatures, but the last one I did when I used this was I was doing the satin. And that's why it was ready so quickly, and I forgot. So turn it onto the temperature you want first. Now, when you get to a seam, which you can see it just sort of stopped a bit then, you do need to sort of help it through. But only just by, easing it through a bit. It does struggle a little bit. So when you get to a seam, so maybe not walk away. Message from Norma. Hello, I have this machine, really good. If I'm using cotton, I give the fabric a light spray with water. Oh, plate does get very hot, yeah, it does. And sometimes smoke comes out of it. But I think that's just due to the fabric I was using. See, so did you see it sort of struggled a little bit there because I went over a seam? It just means you need to help it out a bit. Right, and then we're going to go... Yeah, I mean, it does just go through. I kept an eye on it because I wanted to make sure it was happening right. So I'm not pulling it through. There we go. And then when it's finished, which it nearly has, you just turn off the run. So, yes, I did forget to say there are different temperatures. There's maximum cotton, linen, wool, terylene, nylon silk and acrylic. And I used the nylon silk one for the silk, and for the satin I used. Nothing that I used the cotton. So it's now probably got to heat up a bit more. Right, 20% of the stock has already gone. So, shall we have a look? There we are. So this is now an inch wide, because this is the inch one. But look at that side. Look at that. Look how beautifully pressed that is. So that's now an inch. So if we fold it over with the inch one, you've got a 1/2 inch binding as a double one. But maybe you were making straps or something when you wanted to, but you could make 2 of these, sew them right sides together, nice and easy. Yeah, front of the jacket we've got today for binding. So if it's flat, it's an inch, but if you fold it over, it's 1/2 inch. So basically, if you want 1/4 inch bias binding, use the 1/2 inch one. But look how lovely that is. And can we get closer? Let me show you the seam. Where's the seam? You can hardly see it. Oh, there it is. So look, there's the seam. There. So look, you can see it on that side. There it is. There's the seam. I should have done 2 colours, shouldn't I, so you could see it better. And there's the seam there. But if I open it up, you can see. So look how easy. So I say when you get to the seam, you will need to help it through a bit. But it's beautifully. So you will lose the end. This is the end I thread through. So if you really need that bit, you can always move that over by hand, but it is just that first bit where it's coming through. So that's fab, isn't it? So that's the 1 inch. So we get the 1/4 inch, the 1/2 inch, the 3/4 inch, the 1 inch, and then in the quilt tape, the quilt ones, you get a 1 inch and a 1 1/4. So and this is all in it. There's the 1/4, there's the 1/2, and they're all coloured. I saw a brilliant demo online where somebody used their own tips, because you can buy... Oh, I've got one of these Bias Binding Makes, I love it, from Julie in Hertfordshire. Do you know what? Your recommendations are way better than anyone else's. I saw a brilliant YouTube video, because you can buy these tape makers for like a couple of pounds. And somebody worked out, they showed a whole YouTube of how they cut the ends off and used sticky tape to stick it on, and it worked. So Jan, try that. You need to find the right demo. But she sort of cut the bottom off so it would fit in and then stuck it on. Because the ones that you can buy are the same as this. So, and then these are the fat ones that will make it into thirds. All of those and the 2 free patterns, everything that you need. So should we have a go of lawn? Liberty, here's my Liberty lawn. So now I cut that one to, see, I should have written them down. I think I cut that one to, yeah, 1/2 inch. Which is mad. I thought, do you know, I don't need to label these because I'm going to remember. Did I? No. Yeah, that's before I had 2 hours sleep last night. You know when your husband's got a bad cough? You know when your husband's got a bad cough and don't they make a meal of it? Oh dear. In the end I slept on the sofa. Quarter of the stock is now gone, so I'm going to wind this round. I mean, I've only got 2 strips. Oh, another message from Jojo. Forgot to say, I'm using my machine today to make yards and yards of tape for bunting. It's a game changer. Yes, Jojo, I thought that, bunting. Message from Norma. If you really need the first bit of fabric, just turn the fabric, rerun at the other end. Norma, what a brilliant. And there's me saying, oh, just do it with your iron. What a great. Love your messages, because you guys know. You're the best ambassadors. I hadn't thought about that, actually, that you could just run it back through. Now, I will admit to having sewn my bias tapes not right sides facing. Not sure why I did that. I was rushing. So, I'm going to get this last time. I'd like to say I had this wrong. You need to put it this end because it needs to come over like that. I had it the other way round. So, again, cut it into a diagonal. Thread it through the slip. You can, if you find this difficult at all, you can take it off and thread it through. Have your stitch ripper down, but a pin will do. It's just I quite like using my stitch ripper. And pop it out. Now, so if you've already got this going, like I have, just be really careful because it really does get hot, but then that's why it works so well. You'll only burn yourself once. Message from Alison. I love this machine. It saved me hours over the years and fabulous for bunting. Yeah, of course. So all you've got to do, cut a load of triangles and then you've got this all done. So pop that on top, click it into place. Right. Run. You go give it this way. Oh, hang on, sorry, I needed to help it a bit more. So look at this, Liberty binding. Can you imagine you could sell this, couldn't you? I'm very sorry about that strain. Don't look at that strange seam. That's why I sewed them together the wrong right sides, together right sides to wrong sides yesterday. It's lovely though, isn't it? Can you imagine what this would cost? And I've never seen them because I haven't seen it this tiny. It's just how, I mean, I am helping it through. I'm doing this because I know that it's got seams in there to make sure it comes through. You will, and it does. I mean, I've been playing with it yesterday and I got better at it. It's like anything, isn't it? You know, you need to see how it works and what it does. Because there's a little roller in there, you see. If I take it off, which you're not supposed to do, can you see that? That's not hot, that's not hot, it's that that's hot. There's a little roller, that's what feeds it. Don't do that. It says that in the instructions, but that little roller is what goes. I'll just turn it off. Now, if you leave it for 10 minutes, it turns itself off. All you have to do is press the reset iron button. That's what that's for. So look at this. Look at that. Can we get close? This does get quite hot as well. But look at that. And then if I open it up, I mean, it's perfect. Can you see how perfect that is? I've had mine for years and have lots of tips. It's a great time saver. It's great for bindings and bag straps from Catriona from East Riding. Oh, thanks, Catriona. Yeah, that's true, isn't it? So it's not just binding quilts. It's not just dressmaking. It's home sewn. Loads and loads of different things you can use it for. Message from Alison Marion. What does Alison say? And she sent a picture. This is 100+ meters of 1/2 inch bias binding in the making. So easy with this machine. Yes, Bex, I couldn't wrap this around the tube. Fabulous. That it now comes with all sizes of tips. A must have for anyone who does any binding. I know, it's brilliant. Oh, thank you, Alison. Thank you. Susan said, can you put tapestry fabric through? I don't know, to be honest. I did try corduroy and I couldn't get that through, but I wasn't really persevering. I think with the thicker fabrics you probably can, but you probably need to help it through more. You know, and with this binding, it's even, I've seamed this the wrong way around. Do you know, it's even gone through perfectly, even though I've got the seam on the outside because I sewed it the wrong way around, and it is still gone through. Even though the seam is on the outside. Don't do that at home. But look at that, and then you could just keep it, you know, you could wrap it around your fingers to hold it, or wrap it around a piece of card and pop it in a plastic bag. Hi Rebecca, if you need the first bit of binding, sew a scrap piece on the front, oh what a great idea, and feed it in, then cut it off. Do you know, thank goodness for all of you with your tips. There's me saying, oh well, you just have to get rid of that. Of course, yes, sew another bit on and then get rid of that. Yes, good point, because if you, particularly if you're doing something like Liberty, you don't want to waste that bit there, do you? Morning all, I've got my machine. Can one put jelly roll strips through to get traditional fold bias binding, or only use the thirds binding? Well, a jelly roll is 2.5. Well, I tell you what you could. The one of the quilt binding tips is 1.25. So you could put your 2.5 inch through that, but it folds in thirds, not in quarters. So that's the only thing, but yes, you could use it, or you could just cut it in half and use the, and that'd be 1.25, so you could use the 3/4. This is my favourite one. This is, it's like satin. Now I bought this ages ago to, for the backing of a waistcoat. Look at the colour of that. I've got some, it's beautiful. I mean, isn't that lovely? It looks like ribbon, doesn't it? So I would say with this, because it's a bit frayy, this stuff, do cut it and then use it. I've kept it very carefully in my bag. So again, I'm going to wrap it round because it does work better if you wrap it round. And wrap it round. Right, you've got to wrap it round so it's right sides up. It doesn't matter if you get it round the wrong way on the clip. I've got 2 strips in case I wanted to do one later. Pop it on, oh dear, do like I did. Actually, you can get it to the other end. Right, 40% of the stock is gone and there's loads in baskets. Please don't just put this in your basket. If you want it, you need to check out because they are selling fast. So this is the same, so this is a slippery one. Goes through exactly the same way. I only cut it the same width as the other one because I just wanted to do it quickly again. Don't burn yourself. Now, with this one, turn it down to acrylic. Well, or actually I did it on nylon silk. Obviously it's not going to cool down fast enough, but to be honest, yesterday I didn't do it when it had cooled down fast enough either. When you do it at home, I got little strips, like 12-inch strips, and practice so I could see what worked and what didn't. Right. Click that into place. Let's press run. Needs to have a little help. Oh, come on. There we go. Oh, I'm going to have to do this one again. It's too hot. Oh. I'm going to show you now what happens if you don't turn it down. Because the one I did yesterday, it was beautiful. So this is why it's really great that this has different temperatures, because it does, actually, because now it's cooled down, you can see the difference. That's quite funny. So this is why it wasn't coming through. So look how lovely it is when it's the right temperature. And then if I turn it over, I mean, look how perfect that is. If, however, you use the cotton temperature, and this is sort of shrinks and bonds together. So, but it did obviously cool down quickly, but this is why it's really useful that it isn't just one temperature. Please don't be as impatient as me. So with the cotton lawn, even the pure cotton, it's fine, but if you're using something synthetic like this, it will actually shrink it and sort of bond it together, which could be useful. But now look, there's where it started cooling down, and now it's beautiful, isn't it? Now that's lovely around the edge of a t-shirt. So if you've got like a cheap white t-shirt, put that around the edge, that's lovely. I'm going to show you silk next because I've turned it down. Oh, message from Jeanette. I have the Simplicity bias machine, and it's great for making meters of quilt binding. Here's a project finished recently made from a sewing street panel and a ½ metre of matching fabric. I made the binding in no time, and I was very impressed with the machine. You can hardly find this machine, so my advice is get it whilst you can. Game changer from Jeanette. Thanks, Jeanette. And that is beautiful. That's apps. And Lisa's Lamb said you can't get hold of it. That seems to be the common word with this, doesn't it? Game changer. Game changer. Now, which one did I do this one with? Yeah, don't forget all the 2 free patterns and all the tips. I just need to measure my binding as soon as I cut it, and I can't remember what it is. But remember, so A, these are really hard to get hold of, and B, you get all the tips and you get the pattern. Oh, that was 1.5 inch, so that must have been the 3/4. So really easy. Look, all you do when you want to take it off, you just unclip it and then put the little end in there and just push it and it clips into place. Easy peasy. It does actually. I quite like the fact it stores away so well. Half of the stock is gone, and we've got loads of you have got it in baskets. I'm not surprised. I'm hoping they let me keep this one. Well, they won't know, will they? Yeah, they won't remember actually. And anyway, we can't sell this one. It's been used, so I think they need to let me keep this one. We've become great friends, me and this bias tape maker now. Right, so don't forget the diagonal thing. The only reason you cut it in the diagonal is to get it through. It's easier to get through the little hole. So if you've got, you know, this is what's great about this, is if you've got little scraps of fabric left and you don't even know what you're going to do it yet, get it made into the bias tape and put it into little bags. In fact, each of the tips comes in its own little plastic bag. You could store it in there. Just keep it stored somewhere, because it's probably better to make it as soon as you cut it, because a lot of these fabric, particularly silk and satin, they do fray, and the lawn. So make it straight away, and then you've just got meters of the stuff. Right, when everyone checks out, we are in the teens. Now, the temperature has now lowered, so I can do this properly with silk. Ah, I don't think I've got this going through right. Well, I haven't got it going through right, I don't think. Oh, it's all going so well. No, we're fine now. You will get better at it. You've just got to get that first little bit eased out, and then you're laughing. But have you ever, I mean, can you imagine what bias binding would cost in silk? I can't remember. I think this might be the end of my sister's wedding dress, actually. I had a bit left over. I was thinking where I got that from. There we go. So I can't remember, was it Alison who said, if the first bit goes wrong, you can just run it back through. But once I got it level through, now look, see, that has turned over beautifully. So look at that for silk bias binding. 10 left when everyone's checked out. You do need to check out. And then what you could do now, if you're binding a quilt, say, let me get one of the ones I've done. If you're binding a quilt, where's that green one? And you want to do it by machine, still make the binding and still place it right sides together like this, and then you can sew along the crease for your seam, then you can fold it over to the other side. So what's the good thing about that is that once you've sewn that right sides together and you fold it across, that side is already folded under. So, or you can just bind the edge and top stitch through too. When I bind a quilt, I like to sew it like this and then fold it over, but you can still do it either way. What haven't we done? Yeah, that is the bias binding maker. Should we do some batik? Last bit. I think this one's the same width. Let me just check. And oh, and I pre-cut my little. Just cut it all out. So I'm going to. Are the tips available on their own? No, not at the moment. But do you know what I will be asking? Kat's already asked. So I'm going to show you what happens if you don't wrap it around the thing, like I didn't yesterday, because I was only doing short lengths. you just have to be there for it. So when you're coming through to start with, this is what I do. I sort of went backwards and forwards a bit because you've got to get it folded central and folded round, right? Right. So you see what I mean with this one? I'm just holding it on the end. So if you can't be bothered to wrap it round, oh, seam's coming through, seam's coming through. Oh, actually, look, the seam. So batik, because you know batik is a little bit stiffer, isn't it? It's got more of a finish. If anything, I think this goes through the nicest. So if you're only doing short lengths, you don't need to bother with the wrapping round. Look at that, how perfect it is. It's beautiful, isn't it? None of that standing at the ironing board. Oh, and then you've just got it, haven't you? And look how lovely that is. I had, when I went on my holidays to Spain last week, I had a cheap white t-shirt and I made some Liberty binding, not with this because I didn't have it then. So I had to do it all by hand, and then I just sewed it around the neckline and around the edges of the sleeves, and then I put a little crochet finish on. And it looked like it was worth about £50, not £4.99. But if I'd had this, even quicker, I actually make my own. So then you can just have bags of it, or you could have a piece of card and you could keep it wrapped round, or you could set up a whole business. You can imagine all your fabric stash, sell it on Etsy as buyer's binding, and then you could buy more fabric. Right, 75% of the stock has officially checked out and now has a home. And all of the stock is sitting in baskets. Actually, that's interesting because this one, the batik, I did on the nylon silk, so I forgot to turn it up, and it still worked okay. So when you get yours home, just try it out with little scraps at different temperatures. So if you're thinking, I really want to use quite an expensive fabric, have a go at just different temperatures, and just so you know what you're doing. I mean, it isn't difficult. I played with it for a few hours. But it's lovely. I mean, it packs down really nice. What you can do, once you've turned it off, 10 minutes it does turn off anyway. I know that because that happened to me yesterday and I thought, oh, it's turned off. And then unplug it. Now it doesn't say anything about this, but I did leave mine open until it cooled down. It doesn't say you can't, but it doesn't say you can. So I did leave mine open for about an hour while it cooled down. But the thing is, even if you shut it, it's not really touching anything. So I just left mine open. And then you can put all the tips back in their little bags. But have a play with it. Be amazed what you can make. And when you get yours, send me pictures of what you've made with them, because this is a small selection of what I did. Very interesting with the melted one, because it's actually quite a nice finish, that. Right, the last few that we've got in baskets, you really need to get those checked out because they're going to go. This is the first time we have had this on, and I don't know, I mean, Lisa was saying she was amazed that we had it because they sell out so fast, and I don't know when we'll get them back in. Obviously, we will try and we will talk to people about tips, but I don't know. Very limited because there's so many of you who've got it in baskets and we haven't really got enough, which is a shame, isn't it? Please do keep checking out. Oh, we've had a question about the 12 o'clock hour. Are all the panel blocks being reduced? I have 2 in my basket, but have to go out. Yes, they will, Susan. All of them. But we're not going to reduce until 12 o'clock, but yes, they will all be reduced. And we don't know what by because Kat hasn't decided. Or it's a surprise. I think it's great that it comes with a European plug because you just don't know. When you go on holiday, take it with you. Your entire fabric stash. But it's great, and then it all packs away. Oh, well, no, it actually is more than that. Kat says it's 12 months, but when I read it yesterday, it said 2 years. This machine is guaranteed for 2 years from the date of purchase, and if it's proved defective by reason of faulty design workshop, it will be repaired or replaced free of charge during the period. For 2 years. It says, but only if you've used it solely for domestic purposes. So if you use an Etsy shop, then it's not guaranteed. That's strange, isn't it? But I'm thinking, just think of what you could do with your fabric stash. Join it all together. I mean, I always make, like my quilt, actually it's behind me. I always make scrappy bindings. Just join everything you've got together. Hi, I bought my bias binding machine. Can you show the free patterns? Well, I will show them. We're just not absolutely 100% certain they will be these two. But these are the two I have. One is an apron pattern for adults and children. And the other one, oh, I like that. That's like, gosh, that is a nice. That's like one of your sort of brushed cotton hooded shirts. Like a hoodie shirt for a man. But I can't guarantee you will get these two, but they will be two patterns, and they will be simplicity, because I think it's the deal that Simplicity's given us. Right, I'm just going to put my bits back in my box and then move it over here to cool down. If anyone's ever put theirs away without cooling down, can you let me know? It's just I didn't like to because it didn't say, but if you have, message in and let me know. Just need to time. Made a bit of a mess. Right, and then there's the bot, and that's what it'll come to when you get yours. It will look all lovely, so you can keep it in there and all the things. Nice gift as well, but actually you could store the tape makers inside the lid of the box, so you don't actually need to keep the box, but it's quite nice, isn't it? Oh, what should we do, Kat? Best press. Oh, very excited by this because mine has nearly run out. I used to talk about this a lot, but I have never had it, and all the guest designers tried to convince me. We have been out of stock for this for so long, and I wanted to have a go. I had to buy it off that Long River. Anyway, it's so fab. I've only got about that much of my bottle left. I use it for everything all of the time now. It's like a starch spray. So, you know when you get a fat quarter or something and it's really hard to get the crease out? Perfect for that. It also gives the fabric a little bit of stiffness, not starchy stiffness, but just a little bit. I'll tell you what it does. It turns like a quilting weight cotton into like a batik. So that very slight, it makes cutting and piecing and non-fraying so much easier. And this is the best one. Only buy this one. The smell is amazing. So I use it a lot for my normal ironing. And in fact, because I spray it all over my fabric, my ironing board always smells. It's lavender and vanilla, and it smells amazing. So it's just it's not an aerosol, it's just a pump action. And it really, really is wonderful. I use it as well for my ironing. Really good for ironing shirts the smell's great. It's so lovely, but it does make quite a difference, particularly if you're doing a lot of bias cut things. So say you're doing, like I was doing a quilt at the weekend, flying geese and half square triangles. It's fab for that because it just gives it that little bit of weight. And if you're using a fabric like a lawn or a lighter weight cotton, it does help when you're piecing it together, and it just gets the creases out. Actually, weirdly, and I don't know why this is, it gets creases out better than with water. Right, we've only got 30 left, and I think one of them will be mine. But this, honestly, it smells just delicious. It makes you think of French lavender fields. Oh, it's got two. Oh, Cass just told me it's got two settings. I didn't know that, and I've got this. No, I didn't know that. I must have the misty spray because I'm sure mine goes all over. And also, it evaporates quite quickly, so it's not like sometimes with water. But it's not a proper starch, and I think that's the thing. And also, it washes out. That's the other thing, so that it won't stay in. So it's starch and sizing, so it gives. We've sold out if everyone checks this. No residue, that's true. It does leave no residue, no shine, no spotting. Oh, and it doesn't. I use this a lot on black navy fabrics. You don't get white flakes at all. And it does relax stubborn wrinkles. Don't know how that works. Just does. Yeah, I'd like to do it. I wonder if I sprayed my face, it would relax my stubborn wrinkles. I know it doesn't say that works. It does guard fabrics against soiling. Interesting. Makes them waterproof. There we go. Loads of you have it in your baskets. It is honestly brilliant, And I've been waiting for this to come back in stock because I've nearly run out, and I think I'm going to miss out. I'll have this one. 3 new extra wide backings very quickly because they are brand new, and we love an extra wide backing. We love them for backing quilts, obviously, because you don't have to join, but they're also brilliant for homewares, cushions and things, because you can get loads of them. And fab for dressmaking, and a lot of you I know who buy them who make things for like fetes or have a little stall because you can get a lot out of it. So we worked out, look at this one, we worked out you could make 6 16-inch cushion fronts from one of these. But isn't this beautiful? It's all sort of shades of blues and turquoise with little bubbles. Gorgeous. It is 274 centimetres wide. So it is 2.5 times normal fabric, quilting weight fabric. But it's £11.99, and normally we would charge £6.99 for half a metre, and this is 2.5 times. Shall I show you? Right, look. So there's... Keep going. And keep going. Look. There's loads of it. Dress, though. Nice. Nice dress. The blue is the most favourite colour at the moment, but it's beautiful. It's like underwater sea. It's 100% cotton, and it's quilting weight cotton. It is gorgeous, and I'll tell you what I quite like about it. Although I love a selvage because I collect them. It's got a very narrow selvage, which is very useful because then you get more from your fabric. I mean, obviously you don't get a nice deep selvage that you can use for other things. But it's not just quilt backing, remember, it is dressmaking, it's homeware, tote bags. If you've got a summer fete coming up and you want to make, you can make the front and back 3 tote bags from that, draft excluders, curtain lining. Look at, imagine this one. How about the black one? So maybe you've got some nice velvet curtains in your lounge and you want a curtain lining. So this is the black one. Lovely. So, or what if you, so you could use this for your quilt backing, or what if you want to make a load of bias binding? Get just half a metre of this. You'll have metres of the stuff. Metres. So this is all sort of blacks and charcoals and greys. It's nice, isn't it? I like this one. I tell you what this would be good for, back of like a picnic blanket, because it's dark. Dark, which is very useful. But it'd be nice as, yeah, an A-line skirt. Yeah, and then finally we've got the cream. So you've got everything, haven't you? You've got the dark one, you've got the light one, you've got the blue one. So this is sort of shades of vanilla custard. It's not yellow. It's vanilla and custard. It's nice, isn't it? Vanilla custard, it should be called. Did you hear Ricky Gervais's joke about the duck-billed platypus? Still making me laugh, that. It is terrible. He said, did you know duck-billed platypuses lay eggs and produce milk? They can make their own custard. I think that's quite funny. Just made me think of that when I said vanilla custard. Please keep checking. It was a clean joke, wasn't it, Kat? Yes. She was really worried when I said I was going to tell a joke. Please keep checking out on all of these. Oh, where did that hour go? If you know, let me know if you know about closing the lid of the bias maker. There's only 6 of those left. I will keep my open until it cools, unless anyone tells me otherwise. Thank you so much, all of you who've given me feedback about what you do with yours, what to do with the end of it, and the recommendations, because there are 6 left and there are 27 in baskets, but it's you, it's your tips. That's what makes us, the other viewers shop, because it's like a stitching expertise family, isn't it? So thank you for messaging, it's really useful. And we will be back, I will be back in a few minutes' time. Adam is going to be coming on to make this glorious quilted jacket, already selling really well, with bias binding, perfect to go with your bias binding machine. Thank you for joining me, and I'll see you back in a couple of minutes' time.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Welcome back to Sewing Street, and if you've just joined me, welcome, welcome, and if you haven't and you were with me before, well done, congratulations to everyone got the buyer's tape maker. I think we have a handful left, four, a fingers full. I know they are all in baskets though, all the more than that are in baskets, so if you want one you need to check out with this. Anyway, this hour is all about Adam and the Jacket.
Adam and the Jacket.
Adam and the Jacket. Sounds like a pop group, doesn't it? What instrument would you like to play in Adam and the Jacket?
I used to get called Adam Ant when they were, you know, it's the obvious thing, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, you're now Adam in the Jacket.
Adam in the Jacket, yeah.
And it is a lovely jacket. We have a pattern here Sussex Seamstress. We love Sussex Seamstress. Her patterns are fab. I love them, and in fact I love them so much she gave me one last time she came on air.
They're fab patterns. I've done so many of Jane's now. This is lovely. You've got to love this.
It's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very on trend, what with that sewing bee and the quilted jacket.
Oh yeah.
Isn't it? Oh look, his picture. Is this your sister?
That's my sister, yeah.
That's Adam's sister modelling the jacket. And that is actually in one of the fabrics that Adam's going to do it in today. In fact, it's the one that's behind him. So you can buy the pattern separately. Tell me about the pattern, Adam, and what's special about it.
So you've got this option of doing a quilted version, which is what I've made the sample out of, and also you've got an option to do it out of denim, or we've got some lovely fabrics I see there, Rebecca, as well.
Yes.
But it's lovely because it's got that asymmetric shape, which makes it a little bit different and unique. I really like that. And I think with the quilted version, it really kind of stands out if you use a contrast binding like I've done there. I like
that, yeah. And a wacky lining.
Yeah. I was going to make my own bias binding, and now I've seen you've got this machine and you've only got a few left. I want my hands on one of those.
Adam's like, can I have that machine? How much is it? Can I have one? And one with only 4 left. You're going to be quick. He said, can I have a look at it? Well, we haven't really got time, to be fair. But it is fab, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you could have made loads of binding with that.
Absolutely.
So, pattern on its own is £15.50. Let me just pinch, so rather than open this one, I'll just pinch Adam's instructions. It is sizes 8 to 30, so in terms of bust, that is 84. I've seen if it's got inches, but it hasn't. 84 to 140 centimetres.
Yeah.
What's that?
Oh gosh, metric to imperial conversions.
84 is probably about 30, isn't it? I had a tape measure a minute ago. Here we go.
But yeah, there's a good size range.
33, and what's 100 up to 55? So 33 to 55 inch bust. That's the all the sizes for it, and it's all in one pattern as well, so you don't need to buy anything extra. It's all in there, and the patterns are brilliant to use. So that's the jacket pattern. Very, very popular. We sold a quarter of the stock before Adam even walked in. So if you want this, you are going to need to check out. Now, if you want to make a quilted one like Adam said, we have 2 colour options for you. You can make it in any fabric, but if you want to, now we've got some pre-quilted fabric here. So this is navy. Now, it's all pre-quilted, as you can see, but obviously on the back, you know, it's got you do need to line it, obviously, because that's the quilting there. This is enough there's enough fabric in this bundle to make up to a size 18. But it's ideal. You could make a patchwork lining. You could use a little bit of cave, a bit of tulle, something bright and colourful, or just go navy.
No, I'd go with.
I
would go with something really colourful to pick up whatever binding you've used.
Yeah, just because when you open it, then you'd see it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I love that detail on a jacket.
So you do need to line it because it does have like the wadding on the back, but it. Or if you just want 2.5 metres, do you know, we've never had this before. Actually, it'd be nice for a dog coat, wouldn't it? Very posh. In fact, you can make a matching one. Actually, I have a Barbara, and my dog does as well.
Barbara?
And my dog does as well. And we go out together. And the kids go, Mum, honestly, you've lost it. But it looks so nice. So I might have to make myself a jacket and the dog one.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then we have the same in black. Very sophisticated, particularly with the asymmetric cross. And if you use a binding that's really, I mean, if you want to keep it very simple, you can go for a black binding. But if you want to really make it stand out, there's so many colours. A nice got a mustard would look lovely, wouldn't it? Red, all sorts of colours, things. Lovely, very easy jacket to wear. It's only got 1 fastening as well, so it's quite simple. So those are the 2 pre-quilted fabric bundles, 2.5 metres in that. First time we've ever had this fabric on air. And this will make up to size 18. But this pattern goes up to a 30, but in the bundle there's enough fabric for us up to the size 18. Right, then we've got denims. So should we start at the very dark, the indigo denim? Again, there's 2.5 metres in this bundle, $23.99. So you can make yourself a lovely denim jacket. I would bind this with Liberty. I love denim and Liberty.
Oh, beautiful.
I've got Liberty patches on my elbow patches on my denim jacket.
That's lovely.
This is wider than the quilted, so you might be able to make a bigger size. Not sure. Possibly, but this, think of all the different things. Anyway, in your fabric stash, you'll have something amazing for binding. A little spot would be nice. This is the medium denim, so this is your normal denim jeans, medium colour. But you could embroider on it. Look lovely, wouldn't it? A plique on it. You could put motif on the back. Or, yeah, you could put it down the lines, down the sleeves, around the cuffs. Be perfect for embroidery because it's quite a simple, the classic jacket. It's asking for embellishment. And then finally, in the denim, we have the pale, sort of your summer. And do you know the great thing with denim is it just goes with everything. I never really understood that. It's like you can wear jeans with anything. Everything sort of goes with denim. But I guess, no, I don't think you'd need to. Well, it depends on the weight you want. You wouldn't need to line this one because it's quite nice on the reserve. If you wanted a really light one, so say you're going away and you've got some cotton summer dresses and you know that you're going to need a little bit maybe in the evenings on your arms, you don't want to wear a cardigan, this sort of lightweight, you know, with this pale denim would be lovely. Then we've got, now I like this one. So this looks like denim. It's not denim. It's more of a chambray. It's lighter weight. I love this. It's gorgeous. I'm going to open it out so you can see how lovely it is. I know there's loads of it, but I haven't seen it before, so I need to have a look. Me again, sorry. Not sorry, never sorry. Message as much as you like. This is a fabulous style jacket to wear when I'm in my wheelchair, as it won't be tight around the hips, waist while sitting for ages. Absolutely, it won't. Yeah, because it opens out, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it's just got one simple popper on the top. That's the only fastening there.
Perfect.
So, you know, it's super easy. Perfect for a beginner to sew as well.
Oh, okay.
And you, like you said, with the choices of fabric, you can really make a statement. And
yes,
it's crying out. That's gorgeous.
That's lovely, isn't it? So it's not as, I don't know what weight it is. It's more like a cotton weight.
Yeah, it's like a chambray, really. Yeah, it feels more like a cotton.
It's like a quilting cotton weight. It's lighter weight, but isn't it beautiful with the print on it? 2.5 meters. I mean, even if you just want the bundle for something, lovely dress. I like that. Actually, a nice pair of, you know, those cropped trousers you made.
Oh yeah, that was one of Jane's patterns as well. They'd go lovely together, those.
They would, wouldn't they?
Trousers,
that would look lovely as some cropped trousers as well.
Full outfit.
Who's messaged in? Auntie Carolyn? Auntie Karen and Uncle Paul have messaged in.
Oh, it's my Uncle Paul's birthday today.
Oh, is it
yesterday? Yeah.
Happy birthday, Uncle Paul.
Bye.
And if it was yesterday, I'm ever so sorry that Adam forgot to send you a card on time.
I'm seeing him soon.
Are you? And he's going to make you a cake and bring it with him. Really big one.
I'm no baker. I can do a good Vicky sponge, that's about it.
One final bundle. This will come as 2.5 meters. It's just for some reason that Brian in the warehouse only sent us 0.5 meter. Don't know why, but it will come as 2.5. Now I like this. This is the same weight as the last one, but look at that. That is gorgeous, isn't it? Imagine wearing this out as a jacket. Everyone would go, "Where'd you get that?" Just something I made yesterday. It's beautiful though, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. I mean, perfect for the jacket, but get the fabric while you can. 2.5 meters, and it is beautiful. Really lovely. I mean, it's denim colour, but it's not denim. It's the same weight, I would say, as a quilting cotton, isn't it?
You see, that would be beautiful to line that.
It would actually, wouldn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah. So if you bought both of them, you could have this to line the denim, couldn't you? Ooh. Or that quilting weight one. Right. Jacket. So Adam, where do we start after we've cut the pattern out? After we've measured ourselves.
After you've measured yourself, chosen your size, cut your pattern out accurately, and it's really clear in the instructions and the pattern.
Is it easy to cut out?
Easy to cut out.
How many bits?
Oh gosh, well they're all here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not many in terms of some patterns, you know what I mean? You've got basically, you've got 2 fronts, a back, your sleeves obviously, and then if you're going to make one out of denim, we've got facings in there as well, so you wouldn't have to line it.
Oh, okay.
If you were going to do like I've done on the sample, then you'd want to use your new bias binding maker, make some binding, because you won't be able to face that because it's too thick.
So if you're lining it, you bind it. If you're not, you do a facing.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. So a few different techniques there. I'd say if you're a beginner and you haven't maybe done bias binding before, I'd go with using a nice denim to start with, just because it handles a little bit easier. The quilted stuff is lovely in terms of the effect that you can get from it, but it can be a little bit trickier to handle just because it's thicker. So when you're setting in the sleeves,
that's true.
It's absolutely doable.
Could it be reversible?
I mean, yeah, potentially it could be.
Yeah. So any part of it?
I'm thinking about it. Not really. You just have to think about the fastening, but you could be quite inventive with that, I suppose.
Oh, that's one that Sussex Seamstress made.
One.
Wow. See, I want to know, do you think she cut up a quilt to make that? Or did she make that for the jacket?
I think, after speaking to Jane, and she might be able to correct me here, I think that is from a quilt. So, I mean, and that is so resourceful, and that is just, I think that is just so inspiring. The colours in that, and the, I can never say it. I was saying
sash coat.
Sash coat.
I don't know what you were saying earlier. Shish kebab.
I was saying shish kebab this morning. Well, what is it? That's just, I know what it is, but no, it's just gorgeous. And I mean, that is the embellishment that you're talking about.
It is,
you can really, you could either use something that exists, like a quilt, and it's already been made, or you could do it yourself.
Or if you've got a partly made quilt kit and you haven't ever got round to finishing it, or you've done a wall hanging and you're not, make it into the jacket.
Yeah, I think that's fabulous.
Beautiful.
And I love how quilting is crossing over into garments as well.
I know, and it's lovely. And because we've got just the pattern here, then, you know, you can use the pattern for so many things. Have a go with it, and then try it with your shish kebab.
Just try it with your shish kebab.
It's a new style of sewing, popular in Japan.
So this is our front section.
Jane's just messaged and say, yes, it is a quilt.
Yeah, I remember we were chatting. Yeah, and Jane's on holiday at the moment. I hope you're enjoying your holiday, Jane.
Jane, I'm surprised you're watching us when she's in Turkey on holiday.
She couldn't miss the launch of her jacket.
I know. Well, it's a wonderful jacket with Jane. We love it. We love all your patterns, though.
We do. So we've got some darts in this front piece. So I've marked them one already on the reverse side. The chalk's actually come through on that. I think I was pressing really hard because I'm doing it for telly. I want to make sure it's staying. So I've given it.
It would come through. Chalk,
yeah, it's just show. I mean, it'll disappear.
Yeah.
Because I've used a chalk pen there. Yeah, no, exactly. I did actually mark them out with tailor's tags as well.
Professional, Adam.
I know. I'm up in my game. You see, Rebecca.
You're very,
I'm up in my game. Do you know what though? I like to challenge myself. And talking of jackets, like I'm looking at the moment into classical tailoring techniques.
Are you?
Yeah.
So you've got to be doing all those tailor's tags then, haven't you?
Oh yeah, but
it's one of those things you should do, but you never do, like pre-washing fabric, isn't it?
That's it. But I've been reading up on all of the techniques used in the construction of like a man's jacket with the canvas and all of that, and the traditional like Savile Row techniques, really.
You could be the next Patrick Grant. You could be once you crack that.
I'm not as good looking as he is.
But you probably will be.
Well,
he's older
I might
than
mature like a nice wine, maybe.
You've got more hair.
I'm not sure these days. It's going great, that's for sure. So I'm just going to start at the end of the dart. We've done a lot of darts before, but I never like to assume that, you know, somebody watching today might have never done it. So basically I've just pinned along my chalk line. I chalked it out from the pattern, and that's where the tailor's tacks helped. And I'm just going to sew now along that chalk line to the end. So let's give that a whirl. I'll back tack at the beginning.
How are you finding my favourite machine?
I'm loving this machine, so I wanted to go on a different machine today.
I know, Adam said, I'm going to try a different machine. I said, you can have my favourite, the 720 Pro.
My machine is...
but I'm going to. got my eye on that. It's nice though, isn't it?
It's lovely, this owl. Yeah, absolutely. Now I'm just coming to the end of this dart, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to run off, and then I'm going to leave some thread tails. I'm going to tie it off. I'm not going to backstitch at the end.
Okay.
If you backstitch at the end with a dart, what can happen is you can get some puckering, or a little bit pointy. We want that to kind of escape into nothingness.
Okay, and is it just 2 darts in the whole thing?
It's just 2 darts.
Easy.
So yeah. So it's not.
So it is very beginnery, isn't it?
Yeah, which is fantastic, and I think that's the great thing about it in terms of, you know, when you first dressmaking, or even if you're an advanced dressmaker, sometimes you don't want that complicated project. I'm developing some patterns at the moment, doing all sorts of reading.
Are you?
Well, yeah, because I want to bring some more of my own patterns onto here, but I want to make sure I get it right, so I'm doing a lot of research. You know, my other patterns that I've done have took a lot of time and stuff. It takes a lot of time to get these patterns out, which is why I really, you know, appreciate what the designers do.
Well, I know. I mean, and that's why, you know, the time you think of, you know, you're paying $15.99 for this pattern, but you think of the hours it's taken to create this.
Well, that's it. And you know,
Taylor's chalk. If you want Taylor's chalk, pack of 3. Those are the triangles. They're the traditional ones as well, aren't they?
They're invaluable. You know, it's great having these heat erasable pens and stuff. I know that we've done them in the past. If we still do them, I don't know.
We do. Got one there, red one.
Fantastic. But just check them on your fabric first, because sometimes they can come back.
I think if you're using quilting weight cotton, pretty much they don't. But you know, with all different dressmaking fabrics that are around, then you know they're all different constructions and weaves. Where's your Taylor's chalk? I like the triangles. They look nice anyway, don't they?
Yeah, they certainly do. I have a combination.
So what are these patterns that you're developing then, Adam?
Well, I'd like to do an interchangeable shift dress, and I've got the pattern made, but it's getting the sizing, and now I'm looking into pattern sizing and stuff. It's amazing actually what you learn. Like, we all have to understand that even with a pattern off the shelf, you have to be prepared to make some adjustments to close-fitted garments. But that's why we sew. Do you know what I mean? It's great.
That's the whole point, isn't it?
Because you can make something tailored to you.
Well, and in the colour you want and the fabric.
Well,
that lovely white printed denim sold out now.
It is gorgeous, that is, and
gone.
I think it's definitely says summer, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's gorgeous. Gone. Sorry.
It's a nice weight for summer as well, that is. So yeah, I'm literally just tying these off at the edges, at the ends.
So it's worth spending a bit of time doing that then?
Yeah, I would say so. I have got a friend that's well established in the business, and she has an interesting technique in terms of sewing the dart from the other way, so sewing from that point, because that's the most important bit that you want to get right. That's Alison Smith, who works at Sew Wardrobe in Ashby.
Yes.
You know,
Yes,
probably
I
know
do,
Alison.
And what does she do then?
And she sews from the edge of the dart, because that's the most important bit. So you get your needle right in the position where you need to, and then everything's taken care of that way.
So you haven't got anything going on.
There are multiple methods when it comes to dressmaking, and it's not necessarily that one is right and one is wrong. It can sometimes just be, you know, it's what works best. Obviously there are, you know, stuff that you should endeavour to kind of stick to, and things to get a neat finish. But there we are, we've got the darts in the front panels now. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the back panels now, and this is really easy as well. It's one back panel cut on the fold.
So just cut on fold.
Cut on fold.
Cut on fold. I feel that deserves a T apostrophe. Cut on fold.
Yeah, that's it.
But I guess if you wanted to make it from different pieces, would you, if you were going to piece it like patchwork, would you like make a rectangle and then cut it out?
Yes. Yeah, I would, if you were going to make your own quilted fabric, which would be really interesting to do. And that's what they've done on Sewing Bee, actually, recently. I think the way that they did it, they pieced their squares together.
And then cut out. That's what I did when I made my dress.
Yeah.
I've worn that today.
You should have actually. You keep telling me about this dress.
I know, and I have worn it though. I have worn it on my patchwork dress, but I just made big rectangles and then cut it out.
So we're a centimetre.
Quick question. Good morning. What is the composition of the pink floral denim bundle? Thank you, from Helen. It's 100% cotton, Helen, and it's 120 GSM. So, cotton, quilting weight cotton is about 140 max. So it's a little bit less. It's about the weight of a chambray, but it is 100% cotton. Yeah, no problems. Always ask. If we don't know the answers, we'll make them up. No, we don't know. No, if we don't know the answers, we'll find out.
I love that. If we don't know the answers, we'll make them up.
No, we will find out. Kat, no, we'll ask Kat because Kat knows the answers.
Kat is the fountain of all knowledge.
She is, and she gives us really good deals.
Well, we love that.
I know.
Can she give me a really good deal on that buyer's finder?
Yeah, there's only one left, but you can have it for 20 quid. And it's mine. Is that the one that's under here?
I don't mind the one that you've used, even better.
Yeah.
I can say Rebecca's
yeah, I have
that.
sort of slightly melted some satin fabric on it though. Although I have to say, despite the fact I slightly melted it, it hasn't marked the iron plate, so it's obviously used to such things. We've got iron cleaner in the next hour. Just talking about dirty irons. I need to get some of that.
Talking of irons, I'm not sure if you've mentioned it with this quilting fabric, but just be very, very careful with pressing it.
Right, is that because it melts?
It's a combination of things. Firstly, like you've spent all that time quilting it, you don't really want to press it down.
No.
Obviously this is pre-quilted, so you don't want to completely flatten it. That's for one reason. The other reason is it's got a stabiliser on the back in the manufacturing process to make it.
I see.
And yeah, you don't want to get an iron near that.
Right, okay.
So it's really important if you're buying that fabric,
Don't press it.
No.
It doesn't need pressing anyway.
It doesn't, exactly.
Good morning. Can we have the beautiful pattern denim when Adam brings his shift dress, please? It will look fantastic. Love Adam's demos.
Yeah.
There you go.
It would look lovely.
So when you bring your shift pattern, dress pattern, if you can get a move on, in this, please.
Yes. Yeah, all right then. I'll remember that.
No
for
deadline,
sure.
but next week would be nice.
No deadline.
Half of the stock of this pattern's gone.
Oh, dear me.
I know, that's amazing, isn't it? I am
It's a great
dying to
jacket.
see your patchwork quilted jackets. I would make mine in Tilda patchwork in that teal colourway.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what I mean, Kat? I've got my eye on this Tilda Fat Quarter Pack because it's all in teals and there's sort of like an ochre colour as well, and I think in patchwork that'd look amazing.
Now, just here, Rebecca, what I'm doing,
Pink.
you'd have pressed your darts. I'm skipping ahead so we can explain the facing and everything else and answer any more questions. So you'd have pressed your darts using a tailor's ham. For anybody that doesn't know what that is, it's just basically a... Have we got one? I usually have mine with me. I've not got it with me today.
We've got a clapper, but we haven't got a ham. We have got them on the website, so we'll put them on the show.
Just use that. It takes the shape of the bust, basically, or around.
It's like a ham. Isn't it? It's the shape of a ham.
Yeah, and you want to curve it over that and shape it with some nice steam as well when you're pressing your darts. But what I'm just doing here is that dart.
Oh, we've got one.
Have we?
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
There you go. Look, we've got a ham.
Let me just show you quickly because
There's the ham.
people will know what.
We have a sleeve as well.
There you go. So you can use this because it's rounded to shape around your dart. I should press it really, shouldn't I? But you put it on like that.
Yeah, that is very good. Yeah, because you're never going to get that with any.
No.
$11.99. That is. They're filled with sawdust, aren't they?
Yeah. But the idea is we've added shape, we've turned something 2D into 3D
and you'll never
here.
get that anywhere on your ironing board.
No, because then what you're doing is pressing it flat, and we want that curvature. That's why we've put that dart in to give it a 3D form. And it's at that point that you want to use some steam for the end of this dart, just to make sure that you're pushing that out there and pressing it so it disappears into nothingness.
Perfect, and they're really good for box corners on bags as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And you'd use maybe for your sleeves.
That's the sleeve. Yeah. They're just great because they're filled with sawdust. They sort of absorb the heat and the steam. But
they're invaluable tools.
You see, you're never going to get anything else that presses a dart in that shape, are you?
No, it's an essential tool.
$8.99 for the sleeve, $11.99 for the ham.
Right, so what I'm doing here now, so we've pressed my darts, and I'm just making sure that that dart flap there is pointing downwards in the garment.
Why is that then?
Because that's the way. If I do it upwards, gravity is going to want to bring that down, and it's going to create peculiar shaping underneath.
But it will flow down.
Yeah.
Right.
So we want to make sure that they're pressed downwards, and I'm just going to pop a pin in there as well. Pop a pin in here. We're at 1 centimetre seam allowance for all of this. I've got a little bit of ease there actually, hang on. But I'm just going to catch that down in the seam allowance now, that little dart flap, so it keeps it nice and secure. Do you see? Yes. So I've got it pinned there and it'll go under the machine. We'll be able to see it better once I've sewn it. I do love this machine because your foot on this machine is 1 centimetre, which is a lot of seam allowances.
Yeah, it is actually, that's
so
true.
You can just use your foot as the edge, which is fantastic.
I mean, it's got imperial on the plate, but the foot is 1 centimetre. I know, it's a lovely machine.
Yeah.
Two questions. Don't be sorry, you can ask as many questions you like. How would the jacket hang if made from a quilting weight fabric? The quilted one has more structure, and how do you line it?
Yes, so this is a really, really good question. So you could do, this is unlined, and I've done a Hong Kong finish on the inside. I don't know if you'll be able to pick it up on the camera, but it's basically a bound seam inside.
Okay.
But I would suggest definitely lining this. So I've done that because it's a sample.
And to do that,
what I would suggest is to cut your pieces twice. So that would be your front and your back and your sleeves. So cut one out of your self fabric or your quilted fabric, and one out of your lining, and then construct them both like I'm doing now.
So you just make 2 jackets?
You make 2 jackets, as simple as that.
Okay.
And then what you're going to then do is pop the lining inside, but it's really friendly. What I would do is I'd stay stitch within the seam allowance, all the way around the jacket and the cuffs, and then I would bind it.
After you've sewn them together?
Yes.
Okay.
I would just baste them together with a stay stitch. So
yes,
you could go in and bind it straight away, but I think in doing so you run the risk of the lining moving.
That's true.
I would pin it and stay stitch it all the way around, and then apply your binding.
Right. And the first question, how would it look in quilting weight cotton? How would it hang?
I mean, to be honest, like, it depends if you're going to just do it in quilted weight cotton, it might be a little bit thin. However, with the shape of this, because it's asymmetric, if you went with a drapey fabric, you would get a waterfall front.
Oh, right,
if this was moved back.
Yes.
So that would be a completely different look with the same pattern and the same jacket.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
So that's quite nice.
Well, we'll be able to
versatile.
see when you finish this denim, because it's not a heavyweight denim at all.
No, exactly.
Half of the stock of the pattern has gone. And whenever we get these patterns in, they sell out, don't they?
Yeah, they're really
brand new
friendly
and
to you.
Exclusive to us, aren't they, today?
Exclusive, yes.
Just saying.
So yeah, the great thing about having a binding is that traditionally, if you line a jacket, you've got to what we call bag it out somewhere.
Yeah.
So, and it might be in the sleeve, or it might be down the centre back, or whatever. If you're completely lining it, which can be tricky because you're then trying to think of everything inside out, back to front. Whilst with this, you place the lining in as you would see it as it'll be finished, stay stitch it all the way around the edge, and then add your binding.
And then it is reversible.
And then it is
Except
reversible.
for that, you'd have to think about the fastening.
Yes, that would be the only thing to think about. But
maybe you could have a brooch.
I think do you know what? If you had a nice brooch on there, that would work. Do you know what I mean? Absolutely. Absolutely, it would.
Well, it's just if you want, that would be the only thing. But other than that, the jacket would be reversible.
Exactly. So that's one way, and these are all options because the quilted version of this jacket is an option. The main jacket is what I'm demoing now.
Okay.
And I'm going to show it. We've got detailed instructions that Jane's written, Sussex Seamstress, for the facing parts as well, which is fantastic. And again, it's one of those type of patterns that is fantastic for a beginner, but it introduces you to facings and understitching and really what we call some fundamental techniques when it comes to dressmaking. So it's great because it's teaching you all the right things as well.
Yeah, that's true. So you're learning some techniques that you can then use in more complicated patterns.
back stitch at the end there. What you would have done as well is you'd have finished off all of these raw edges. Now when we're talking about finishing off, that could be with your newly purchased overlocker that you bought from us. And we do some fabulous ones, I know. Or, you know, if you haven't got an overlocker or not wanting to invest that far yet, most domestic machines now, well, all of them will have a zigzag stitch these days for sure. So you could finish the edges off with a zigzag stitch, or you could use an over edge stitch, which is a utility stitch on some domestic machines, and sometimes they come with a special foot as well to keep you lined up to the edge. Or you could pink them. Pinking's a little bit more vintage.
I love pinking. I love pinking. It's my favourite.
I love pinking.
Because I haven't got an overlocker.
So, you know, in no time at all, really, we've got the silhouette now of this jacket.
Could it be reversible, Glynis says? Yes, Glynis, it could be beautifully reversible. The only issue is the fixing. But you could have a brooch.
Yeah. And just bear in mind, if you're planning on making a reversible jacket like this, you're going really with the quilted method, or that adding that lining and binding it, as I said, even if you've not used a quilted fabric, that you're, you know, thinking that way.
What fabric would you suggest for the linings, and do you have any in stock? Thank you, from Carol.
I'd suggest a nice cotton.
Okay, so a quilting weight cotton.
A quilting weight cotton with this would be absolutely fabulous, really.
I mean, we've got loads of plains, Carol, it's got loads. So but I would go pattern. So just go onto the Sewn Street website. If you go into either plain or pattern fabric, you can then filter it by colour. So if you decide, well, I really want a pink lining, you can filter it by colour. Just have a scroll through, and you know, it's really personal taste. It's difficult for us to suggest which one you would use. But be brave. That would be my suggestion.
Be brave. Okay, so this is the bit. This is the bit that can get a bit confusing, and it looks like spaghetti. But I just want to try and lay it out so you can see the principle of it. This is the facing, and I've done one half of it already. And this is going to sit on the inside of the jacket, and this is what finishes off all of those exterior edges.
Right.
So it's really important. So if you're not lining the jacket and doing a quilted version, you're making the facing for the denim. All right, so I've laid it out there. We can see, I don't know if the camera will get all this, but we've got I'll pull that down there you go. So you can see this is the collar part here, and then as I move it up a little bit, this is the bit that's going to sit down the side of the jacket. That's the asymmetric part.
Oh, okay.
This comes down then to the bottom, and this very bottom bit here is going to go around the bottom of the jacket. It's facing the hem. So it's not hemmed if you're doing it this way.
It's faced hemmed.
It's faced, yeah, exactly. Okay. Whilst here, we've used the bias, we've bound it. So what we're going to do to complete the other half then is take this other front facing, there we go, and match it up to the collar piece.
So every edge is faced, even the hem?
Yes. And then to secure it, you'll do something at the shoulders, which is a stitch in the ditch, which is just along the shoulder line here to keep it in place there. And you'll also put some tacking stitches.
I was going to say, how do you stop it flapping
for the
down?
bottom? Yeah. And again, finishing off the edge that will be on the inside with an overlocker, zigzag, whatever, over edge stitch.
Message from Captain Merseyside. Lovely to see Adam again. I know, always lovely to see Adam.
Aww.
I think this would look fab with a batik lining. I love a batik. Yeah, you're right. I love a batik as well. And you've got a bit of extra weight in a batik as well.
I think that would be gorgeous.
Kim, I think a cave sateen cotton would make a brilliant lining for this jacket. It would, especially because that sateen cotton is often the extra wide as well. So you would need very much message from Joan. You got loads of messages, Adam.
Oh, lovely.
Morning, Adam.
Morning.
God, you're looking handsome and gorgeous.
Who's that?
Loving the handiwork too, Jojo from Canvey Island.
I thought you were joking then. Thank you, Jojo.
Because he wasn't looking when I read that out.
I was like, she's having me on. Nobody's actually messaged that.
Well, they did. They
I'm
did.
going red. You do flatter me.
I know. I told him he was the next Patrick Grant. He's looking handsome and gorgeous today. That's so funny that I was making that up.
Somebody's bought me his thread clips and scissors.
Ooh.
I know, they're actually pretty good, you know.
Who bought them for you?
A friend had said, oh, I've been into a certain supermarket and I saw these and thought of you.
They're nice. Oh, Jane's messaged in. Oh, so the full tutorial is on Jane's YouTube and it takes you through the whole construction technique. That's brilliant.
Which is fab. With every pattern Jane does, she does a YouTube tutorial. Which is great. You can watch what we've done back on here, you know, with advice with the fabrics and everything else. And then if you want to go into more detail, because obviously I can't make a whole jacket in an hour, I'll try, I'm going.
And as Kat says, if you want to cut out all our chit-chat and just watch a tutorial.
Is that what it is? Cut out our chit-chat?
It's intelligent chit-chat, Kat. I bought 2 quilted bed throws in a charity shop and this pattern will buy ideal, so I bought it. I love Adam. He is gorgeous. Deb's from Essex.
Thank you.
He believes me now. She didn't say that.
I usually get complimented
I can read out what I want
on
now
this.
and he's going to believe me. Lovely to see smart, handsome, fun, knowledgeable Adam. Oh! From Jan in Lancashire.
Like, is this cat messaging
No,
all of these?
Cat's making these all up. Yes, any more compliments from Adam? He loves having them.
You do flatter me. You are a lovely bunch. Thank you. Do you know what? I love coming here.
Yeah.
I'll come again.
Yeah, that's good.
Right, okay, so we've got the facing done there now, and as I say, it looks a little bit like spaghetti at the moment, but you can kind of see the shape there as I walked you through it. That's the collar facing or the neck facing, and then you've got the front facings there, and then the side facing and the bottom facing, so it's completely faced. But you know, you've got to be careful. Just lay it out on a nice flat surface.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Otherwise you get all mixed up.
Yeah. I have to do that all the time. I've been dressmaking for so long, and even now, like, I'm like, right, let me lay it out how it needs to be. I'm so visual.
It's a whole loop as well, isn't it?
It is a whole loop, yeah.
Well, you soon know if it's wrong.
Well, yeah, you would do, yeah.
Fit.
Exactly. So that's all there. We'll pop the spaghetti to one side. Right. Setting sleeves. Now, this is probably the most complicated bit.
Okay.
But I don't want to scare anybody because Jane makes it so easy, and again explains it on her YouTube tutorials. So we've got a sleeve, and for anybody that's new to dressmaking, we've got some really important notches on a sleeve head, and the ones to take note of are the front notch, which is usually notated on most patterns with a single notch. So that's there, and then there's a single notch at the shoulder point or at the head of the sleeve, and then 2 notches on the very back, and you know that's the back because there's 2 notches, 1 for the front, 2 for the back.
Right.
So either mark them however you want to with your newly acclaimed chalk, or you can snip.
How do you mark your notch?
I tend to, for speed, I tend to snip them, but you have to be really careful doing that, because if you snip too far, i.e. past the seam allowance or near it, then you could have, you know, ruined a whole piece before you've even put it under the machine. So if you're a beginner, I would say mark those with a little bit of tailor's chalk. If you're a purist and traditionalist, you would do your notches, you'd invert them, is that the right word? You do them outside. You'd cut them outside. Okay. I think that's how a lot of people were taught.
But either way, mark them.
I mark them, yes. And when I went on sewing bee, I was noted for being a naughty notch ignorer. Because when I first started sewing,
naughty ignorer, I like that.
Well, I just used to like want to crack on and like start sewing something. Do you know what I mean?
Don't want to be notching.
No, and it's all of those bits that I assure you, the best piece of advice I can give anybody is to, all those bits that you don't understand, go and Google them, look back on episodes on Sewing Street, go and see Jane's tutorial, because it's those bits that you shouldn't skip.
Well, it's like you say, so if you mark, because I've done it before where I've thought, oh, I'll remember which is the front and the back.
Yeah.
And you don't remember, and then you have to go back and you've got to get the pattern back out and you've got to lay it on top, whereas if I just mark them in the first place.
And if you look at this sleeve head, right, that to an untrained eye, really,
could be anything.
It looks the same. It looks like it's symmetrical.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I assure you, a sleeve is not drafted symmetrically unless it's in a jersey garment. Some jersey patterns they tend to be. But that's the back there and that's the front. And when you do a bit more dressmaking, you might be able to see that, but still mark them.
Can I borrow your instruction booklet?
You can. There you go.
I want to know something, and I don't want to open mine. Kat, what did you want to know? Okay, yeah. Two-thirds of the stock has gone. So fabric requirements, you need, if the fabric is 135 centimetre width, you need 2.5 metres for up to the size 30. If you're not doing facing, so if you're doing your lined, you need 2.3. If you've got 150 centimetre width, you need 2.4 metres or 2.1 without facing. So basically, 2.5 will cover everything, but it does need to be 135 centimetres wide. So if you're using quilting cotton, it is not going to work because that's only 112. So you need one of these fabrics. And bias binding, oh, even tells you how much binding you need. 4 metres for up to size 24, 5 metres for up to size 30. Oh, the bias tape makes it sold out now, Adam.
No,
Sorry.
I wanted one.
I tell you, we can share this one under here. No one will know.
No one will
We'll
know.
have it 1 week each. You go and
Or
buy
I'll
us-
just send you all my scraps and you can make all
Oh,
my
yeah,
binding for
yeah.
eternity.
And I'll send it
How's
all back.
about that?
I'll send it all back as bunting.
Yeah.
So does anyone want to take, do you want to come in close on this? Like that. And that is the fabric requirements.
Yeah.
Oh. There you go. Those are the fabric requirements if you want to know. I'm just going around. There we go. Okay. Hope that helps everybody. Then at least you know what you need. So, how wide is this denim then? Is this 135? If I could choose a son, and I have 3 wonderful daughters, I would have loved to have one just like you, Adam. Thank you both of you for a lovely morning from Glenison, Nottinghamshire.
Well, I only live in Leicestershire and my mum wants to get rid of me. So, Glenys, I'm coming for you.
Yeah, I'm coming for you. And he loves a Sunday roast.
Oh, what a lovely message.
Oh,
Do you know
there
what?
you go.
People at Sewing Street are just so lovely.
That's because they're creative crafters, and creative
Yeah.
crafters are just lovely people.
Everybody here, from the
I
crew
know.
to presenters, everybody who works behind the scenes, and all the other guest demonstrators, but everybody that watches it as well is just,
Yeah, they
you
just,
know,
I know. That's
so kind.
But that's because we're creative people.
Thank you.
Makes us nice.
Right, Rebecca, really important, those notches that we marked.
Oh, yes.
We're now matching those notches
Matching those notches.
to the sleeve here. I just need to make sure I've got this in the right one. Maybe I've not. This is why you've got those double notches, because the same notches are on the arm side, the armhole.
Oh, right. So the whole point. So 2
Yeah.
on the. So it's easy to match because as long as you match the 1s and the 2s.
Yes.
Yeah. You see, now I've made exactly that mistake. Not bothered to do it. Can't remember. Thought it was symmetrical. Sleeve not fitted.
Yeah. No.
So you are absolutely right. I'm just measuring the.
So you match for your shoulder seam with that shoulder point notch that we talked about at the very top, and then your double notches should match for the back. Now the reason is because there's some ease that's given in a sleeve head, and that's to allow for movement. We don't just stand like that, you know what I mean? We need to be able to move our arms.
Yeah.
So there's some ease given along the this part of the arm here, so that you can.
Oh, okay. For the back of it.
Yeah.
Kat's commented on. Was that your wedding dance?
What this?
How wide is this? This fabric's 150, I think, isn't it? Right. So 2.5 metres is enough for the up to the size 30. Oh, so it's the quilted one that's not. So any of these denims, that's enough for up to the size 30. Now I've folded that. I love this denim.
And this is just where now you need to be able to ease this. Now,
So what do you do? Just stretch it a bit?
no, you're basically making the sleeve head fit the hole. But can you? I don't know if you'll be able to see on the camera, but there's some extra. It looks a bit bumpy along here.
Yeah.
You've got to make sure that this is distributed. The ease is distributed enough so that you're not going to create a pucker. So I'm distributing it evenly, but you think, right, okay, you might think, oh, I'm going to create loads of puckers there, but we're actually sewing a centimetre in from that.
Right, okay.
And once it's eased into, if you think of that motion onto
Yes, I know what you mean. So you won't get pleats because it's
No.
worked out so you don't. But you
And
have to ease it in.
if you're new to this, my best advice to you would be to hand baste this in first.
Yeah.
Hand baste it in, and then, I mean, obviously I'm doing this very, very quickly, but this is the part that I would really take my time over. And again, like Jane goes over it in the videos. I mean, Jane does so much of it now that she just puts them in without pins. Do you know what I mean? And I'm endeavouring to get to that stage.
Yeah,
Jane.
no, but I'm with you because you don't want to. The unpicking is so tedious, isn't it? And if
Yeah.
you've got a little pleat, you don't want a little pleat.
Right, tip for you when you're doing anything circular on the sewing machine, sew inside the circle. So don't be tempted to sew outside of it. And it's okay, I know a lot of machines have got
I'm
free
gonna have to have a
arms,
Okay.
but if we that might not fit over a free arm, or and what we're doing here is we're fitting this fabric to that one, so we want this one on top really so we can ease it. So it's much easier to sew inside
Oh, that's interesting.
the circle, because what you're naturally doing then is putting the fabric through the machine at the shape it wants to be.
Yes, I see what you mean. So the bigger fabric, or what appears to be the bigger, you put on top.
Yes.
Right. Okay, that's a very good tip.
So it's just a lot easier. And now look, I'm going to constantly do this as I'm putting this sleeve in. I'm going to just make sure that that fabric is easing in nicely and everything's lying flat and I'm not catching multiple layers, so I just keep checking underneath.
Okay.
You've got to feel as well as look when you're sewing as well. And it's a centimetre seam allowance all the way around. But you can see I'm constantly feeling where I'm going to be sewing as well. I don't want to catch anything that I shouldn't be catching. This machine can go some, you know.
Yeah, and now you haven't even got the super fast plate on.
Oh, speedy plate.
I know, it's amazing, isn't it?
So I'm just going to ease this in now. And with a denim, this will be much easier.
I tell you what, you buy the machine, I'll buy the tape maker.
Hang on a minute.
I'm happy to swap any time.
Well, I love my Juki, to be fair, and that's got a different plate as well. But it's doing its overtime at the moment because I'm doing some theatre work next week.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
What are you making?
Well, I'm wardrobe managing the West End tour of Rock of Ages.
No way!
Yeah.
Wardrobe manager, get
I
you!
know. There's only one person in the
So what
wardrobe
do you
department,
do?
and
So
it's me.
faster! So faster!
Well, it's only me.
Oh.
It's what,
Don't
but
say that, say yeah, there's a team of 25.
there's a team
And I
of
just say
25.
so faster. So are you making all the costumes?
They've already been made because it's on the road now from the West End. So my job on this one is to put it bluntly, I'll be doing any repairs or
Right,
any
yeah. And making
alterations that
sure
needs
it's all-
doing,
yeah.
and making sure it looks immaculate. And
Wow, that's quite a big
I'll be a
job.
glorified washerwoman.
Probably, yeah. Darner.
But
I know, but then you've got to make sure if things don't fit or if they tear something, you've got to mend it all.
Yeah, and in costume, it's a
Lord.
little bit different to, like, you know, couture dressmaking and stuff. Is like you've got to be able to fix things, but then, you know, keep them, because that costume needs to live a long life.
Yes, yeah.
So when you're sewing seams for costumes, you're sewing like much bigger seam allowances to allow for different sizes. So
Oh, that sounds just.
and you
the
certainly
thought of that.
certainly wouldn't be
Kat will
clipping
help
into
me.
your
She's worked in costume. hasn't
yeah.
Kat?
You certainly wouldn't, if you're making costumes, you certainly wouldn't be nipping into your seam allowance to notch. John always says that, and he's absolutely right, is that...
Because of the being able to let out
Yeah,
thing.
Yeah, exactly. That's
What a nice
exactly
thing.
it.
When's the show on and where is it?
It's in Wellingborough at the Castle Theatre, and it's on from Tuesday to Saturday next week.
Wow.
It's the
Are there any
theatre that I
tickets
did.
left?
I think so, actually.
Okay. Anyone
yeah.
who lives in Wellingborough?
And
I used to live near Wellingborough. Used to go
Did
swimming
you?
in Wellingborough.
Well, my friend got me in there for Panto, which is how it will come about, and then this has come up again, so it's great. And anybody that used to watch Coronation Street, Kevin Kennedy's in it. He was
Easy, yes, I
Curly
used to watch.
Watts.
Yes, remember Curly Watts?
Yeah.
Well, he was married to Raquel, wasn't he? Sarah Lancashire.
Yeah.
He's now in everything.
Oh, I love Sarah Lancashire.
she's brilliant.
I think she is such a fabulous
Have you
actress.
seen her in that latest one where she's the TV chef?
I've not.
Can't remember
No.
what is it called? Jane or Joy or something. And she's the American TV chef.
I've not seen
But
that one.
it was Raquel and Curly were married, weren't they?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That was, I think, Sarah Lancashire's debut.
She's fabulous.
And Curly Watts is in it.
Yeah. And Matt Terry, who was the 2016 winner of X Factor, but I'd stopped watching
Struggling
it by
on
then.
that one a bit, yeah. Don't think I'd remember
but
that.
He's done a lot of musicals and he's great. Now, this is where you'd maybe want this, or you have to give this a really nice press here.
It's really useful to see like what these, because when you try and get them on your ironing board, and I've got like a mini sleeve board, but even then, it doesn't do every curve, does it?
No.
But that's what the ham.
Yeah. Exactly. So you can see I've put one sleeve in
that's
there for you now,
nice.
and that's lovely because we've eased it in. So can you see there's a little bit of fabric in here.
Yeah.
Once pressed, it'll be really nice. But what that is doing is giving that ease in the garment. But there's
But
no
not
puckers.
pleats. No, that's
You've
very
just got to be
neat.
careful. Take your time. Hand baste it in if you need to. Right. Let's take this
You could do
facing
different coloured
piece.
sleeves as well, couldn't you?
I mean, you could go
Why
to
not?
town on it. Yeah, you could absolutely do
Another
that if you
question:
wanted to.
have any of the denim fabrics any stretch in them? I don't
This
think so.
hasn't.
No.
I mean, it's got a slight bit of give, but it's not.
Give,
it's
but
not got stretching.
It's not got elastane in it. No. I mean, it's obviously got give on the bias, but it's not stretch. No. I've stretched them all.
Right, so we're going to run out of time, I think, but I want to
I
explain.
live in Wellingborough. Adam's been at the Castle Theatre before. The costumes look great then. Good luck with Rock of Ages and Kirsty in Northamptonshire.
Thank you, Kirsty.
Yeah.
Come and say hello. I'll be about the theatre if you come and watch it.
Yeah, just go and say, can I see Adam, please? He said that I could
Yes.
come and meet him, and I'll help with the tacking.
So what we do here is, I'm just going to explain quickly, is at the shoulder seams and the collar, we'd pin all the way around right side to right side. And do you see now what's going to happen if I just quickly do it down one side? That's all matching up along the front. Just pops a few quick pins in so you can get the principle of it. Okay, and then you'll do that all the way down here. So that bottom corner will match up there.
Oh, so all those facing seams.
Yeah, and
will
then
match
that
up with
one will go
something.
around the back. Look,
And
do
this
you
is how
see?
you know if you've sewn it together wrong.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have done if you followed the instructions and our sound advice.
Our sound advice would lay it out flat.
And that'll go all the way around there. And then what you're going to do is stitch all the way around that facing, all the way around the garment.
Okay.
And then what you will do once you've done that is what we call grade the seam allowance. Now, with thinner fabrics, you might get away with not doing it. But what that basically means is to trim away some of the seam allowance, so we're reducing bulk. And again, on Jane's video, she goes through that, on which
okay.
you'd be cutting the facing part of the seam allowance down. You'd leave the face part of the seam allowance intact, but you'd be cutting that bit down just to reduce some bulk and clipping any corners to, again, ease the garment there. And you'll see that will then turn onto the inside. That will all be stitched. And what you'll do as far as you can is on the facing side, understitch, and this is the bit that will give the real professional finish.
Okay.
Every time I come on to Sewing Street, I talk about understitching,
Yeah.
and I've done it loads. So if you look back at any of the demos that we've done before,
yeah, okay, we can have a look back at
or you know, with John or ever, like I talk about understitching, and it's just basically a stitch that pins the facing to the seam allowance and keeps it inside the garment, so it's not going to roll forward.
Yeah.
And if you're using a contrast lining, it wouldn't apply to that because we've got a binding there, but you know, in a garment or a contrasting facing, if you know, you don't generally do that, but then you'd want to make sure it's understitched lovely, about 1/8 of an inch.
Okay, so just onto the seam allowance to hold it down. Well, that's brilliant.
Which is about 3mm. But it's a lovely jacket, lovely pattern. If you haven't got yours yet, get it now, because I think it's lovely for a beginner to get into dressmaking.
A few. We've got a few, but there are loads left in baskets. So let's just go back through these again. So this is the pattern. Remember, it's available, the whole thing sizes 8 to 30, and it's all in there, and there are details in there about the YouTube tutorial, so you can watch it and you can watch Adam back as well. There's yeah, I'd love to see what you make yours. I mean, look at that beautiful one that Jay made in that shashko. Gorgeous. Now, we do have the fabric requirements on a picture now, so there they are. So if you want to know, because it all depends on the width of fabric you've got and whether you're doing facings, because obviously you need more fabric if you're facing it, less fabric. But if you're lining it, remember you'll need to make 2 jackets in essence, but you'll need less fabric because of the facing.
Yeah.
Take a picture of that. But you will need to make 2 jackets if you're going to do the lined version. What you fancy, really. But you know, if it's made from a quilt, you don't need to line it.
No, that's it.
Because it'll be lovely on the inside.
And I think if you're going to do your own quilting, my advice would be to quilt your fabric, patchwork your fabric, and then get your wadding or batting or whatever you're using, and then what effectively is your lining fabric or the stuff you've got to put underneath. Yeah. I'm full of technical jargon today. I would quilt your fabric first and then cut the pieces. And the reason I'd say to do that is because you're quilting through all layers, and then if you cut your pieces, you'll be accurate to size, because when you quilt stuff, it shrinks.
Oh yes, no, that is true.
So yes. I would be inclined to patchwork and quilt your fabric first, and then treat it as fabric, like the pre-quilted stuff.
And I guess because if you're obviously going to be cutting through seams and quilting, but you'll sew through those, so that will secure it all.
And then if you're doing it that way, so you've already got your lining fabric in pieces, it's not going to be like a fully lined jacket, but it's going to be quilted to that fabric you've used. You just have to think about your finish on the inside, which would be either a nice bound finish.
Yeah, that looks lovely. I like the bound seams.
Which is, I love that on an unlined jacket.
It's coming in.
It's coming in. It's coming in. You can probably see it. Or if not, then you could just overlock it or zigzag it. Yes. But for me, the couture way of finish it, or the nice way, would be to bind the jacket. And then you can see there, look, you've just got your press stud on. The only thing is, if you did it reversible, you could put a press stud on it. It'd just be visible, and I wouldn't want that.
No.
So I think a nice brooch or something, or
peg.
Yeah. Yeah. I've seen people do these type of jackets. It won't be for me, but like to use a bit of ribbon or a nice like maybe rouleau loop, and you could have a button on either side, and that might be decorative. The thing I loved about doing this, because I don't get to do binding very often, and I do secretly enjoy it, and I was like, right, I'm going to really perfect my mitered corners.
Oh yeah, nice for a nice mitered corner. Loads of messages. Love watching our beautiful and handsome Adam. Puts a smile on my face every time. Julia from Edinburgh. They love you.
Oh, hello, Julia in Edinburgh.
The beautiful, handsome, clever and talented Adam will be back with us.
It's a mouthful, isn't it?
Yeah, in an hour. He'll be back with us in an hour. We will have him back with the lovely Aida dress.
Yes.
And are we going to be sharing?
I'm going to see, yes. I've tried it out on this machine because this isn't mine, so I've just made sure it worked, and it was working. Cool. And yeah, we'll give it a go.
Yeah, we're going to be machine sharing, very exciting. So thank you for joining me for this hour. I'll see you back in a couple of minutes' time. Needle threader, and more tools, and I will be showing you how to use it. It's honestly brilliant. If you thought that bias binding machine was a game changer, you wait till you see the needle threader. Anyway, don't go anywhere. I'll see you back in a couple of minutes.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Oh, welcome back to Sewing Street. Sorry, I didn't hear them. Welcome back. I was looking on the wrong side. We've got fab needle threaders in this hour. That's my most exciting thing. They're so cute. Look at them. Now, over half the stock is already gone. I love these. Now, we have sold these before and I have seen them, but I've never actually had a go. But again, they let me have one, and they are the sweetest things. So what I did first, what I like to do when I use something is I like to see what everyone else thinks about it. I read a lot of reviews online from different people, see what the price is everywhere, you know, because if you're going to test something out, you need to know. And interestingly, there are a lot of websites who say, oh, I love this, it's a shame they don't come in the plastic case anymore. Well, if you think that, ours does come in the plastic case, because a lot of them, obviously, some that you can see are being sold don't come in this little plastic case because it slides out of this little plastic case. So it's a really useful thing to come in it, to keep it in, and it has a little section with a stopper you can keep your needles in as well. So if you have seen them without the little plastic cases, ours do. Now, these are fab. The price that we've got them at today is 3 for £20, which is a fantastic price. We're not doing them individually, but when you've had to go with this and you've used it, and this is exactly what I thought, oh, I love this. I know so many people who would like one. You know, at just over £6 each, what a brilliant little gift for somebody. And how many of us know somebody, just like me, who really struggles with threading needles, particularly in the evening? This is brilliant, and a bit like that bias binding maker, it is a game changer. It's the simplest thing. So I was sceptical because it is quite simple and it is inexpensive. So I thought, I wonder how well that works. Anyway, so I had to go. So all you have to do, let me show you. So you get three for £20, keep one, give 2 as presents. Or keep one, have one in your workbox, one for your holiday sewing, because honestly it's brilliant. Once you've used this, there will be no more tragedy. I tell you what would be brilliant, because my daughter was home the weekend, she's a teacher, and I said to her, wouldn't these be brilliant in your class? Because when she does sewing in class, she has to go around and thread everyone's needle. But if you've got a class, have a few of these around, so you get your 3, fantastic. So if you teach sewing at all you do is sewing workshops or something, you will need all 3 of those. Anyway, so what you have, you open it all up, on this side you've got a white one, that's for the smaller eyed needles, and the black one is for the larger eyed needles. It's as simple as that. So I'll take a needle out. I'm going to go with a sharps, because that's your basic needle, isn't it, that you mostly would use for hemming and hand sewing. Now what I do, I put it in the right hand one. Now what you need to remember is the eye needs to face towards the body. If you don't do that, the little lever won't go through round, but you can just, you'll feel that and it won't go over. So the little lever will go through the eye. So if you want to be sure, you can feel it. Then when the lever comes out the other side, you know if you've got it that way. Then you cut a piece of thread. So I've just got ordinary sewing cotton here. And you just drape it over the valley. And then you just push it through. You might, if it's turned at all, you might have to just twiddle the needle around so that it goes through, like I'm doing here. You'll get better at this. I'm kind of doing it from, because I'm trying to show it to you, I'm doing it from the back. Yeah, and then, there we go, so it pushes it through, and then all you have to do is pull it through, make sure you don't pull it all the way through, and then, oh, it's come out. I need to do it facing me. I can't do it backwards. Message from Angela. Hi Rebecca, these are amazing. My sister and I would not be with them without them. We have 2 each from Angela in Bristol. Yes, see, it is easier if you're actually doing it facing you, not trying to do it the other way around. It does take a little bit of practice to start with, but once you get the hang of it, a bit like that tape maker, it's brilliant to go this through. Now, oh, I got it through now. I'm wondering whether I should use that. I chose quite a big eye. If you find it won't go through one of them, then it could be because one is for big eyes and one is for small eyes. Try it with the other one. I was trying the really fine ones. Yeah, so look, that's why. Because now when I put that's really weird because it's working on that one. I wonder whether I've got a dodgy needle. Only 10 left. Only 10 left. Only 10 left. You will get all 3 in your pack, and they are all red, and they all come with the thing. I'm going to. So remember, I'm going to do this. Do you know, I sat here this morning and showed Kat how to do it, and we did both sides, and I tried stranded cotton and I used sewing cotton, and it worked every single time. Oh, okay. I've done it now. I've done it now. I had the wrong. I think I had I'm wondering whether I had a dodgy needle, to be honest. So anyway, look, it's worked now. So you just have to push it through the eye of the needle. I think I might have had a broken eye on that one. You can do it like that. Now you can also do it really easy. You can do it with stranded cotton as well. And I tried it. I can do a couple of strands of stranded cotton. So if you're doing embroidery or something. I needed to have persevered a bit. I think you'd be able to get 6 strands in the bigger one, but I didn't really persevere with it. But you can definitely get 2 strands, which is really useful because the thing is that we're trying to get, because the stranded cotton isn't quite as stiff as sewing cotton, so it's quite hard to keep that stiffness in there. Right, there's only 4 of these bundles left, so if you want one, you need to check out. So remember, eye down. Eye down. Eyes down. Head down, thumbs up. No, I don't remember that game. No, never played that game. There we go. And there we go, it's threaded. So it does, I mean, it takes a bit once you get used to it, because obviously you've got to get, the way it works, basically, there's a tiny little metal thing that goes through the eye of the needle and pushes the thread through. It's a really simple piece of equipment, nothing amazing, but it just does the job, and it does it really well. Now, in the little case, you can keep your needles, so it's brilliant for going away. And remember, if you can't thread it through one, then try the other. One is for big eyes and one is for small eyes. So I found with my larger, I've got a bigger tapestry needle here, with the larger one, it worked really well. Right, bundle sold out. Bundle has sold out. But apparently Ian's just messaged us. And they found some in the warehouse in the corner. These are not bundled, these are just single ones on their own. £7.95. So if you missed out on the bundle, and this is now the only way to get them, they are £7.95. We didn't, well, I said this morning we're only going to be, that's what we thought, but they found a few left. So it shows you what good value the bundle was. But if you want just one of them, we're not doing bundles anymore. £7.95. Morning, Becky. I have one of these needle threaders and it was invaluable when I was hand quilting my double quilt. Brilliant show with you and Adam. Oh, thank you, Terry. That's really, yeah, I guess so, because I suppose you could probably also thread up a few needles in advance, couldn't you? So you'd have to keep threading them, but so quick. Oh, so a few people are messaging to say there's a bit inside that turns the needle. Well, you see, this is the thing, is when you have these little gadgets and you've played with them for a while, I guess you get the idea how it works. So yeah, because that comes through, so maybe it is. Let's try turning that way. You're right, actually, because look, if you turn it round and do it, you can see. Oh, well, I didn't know that. I thought I had to have it facing the body of the machine. So the only way you can get one of these, £7.95, which I still think is a brilliant price, to be fair. £7.95. Can it thread? Oh, that's for hand quilting. Well, do you know what? I have milliners in my needle case. Well, I know that I've got, what did you say, well, my smallest one, that's my smallest one, because I have a multi-pack of milliners. So there we go, let's give it a go. I'll put it in, face down, eye down, eyes down, thread over. Push it down. Does that? I think it will. I think I don't think I'm very good at it, to be honest. I've got the eye down, I've got my thread in, there must be a knack to this. Half of the stock of them has gone on their own. So if you missed out on the bundle, if you missed out on the bundle, this is the only way you're going to get it. Yeah, I'm demoing and talking, right, sorry. I'm determined to do this. Da, 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 da. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Look at that. So I think you've just got to get the thread draped over, right? And if you just push it through a couple of times, sometimes the first couple didn't pick it up. Maybe I think what I did was pulled it too tight. I think you need to just drape it. But there you go. And those, because I know that that's a milliner, because I've got a multi-pack of milliners in my needle case. So anyone who does EPP, these are not the easiest things. They honestly are not the easiest things. I'm with you on that. So this is a brilliant, and listen, it's so, I love. Yes, if there's any other needles you want to see threaded, I have beading, chenille, darners, embroidery. I have all of them, and quilting. I didn't know we could sell it individually, so that's fantastic. So we thought it'd be gone, but there are a few. But it shows you what good price that bundle was, wasn't it? But £7.95. Honestly, how long do you spend sometimes threading a needle, wasting time? Sometimes ages and ages, and I'm so frustrated. And then what I do is I go up to a bigger size needle because I can't thread it, and it's not right. It's just too big. So when you're doing your EPP and you need your milliner's 11, or you're doing some really fine embroidery, or you're doing your quilting and these tiny betweens. See, I wonder whether, because I've got some really small here, I've got to put it back in nicely. This is my favourite needle case. Right, that's a baby one. That must be a quilting. That's got to be an 11, I reckon. Let's take it out of its little case. It's like a little train, isn't it? I wonder. This is tiny. Where is it? It's turning. It does turn the little thing. Half of the stock of the individuals has now gone. Bundles completely sold out. It's great, isn't it? There must be a knack. Can you let me know what's the knack to getting it to putting it in the right place so it goes through? Because the little spiky thing pushes the thread. Yeah, it does work with. Well, it did work with thicker thread, and I think I tried it with thick wool and it didn't work with thick wool, but I think it will I think it will work with slightly thinner. So maybe that one is too small. I'm surprised though. I need to persevere with it. This is, to be fair, the smallest needle I have, so maybe that's why. Maybe it's just too small. But it does make a big difference. Oh, well, that's weird. I'm going to have to play with this. I'm sure you've all got loads of tips about how you get the tiny, tiny ones to work, but it certainly works with that really small milliners. It's brilliant, isn't it? And for stranded cotton, I think it's fab, because when you're doing embroidery, if you can use a really fine crewel needle, that's perfect. We have got some needles as well. We have got, which ones have we got? We've got beading and embroidery. Oh no, we've got some others as well, and milliners and betweens. But for if you're doing, say, 2 strands of stranded cotton for embroidery, a crewel needle is perfect, and the smaller the better, because then you can really pierce the fabric, particularly when you're doing things like satin stitch. Hi, will you be able to get more stock of the Bias Maker? Thank you from Beverly. We're trying to. We have asked, and we've asked about the extra tips as well. So it might, well, it usually takes about a week, and we've got bank holiday, but we will let you know as soon as we get any more stock in. We will let you know. So if you're doing something like, you know, satin stitch and long and short stitch where you need to be piercing, you need a really fine point. So this needle is brilliant. I love it. But you just need to have a little play with it. I think it's genius, isn't it, when people invent things like this that just works. In filler. So $7.95, please do check out on that. It will work, but you can't shove wool through a miller's needle. Press the button. I know, you're right. I was using fine thread. You just press the button a couple of times. Yes, I did try. I think that, to be honest, the tapestry needles that I've got in my needle case are more for cross-stitch tapestry rather than yarn. So I don't think I actually had the right size needle when I was playing with it this morning. Brilliant gadget. Really good to have it back in stock. Brilliant to buy, you know, if you get a couple of them, have, you know, one in one place, one in your work box, one in your lounge or something, so it's there when you need it. Give one. Brilliant stocking filler, because it's just fab. For $7.95, it's a brilliant price, but the best, most useful thing, table presents. And if you've got someone who struggles with, or schools, that's what I think it'd be great for, little groups. Right. Which one should we do next? Let me just put those to one side. The Simplicity Bobbin Winder. Now, if you've bought the Bias Maker, you need to have this because it matches. Can I open it? Okay. We've lost it. I expect Adam's had it, hasn't he? Yeah, he had his eye on a few things this morning. He's probably walked off with us. But we'll forgive him because he's so lovely. Now this comes in a lovely little box. Look at that, like a little suitcase. And it does have an instruction leaflet as well. So let me turn it round so you can see. That's what it looks like. There we go. So it's the cleverest thing because it winds. It does what it says. It winds up bobbins. So, you know when you want to get ahead, you don't want to have to keep stopping. And when you're sewing, you know you're going to have to keep doing the bobbins. Really annoying. You have to stop in the middle, wind the bobbin up. You can wind these in advance. It's fabulous. So, we now just need... Oh, I've got a reel of thread. And Kat's got me a bobbin. Almost. But I have a reel of thread. I can wind up a half wound bobbin. Thank you. Right, so I've got a half wound bobbin here. So what we do is, I've got to remember what order to put it in. I'm going to get the instructions. I spent all weekend doing Bias Maker because I can't remember which order you do it in. But there are instructions. It is clearly labelled. So we put the bobbin on here. Got to get the right. There we go. It works on metal bobbins as well. Look, it's got arrows. It's like doing a machine, isn't it? It goes through there. Do you have to thread it through or does it clip through? Right, hang on a minute. Right, we have to take the cover off the batteries. This is a new one. Oh, we've got some price comparisons for this. Sorry while I'm fiddling. Okay. Right, so this one is from a very well-known high street store and it is £22. And ours is £19.99. Right, so what you do is, I've got it now, you put your spool on there, you put it through there, round there, there's a picture, you wind it a little bit round there, like it's just like exactly on your machine. I imagine you have to do it a few times, and then you press the button. I'm going to just hold that. I've got a really big spool, sorry. Oh, you can extend it. Oh! There we go. That's better. You can extend this. So look at that. So now I could just sit. Oh, this bit. Oh, look at that. So if you press that bit. Okay, and then when it's full, it clicks off. So you could just set this going and get all your bobbins wound up. So if you were doing something that was using a lot of thread, and it's doing it in exactly the same way as a machine. Oh, look, it's full, so it's stopped. Oh, I like that. And then you take it off. A nice and tight one as well. There we go, one full bobbin, and then you can keep that one on there. Put another one. That's brilliant, isn't it? Now, who is it who had this? Somebody, we had a guest, and that's right, Alison. She said she'd had hers for about 3 years and had never replaced the batteries. It's just fab, and it's so lovely that it's all in a little suitcase as well. Perfect. And it uses just AA batteries as well, nothing fancy or weird. It is just 2 AA batteries. I mean, I've just learned how to do it. It's obviously not very difficult. And there we are, I've got a fully wound bobbin, and yeah, it's nice and tight as well, which is really important, isn't it? £19.99, lovely little gift to yourself, comes in a nice little box, but it's perfect, isn't it? I love that, what a useful thing. And the fact you can just let it go, and you've got them all wound up, because I hate it when I have to stop and rewind a bobbin, but you can get them all done in advance there. Lovely. And the fact that this extends. And then, so if you go into a little class or something, look, little handle, and things like that, just nice little gift, isn't it? What a lovely thing. I think it's perfect. Little. And for £19.99, and you see that's a good price, isn't it? £22 somewhere else. So that's a good price. I've got to keep my own reel of thread. Oh gosh, hang on, I've just dropped it. Right, it's completely other end of the spectrum is the iron cleaner, which I think everybody needs. Who doesn't need iron cleaner? I do. It's that Bonder Web. It's just because I'm lazy, to be honest. I do have one of those mats that you can put down, but I'm always getting something slightly melted on the bottom of my iron. So it's fab. It's made by Glyceline, so it's a brilliant brand. So you know it's going to work because it's a good brand. It's not anything that's not proven. So take it out, the packaging. And it's got instructions, but basically what you do is, I did read it earlier, is you heat up the iron so it's on the setting of wool, you run the stick, you hold, oh that's right, you have to hold the iron horizontally because the iron cleaner liquefies, then you run it back and forth over the iron base, leave it for a few seconds, and then you just wipe it off with a cloth. That's all. Fantastic. So it's just a stick. For £2.99, it's really worth it. Because have you tried to clean an iron? So we didn't have this. We didn't have this in the other week. 2 paracetamol. I've never tried that. No. Does that work? Oh, apparently paracetamol works. Yeah, but you will burn your fingers, whereas you can do this with a stick. But actually, who was it? He was the other day was trying to clean our iron because it was really dirty because we didn't have these in stock and it took ages. They've only been in stock once before. For £2.99, that is brilliant because there is nothing worse than getting dirty marks on your fabric. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's Hayley's iron. Hayley, what did you melt on that? And it worked. Okay, it was this Hayley's own video. Hayley's slideshow of cleaning her own iron. Wiping it off. That's perfect. That's good, isn't it? Wow. I wonder what it's made from. Don't ask questions like that. Because it's just made from magic. It just doesn't even say what it's made from. It is really annoying when you get one. And what I end up doing is I wipe the iron on the edge of my ironing board, and then I get black marks on the edge of my ironing board. But because it's Flyceline as well, you know it's going to be good. Anyway, there we go, £2.99. Just pop it in your basket. And remember, it is the final day of May Day prizes, and we have got a whole complete quilt kit as today's prize. So you could buy just the iron cleaner and you will be entered into the prize draw. So we'll keep this one. Now I've opened it, because when our iron gets dirty, which it regularly does, yes, we need to keep that somewhere safe so we can clean our iron next time. Right. Loads of you are checking out that. Lots of you are buying more than one. I'm not surprised. It's just fab. But you know, it's just not about sewing. I burn my iron all the time. I have to admit to having two irons, an iron for ironing and an iron for sewing. And I don't know what happens. It's often things like t-shirts that you don't quite realise were highly scorchable or meltable. Is that a word? Loads of you on the phone lines for that one, so there might be a little bit of a queue, but it's back in stock. We haven't had him for ages, but everyone needs an iron cleaner stick. Right, what should we do next? The littlest rulers, the baby one. Where's that? What do you mean, the little 12-inch? That one, my favourite one. Second favourite to the wooden meter stick, which we're probably out of stock on. Love this ruler, it's brilliant. It just looks like a normal ruler. It's 1¼ inches wide, 12.5 inches long. So I hope it is that, because that's what I've just read it to be. And it's just great for when you're, maybe you're drawing lines diagonally across a square because you're making half square triangles. Maybe you are just wanting to trim 1/4 inch off something, because you can use it as you can use it for rotary cutters, obviously, but you can also for drawing it. If you want to draw on the 1/4 inch seam allowance, you can do that. Just because it's not as big and cumbersome as all the other rulers that need to be for those jobs when it's cutting, but when you just want to cut little things or measure, and it's the fact it's clear, because I've got a ruler this long, a metal one that I love. It's brilliant, it's accurate, but because it's clear you can't see underneath it, and also when the light shines on you can't see the measurements, so this is ideal. So £6.99. It's one of those that is just so useful when you just. But I mean, I use it with my rotary cutter because that's fab, but I also use it for drawing with as well, when I'm drawing on a seam allowance. But then, so what I would do is I would draw my line when I'm doing half square triangles with this. I draw the 1/4 inch seam allowances because I like sewing along a line, and then I'll use this for rotary cutting as well, because that's what it's for. It's brilliant, it's absolutely brilliant. Pop it in you, it's £6.99, and it is really good. And also, because you can see through it, it's much easier for marking things. So if you want to draw a line, say, if you're trimming something 1/4 inch outside a particular pattern, maybe you're fussy cutting something, you can see the pattern. Great for taking to classes as well. Only £6.99, but it's a really good ruler. Ulfa as well. Love Ulfa. My cutting mat's Ulfa. Like that. Now we've got the magic quilting pins back in stock. We've got 2 different colours, haven't we? So this one is quilting. Where's the patchwork ones? Yeah. Now these are £10.99. They only came back in stock today, and we've only got 9 left. These are brilliant because they've got comfort grip handles, so they're really easy to put in, but also they're really easy. They're really easy to find. Look, there's one there, so you can really see I'm not allowed to open these. They are iron proof, but they're really easy to find. But also, the quilting pins, they're long, so they're 48mm long, but they're fine, 0.6mm. There's 50 pins in here. They come in a really nice little storage case. So when you are pinning your 3 layers together, they're ideal for that. Or if you're pinning something where you're pinning a long section, because they're extra long, but they're fine as well. And they come in a lovely little storage case. And you know, and save them for your quilting. I mean, you see in this picture here, you put them when they've put binding on, because sometimes you need to have that, but they're brilliant because you can see where they are as well. And more importantly, see where they are on the carpet. And the last time we had these in stock was when? 29th of September. And before then, 17th of June. That's mad. I don't know why, but we really struggled to get these in. I think because they're a US product. And now we've got 5 left. 5 left and 14 in baskets. Those are the quilting ones. But where are they? Can you see the patchwork one? They're green, aren't they? They look exactly the same. Where are they? I saw them earlier. They've obviously got underneath something. Are they on the trolley? That's strange, isn't it? Can anyone out there see them? I'll put the graphics in. So anyway, the green ones, which I can't find, don't know where they are, patchwork pins. I definitely saw them this morning. They're like that, but green. 10 left, 10 of those left. Somebody's been, there they are. They jumped trolleys. Got them. They jumped. Right, so these are slightly different. They are 0.5 mil, so these are finer and shorter. So for the quilting, you need them to be long. They're fine because they're 0.6 mil, but they're slightly thicker because you're going through the layers. But the patchwork pins are finer and they're slightly shorter. Yeah. I'll move that out of the way. Right. There's 5 of these left. But again, they are heat resistant. They come in this little case. They are perfect for pinning fabrics together because they're fine and they're short. If you're trying to match seams and you want to pin either side of them, they will really hold them securely. So when you're doing something that's a really special project, it's the same as using the right needles. Use the right pins. It does make quite a difference. Oh, they've sold out. Sold out. Have them patch. Come in. They are lovely. They are really, really good. Right. So if you got the early bird, you'll need the rotary cutter blades. Remember, and if you were watching at 8 o'clock, the early bird completely sold out, was a 45mm rotary cutter, an amazing cap price. It was an amazing cap price. And if you were watching then, I said that all of the blades fit all of the cutters as long as they're the same size, because you get 28, 45 and 60mm rotary cutters, and then a 17, I think. But the 45mm rotary cutters, doesn't matter what make it is, all of the blades will fit, thankfully, not like phone chargers, which is very irritating. Anyway, there's 3 in here. Nothing worse than not having your rotary cut. When your rotary blade gets blunt, or like me, you go over a pin and you've got a little nick in it. So it's worth having a pack of 3. So if you use a 45mm rotary cutter, then do get the spare blades. It's really useful to always have them to hand. And also the case, once you've used them, keep the case. Really useful for putting the blunt blades in, because it's a good way, otherwise how do you dispose of them? So once I've got through the 3, I've then got a case, because you can get more than that in. It's a really good way of disposing of them, but they keep them in there. But they will fit any of the 45mm rotary cutters, whichever brand, whether you've got Clover, Olfa, So Easy, So Simple, they will fit all of them. $8.99. Clapper, I've got the clapper. I love the clapper. I think this is my favourite tool. This is fab because it's such an old traditional tailor's piece of equipment, but it still works today because it was designed specifically to work. They're always made of beech wood because beech wood absorbs the heat and the steam, the water very quickly. So what you want to do when you want to set a seam, particularly when it's on something quite thick like a collar or a waistband or a cuff, or when you're using wool, is you want to apply steam to it, but then you want to remove it very fast, because then the seam sets. Because the problem is you need the steam and the heat to get the seam to set. But if it stays in there, then it stays floppy. So all you do is you steam press the seam that you want to do, and then you will quickly put the clapper on top, hold it down. The steam then is drawn into the beech wood, and the seam is set. It works amazingly, and I was very sceptical. I mean, I've had one for years, but to start with thinking, well, you know, do they really work as well? But they do. So if you've got particularly, I use mine a lot in patchwork. You know, if you're pressing a seam open and you've patchworked and you've done, maybe you've got sometimes like 8 layers of fabric and it's really hard to get the seam to stay open. If you use your clapper, it will press it really well. But it's also got a point presser as well, so this is not just a handle, this is also a point presser. So maybe you're doing something pointed, which could be a collar, but equally could be the point of a bag, or you know, maybe even something as simple as like putting in the point of a cushion or a tote bag or a box corner. You've got two ends, you've got the pointy end and then you've got the square end. And what you can do, because the wood will absorb the heat, is you can put whatever it is you're ironing inside of this. So you could put like this, so, wrong way, that way. If you put the point inside of what you're pressing, then that will hold that down as well, you see. Or put it that will, you can use that to clap that, or put it that side up, put the point inside, and then you can press on top. Only $19.99, and they are brilliant. But it's they have to be made of beech, because it's to do with beech being the most quickly absorbent. But it is, and it's lovely. It's like having a vintage sewing machine on your shelf, isn't it? Just a lovely thing. And when you buy it, if you want to buy them for a present, it comes in a really nice box. See, you don't need to. It's brilliant. There we go. It's really good for pleats as well. You know, if you're making box pleats, whether that's a bag or a skirt or anything, brilliant for setting pleats. Bee pincushion. Yeah, I love this one. This is so cute. Did we have it on Bee Day? I suppose we've got any left. Yeah, this is for your present drawer, isn't it? I mean, it is supposed to be a pincushion, but I just think it's quite a nice little decoration. Have you got this one, Kat? It's so cute, isn't it? So it's just a little beehive, and it's all squishy. It's got little bees, look, little felt bees with wings and legs. I like the way its legs aren't attached. And then you've got the bee trail and a little felt door. Nice for your present drawer, but you know, honestly, it doesn't even need to be a pincushion, does it? Just be a nice little ornament. And it comes in a little box. Get it for your present drawer. Only $9.99. It's really cute, isn't it? Very sweet. Oh yeah, the tulip pincushion. This is cool. So this attaches to your sewing machine. So it's got that little suction cup. So give it a little lick or wet it, and it will attach to your machine. Oh God, does it? You don't need to lick it. I think it's stuck to the table now. You don't need to lick it. Luckily, you can take it back. It will come in purple, red or yellow. The colours will be selected at random. So you can just pop this on the top of your sewing machine in the front, just where you're working, and then you can just pop your pins in. So as you're pinning stuff, you can put it in. And then when you want to then go and pin somewhere else, maybe you're going over to the ironing pin, that's amazing. You just stick your finger in, it comes out really easily. But if you press it, if you push it, look, really tight, but easy to take out. That's really useful, isn't it? $4.99, what a lovely little gift. Just pop it, you know, if you shop today, on the picture on here, they've got it sticking out of the front of the sewing machine. See? And, see, there's a little picture. They've got it sticking out of the front of the machine. Or you could have it on the top of the machine. But do add it to your order. And don't forget, $4.99, and you'll be entered into our May Day prize for the whole complete quilt. Win a whole quilt kit. So that's the little tulip, because it's like a little tulip. But you don't know what colour you're going to get. Purple, red or yellow. Yeah, just to be a surprise. Order 3, you might get 3 purples. Who knows? Or one of each. Don't know, really. Right, thermalam, ding dong. This thermalam is a type of wadding / interfacing that is with heat and cold resistant. So it's used a lot in things like picnic bags, cool bags, placemats, gloves, tea cozies. So it will keep the cold in and the heat as well. It's very compressed, like a compressed fleece, so it's not as squishy as a normal wadding. The more layers you use, the more it works. So if you want to do like a heat pad, use several layers. One layer will be really good for things like tea cozies where you don't need so much, but good for picnic bags as well. But I use it quite a lot, not just for the thermal properties. It's a really compressed thin wadding. So when you want to wad something to give it a little bit of body but not create too much weight and depth, this is ideal. And it's really soft. It's beautiful to quilt through. So it's really worth having for when you want to make something. Maybe you're just making like a little lunch bag. Perfect for putting in there, because you haven't got that. Some of the thermal interfacings and waddings have got a metal thread through them and they're a bit crinkly, crispy, and this isn't. This is much more compressed. It's a really soft interfacing. It's lovely. And then we've got H640. Now, if you're a Sewing Street regular viewer, you'll know people are constantly going, oh yeah, do you use H640? I always put that in. And then it was ages till I thought, what is that? H640 basically is a wadding that you iron on one side. So single-sided, sticky. So it's a really nice weight wadding, and it's a really good quality wadding. So it's iron on one side. Now obviously you can use it for full quilts. Mainly people use it for things like bags and cushions. It just gives that bit of stiffness. So say you're making a bag from a quilting weight cotton because you're doing all sorts of patchwork, or you just want to use that cotton but you just want to have a little bit more structure. It's not super loft, so it's not going to give you masses of squishiness, but because it irons on when you're doing a small area, it just makes life a lot simpler. Also, you don't have to put backing on this if you don't want to. So if you want to quilt through this, maybe you're lining, and then maybe you're making a bag with a lining and you don't want to quilt through the front and the lining, you want the line to be separate. You can just press this onto the wrong side of your outer fabric and quilt through, and it's fine. Well, it's fine with my machine. It's never got caught in mine. Loads of our guest designers use it. It's a brilliant wadding. It's H640, that's just it's of Lysoline, and that's what they call it because that's its code number. But it is a fusible fleece, but only on the one side. Really, really, it's one of those things like the Thermalam, really useful to have in your stash. Lovely. Stock on that while you can, because it's just like when you're making something and you think, oh, I've made that nice little tote bag and it'd be nice to give it a little bit of weight. And if you've got it in your stash, it is there. That's £9.99. That's almost a metre, because it is made in 90 centimetre width, but we've cut off a metre piece, so it's almost a metre square for that. But it is lovely. Nice. Keep on checking out for that one. Oh, Kat's trying to decide now. The hero marker. Okay. So this, another thing I love, great marking tool. So if you're marking something where you don't want to or can't use chalk, erasable pen, there's just nothing that works. Maybe it's the type of fabric, maybe it's like a tweed or a PU or a needle cord that you just can't mark, but you need to make a semi-permanent mark, so temporary, to be able to quilt along or sew along. If you mark with this, I'm going to do it on this piece of backing fabric, or you can use a ruler, or you can just mark with the hand. But say you were going to use a ruler, where's that one, and you need to mark a line, just run the marker along it, and can you see it leaves a line? It doesn't leave a mark because it's just a scratch line, but it's enough of a mark for you to be able to. So a lot of people use this for quilting, but it's just enough of a mark for you to be able to quilt along or sew along. I mean, it's a great little gadget. It's £5.99. It's made by Clover, so you know Clover always make really good quality things. Also, when you do it, I'll open this up to show you. This is a backing fabric. When you mark it, you can see it on both sides. So say I mark it on the back. There we go, you can see it there. You can also then see it on the front. And sometimes you want to mark something on one side. Maybe you want to mark where the binding is going to fold over to the other side. You could mark along the binding on the front and then turn it over and you'd see where it came on the back. And you can't really do that with any other products. So it's a really useful little gadgety gadget. Right, so the quilt behind me, I made this and we did it on air last week. Now we don't have any of the quilt kits left. We do have some of the bag kits and some of the multi-kits, which is the quilt and the bag and the cushion. So there's the full-size quilt, the double bed quilt. And then the instructions also include instructions to make the cushion and the bag, which is that one side and that the other side. So there are kits still available to buy. Have a look on the website to buy. There's only a couple though to make the bag or the cushion. And there's also a couple of kits left to make the quilt and the bag and the cushion. But if you want just the instructions, they are here, £9.99. Now in the instructions, it explains how to make a curvy log cabin block. The one in the quilt is the big size and the one on the bag is the little size, but the process is exactly the same. So the instructions tell you with step-by-step photos how to make the bag, how to make the cushion, how to make the log cabin, all the fabric that you need. There's also a section I wrote about how to choose the fabric, because you've got to get that balance of light and dark. Not only that, if you want to do it like I've done it with different tones of fabric, and it's about arranging the fabric so you get different appearances depending on how you arrange your blocks, because basically you just make a block. This quilt is made from 36 blocks and depends how you arrange them. But if you're using fabric from your stash, I've done it in a very traditional muted tones, but imagine if you did it in really brights. The difference between this and a normal log cabin is because on this one the dark strips are twice the width of the light strips. On a normal log cabin, the strips are the same, and by changing the width, you get more of a curve, a round effect. If you did that with log cabin, it would be much more angular. There are many other ways of arranging them. I've just arranged them in this pattern, but you can create waves with it. It's a much more, I prefer the curvy log cabin. It gives it a more pleasing effect. But if you get the instructions, it explains to you how to make one block. I've got photos and I've got diagrams. You can then use your own fabrics to create your own thing. Have a go, make one block, either the mini one or the bigger one, and then you can have a look online. You can see all the different beautiful patterns that can be created. So all the instructions, lots of it. With the I've also got a quilt layout diagram on the back to make it easier to do it. £9.99, and really good way of using your stash, because it does explain what you need. So like for example, if you want to make the bag or cushion, you need 2 print fat quarters, and then if you want to make the quilt, you need 16 fat quarters, and you obviously need plain fabric as well. But it's all in there anyway. But we do have a couple of the kits left, but it's more, if you go on the website, or if you go on sewingstreet.com and scroll down on Watch Live, sorry. Yeah, catching up, dear. On the Watch Live, you'll see the couple of kits left, but we do have more of the instructions. So if you want to have a go at curvy log cabin, and that's the quilt behind me, then we do have those as well. So, shall we go for a break? And Adam will be with us in a minute, and he's going to show us how to make the sew over Aida dress with a little bit of shearing. I'm looking forward to that. So don't go anywhere. I will see you back here very shortly.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Welcome back to Sewing Street. We've got the lovely, gorgeous, wonderful Adam back. Thank you for all your kind comments. You spent most of the last hour read. Secretly loved them. Send us your comments about how much you love Adam's fab. He loved it.
It's about the sewing. So how much you love the sewing.
Yeah.
And the fabric.
Yeah, not how gorgeous Adam is and how you want him to go round to your house for Sunday roast.
I mean, I wouldn't say no, but...
And if anyone wants to go and see his play in Wellingborough, where he's head of costume next week. Anyway, this is all about the Aida dress. Now, we haven't got a sample with us because it seems to have gone walkabout. We did have a sample, but we don't know where it is. I think it happened in the studio move during that time, but we do have some pictures of this dress. It's gorgeous. It's a very multi-purpose dress, actually, isn't it?
It is, and there's 2 different versions on this as well, Rebecca, which I absolutely love because I love any versatility with a pattern.
Value for money.
Yeah, exactly. And I think last time we did this dress together, I did version 1. I'm going to show you version 2 today, which has got the sheared cuffs. Or shirred. I never know whether it's shearing or shirring, but you know what I mean.
I always say shearing.
I do, and that's how I've heard it, but I know there was a big debate when there was shearing.
I always called it shearing elastic.
Yeah, so have I.
Shearing. Maybe is that an accent thing?
It might be a regional dialect. I don't know, but we all know what we mean.
That's
we'll
when you put elastic in your sewing machine. So, comes in 2 different sizes. The one on this one has got the sheared sleeves, and the other one doesn't. Now, this pattern is sizes 6 to 20, so that's a 31 to a 45-inch bust. Just to give you a vague regimen. Now, if you go on the website, there is a breakdown there of all the different sizes. So you can make version 1 or version 2 from this. So the difference is between version 1 and version 2 is the sleeves, the sleeve cuffs, whether they're sheared or not sheared.
And I think the length as well
is
different.
Yes, and version 1, the non-sheared, is slightly longer. So this is version 2, where you've got the sheared sleeves and it's slightly shorter. It's got a lovely flattering round neck, not too low, not too high. It's got a really nice waist section. What's that section called?
Yeah, it's just under the bust where it sits, and it's got some lovely soft gathers under there as well, which is really flattering. And really nice, and gives it that fitted shape without it being bodycon.
Yeah, it's
not. What I mean?
Yeah, it's not too. It's not tight.
No,
in all
it's
the
not
wrong
tight
places.
in the slightest. No, and we're saying about the length. Like, there's no reason why you couldn't have the longer length and the sheared cuff.
Oh
so,
yeah, that's true.
It's really versatile. This, I like it.
£17 for the size 6 to 20. Then, now you can see the other version now. This is sized 18 to 30, which is a 45 to a 57 inch bust. So you see, this is slightly longer. It doesn't have the sheared cuffs, but it's really, really flattering fit. I like the fact it's got the round neck. It's not all loose all over. It's got a little bit of shape to it, but it's not tight in all the wrong places. I think it's a really nice dress. I think it's also very versatile. As far as fabric goes, it says light to medium weight woven fabrics with drapes such as viscose, rayon or crepe. And I think that's what's quite good. I think that's what gives it that fit, is the fact that you're using these fabrics with drape. Now, if you go onto the website, if you click onto the product details, you will get all of these measurements on there. So you'll be able to see them and you can have a think about which one. Now, if you're between sizes, you're not really sure, because obviously there is an overlap because both of them do sizes 18 to 20. The smaller version, the 6 to 20, is made in a B cup, and the larger version, the 18 to 30, is in a D cup. Now, obviously, you can do full bust, small bust adjustments to get it to fit exactly. But if you're unsure because you're in those overlap sizes, then if you're a B cup, get the smaller pattern. If you're a D cup, get the larger one. Right, now, if we're going to be doing a bit of shearing, or shirring, you will need a reel of shearing elastic. £1.99. And it goes in the machine, actually goes in the bobbin. It's amazing. Looking forward to seeing this. And it's quite easy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just getting surprisingly. Once you've got your machine set up, that's the difficult part.
Right.
And then all of our machines are different, so I'm going to explain a little bit about that. I'm going to go right from scratch and doing that from winding the bobbin, putting it in, so you've got a full demo of that.
Fantastic. Right, let's give you some choices of fabric before. So these are all the right fabrics for the pattern, importantly. Let's start with the plains. This is gorgeous. I love this. I've got a linen dress in this colour. It's beautiful. It's like cornflower blue. So 3 meters. So is that, that's enough. Depends what width is this? Oh yeah, no, that's enough for all the sizes. Because it must be 1.4. Yeah, that's enough for the biggest sizes. Right, sorry, I'm just checking the sizes. So there's 3 meters here. It's beautiful. Let me hold, I'm going to unfold because they're all the same as far as drape goes. I just want you to see. Look at the drape on that. It's beautiful. Is this for a beginner?
It's got a little bit more techniques in. There's still darts in like we did in the jacket, but they're contour darts along the back skirt.
Right.
There's a little bit of gathering, which can, for a beginner, maybe be a little bit fiddly, but it's achievable, absolutely.
Okay.
And with the demo today, hopefully you'll take something away from it. Just working with these drapier fabrics when cutting can be a little bit more challenging. Denim's nice and sturdy, so in the first hour I did with you, that's nice and stable.
So you could probably be maybe a second garment. Maybe I've done something simpler before.
Yeah, it's just all about taking your time.
Yes, that's true. So it's beautiful. Look at the drape on it, and that one's a lovely colour. I'll put that one up in it. Then I've got a beautiful pink. Look at this. This is hot summer, that is. I mean, $28.99 for this fabric is gorgeous. It's a viscose challis, so it's beautiful for taking on holiday because it packs up really light, really small. I mean, and obviously it's perfect for this dress, but if you've got another pattern in mind that you need 3 meters, and look at the colour of it. It's like the most glorious sunset. Beautiful, beautiful shade of pink. And then the final solid colour is this lovely lavender. I think that's lavender, that's gorgeous. Yeah, they do go really nice together, don't they? Beautiful, beautiful viscose. Because $28.99, I think dressmaking fabric is the hardest thing to buy because it's all right for quilting, isn't it? They're all 100% cotton because you need all these different things. But we always buy and choose our fabrics so they suit the pattern perfectly. And that is a gorgeous colour. It's very summer, isn't it? What a lovely thing. If you've got a special occasion coming up, maybe it's a wedding or you just need an extra dress to wear to the office, or you've got a garden party, or you just want something new, and this will take you through because it's got the longer sleeve. It will take you through to the autumn as well. If you just pop a jacket or a cardigan on it, but lovely in the summer. Love that. They're all 100% viscose and they're all 140 centimetres wide. Now I've got 3 prints. Love this one. I really like that one. I love that one because you've got beautiful, it's all floral with blacks and whites, but you've got a really nice pop of rust with the green stems on this one. Shall I hold it up? Look at that. Really lovely. I've not ever seen this one before. $28.99 for 3 meters. It's gorgeous, isn't it? This is the joy of making your own dresses. When are you going to see anyone else wearing this dress in this print? So if you are going somewhere a bit special, don't be like the Queen of Spain. Did you see that picture? The Queen of Spain was giving out awards, like really important ones, like like scientific awards.
Yeah.
She had this beautiful mango dress on that was half black and half white, absolutely stunning. And then this woman came up to take her award, same dress.
No way.
Absolutely same. Google Queen of Spain mango dress.
I will do it.
All of you. It's honestly, because it's such a striking dress because it's black and white.
Yeah. It's one of the biggest things for ladies. I know. When I used to work on the cruise ships, like if somebody had got the same gown on for the captain's night, it ruined your night.
I know. Well, these dresses were so stunning, and I think also they've kind of thought the Queen of Spain wearing a mango dress that's only $49.99, and then it sold out like that.
Well, yeah, exactly.
But Google it, best picture. Anyway, you won't have that problem if you make your own. Oh, you should do. It's brilliant. Could you Google it and show us the photo? Because it is honestly funny. Because the two of them were really laughing as well. Yeah, they were really laughing. Oh, look, there you go.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, look.
Show it. Queen of Spain on the left. The woman gets the scientist on the right. It's brilliant, isn't it?
That is just fab.
Because it's such a, striking dress, isn't it? Love that. Anyway, that's a little aside. That won't happen to you. This is the one that Adam's going to be working from. I love this. Really lovely navy background with just sort of pretty ditzy flowers all over it. little sprigs. So you've got like little flowers, white with orangey centres, and then tiny little star white flowers all around it. It's really lovely all over print. Just very pretty, very traditional, very afternoon tea.
It is really, isn't it? And I think this ditzy floral stuff works really, really well with the
shearing.
I think it works better than perhaps the solid colours do.
Okay.
I mean, it works equally. I just think it really lends itself to it. I really like this,
isn't it? And then one final one. If you're more of a paisley.
Oh, that's nice.
I like that. Very, very on trend is a paisley. Oh, this is very soft as well. I'm going to hold it up so you can. I want you to see the drape of it. Isn't it lovely? So it's shades of, again, like a cornflower blue, white, black, and a little bit of a gold, touch of gold. Yeah, light denim jacket from the first hour.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Denim jacket, or nice little white pumps, or dress it up with a pair of heels. Be cool with a black leather jacket.
It would be cool, yeah.
Or just a cardi. Gorgeous. We don't often get these kind of fabrics in, do they? Because viscose challis is very specific, and to get it in these prints, gorgeous. They are the fabrics you need for this dress. And we've also got zips. Because you'll need those. Go on the website. They'll be there on Watch Live. Right, Adam, take it away.
I've got my sharing elastic.
You're stretching.
Yeah, I want to go through how to set up your machine to do this, because
please.
This is the overall effect, and it's just really, really flattering. It's just on the cuff, and it just gives a really lovely shape to that sleeve you'll see there. And I know that they did this recently on the Sewing Bee, but did a fully shirred bodice and whatnot. So if you didn't want to go all out there, but want to try this, on a cuff, it's a lovely detail.
It is lovely. It is.
So that's the kind of sleeve before it's had the elastic in it. So you can see the volume there. Basically, all we need to do is start with a bobbin and your shearing elastic, a normal bobbin. Now, I just like to thread the elastic through those little holes.
Do you go from the outside inside or the inside outside?
I usually go from the outside inside, but I don't actually know which is the correct.
No, I don't. That's why I asked you. I thought you'd know.
It just, for me, I use it just to stabilise where it is.
I don't know either, so I thought you would.
I usually just put it inside out, and then I wind it a little bit, and then I just trim that bit off, and I find that works. Right, so you want to do this quite neutrally. I could have pre-wound this bobbin, but I thought it's just good for you to see how I'm winding it on. I want it nice and even, so I'm just going to change it over that way a little bit so I'm getting an even amount of this elastic on. And it's pretty quick and simple to do, and one full bobbin will do you the shearing that you need on one of these sleeves, absolutely.
Oh, okay. And have you got enough on a reel?
Oh gosh, yes.
Right.
More than enough.
Yeah, I wonder whether it would work on the bobbin winder.
Now, with this, you don't want to wind it on a bobbin winder because you don't want tension on it. You don't want that much.
So how do you get that right then?
So I'm just literally letting it pass through my index finger and my thumb just very lightly. I don't want it really loose, but at the same time, I want it to be. Thank you very much. I just want what we call a neutral tension, and that's what it says in the pattern as well, actually.
So not stretched, but not
stretched.
Like
because thank you. Right, so I'll just trim that bit off now. So into your bobbin. Now this is where it will differ depending on your machine. For the older machine, I say older machines, but the machines that have like a bobbin case that you snap in, they're pretty easy because you just put your bobbin in like you would your bobbin cotton, pull it through that mechanism that creates the tension, and then pop it in and draw it up. So if you've got that style of machine, it's pretty easy.
Okay.
With a drop-in bobbin, we need to make sure that the elastic on the more modern
machines now are drop-in.
Yes, which is why I kind of want to explain what I'm doing. So I'm going to put the bobbin in as normal. Now, there's usually all these thread channels, so you've got to go through the thread channels as normal. It's got to go through that tension part. But if I go through the bit that then goes round and snips it off, if that makes any sense, the elastic's going to spring back and it's not going to be loaded properly.
Yeah.
So I'm going through the tension part there as far as it'll go. So I know I've got the tension in there. And I'm just going to leave it there without doing anything now, all right?
And walk off.
Yeah, and walk off. I'm done for the day, Rebecca.
We're not sharing.
Right. It's just patience. Again, all I'm going to do now is drop the needle to pull up the bobbin, which it's done there. So I've gone through the tension. I'm just going to pull that elastic out there now. Now, this is the important part. You want to make sure that when you pull that elastic, and I can see there's some tension on that, and that's what you want.
Okay.
Because with these drop-in bobbins, and when I was playing around with this one this morning, what can happen is you can thread it up like you would normally, and then it's sprung out of that tension bit.
Okay, so it's got to be in the tension thing.
Yes.
Right.
I know that's really technical, but I want to try and give as much insight as possible. As long as it's through that tension bit in the bobbin assembly, and you can feel that you've got tension then on that elastic, then you're good to go.
Okay.
All right, so there we go. I'm just going to snip those off. Right, the rest of it is simple, he says. I'm keeping on a normal stitch length for this. You might want to adjust that depending on your machine. A good tip before you go on to the actual piece is to try on a scrap, an offcut of your fabric. Yeah. Just give it a go. Once you've got it set up, just have a go over and play with it.
Yeah,
because
but
that's how we learn.
Do
it on one of your bits that's cut out in between. What I've done on here is the pattern suggests is to mark some lines. The first line from the sleeve hem or the sleeve cuff is 2 centimetres, and then a further 6 lines at 1.5 centimetres. So I've chalked those on with me tailor's chalk that you were selling.
Oh yeah, the 3. Oh, so you put those on first?
Yes. So you've got a little bit of a guide. Okay. Because the further over we get, you can't use the throat plate as a guide.
Of course. So can you do the shearing as deep as you want?
Yeah. I mean, you could, if you really wanted to go for it, you could shear the whole thing if you want. There's nothing
but you could
stopping
like up to the elbows, because you often see shearing.
That would be like a leg of mutton kind of sleeve. I mean, you could have a go with that. You could do a few more rows.
Like a peasant or a wench, with these sort of big balloon
You were calling me an attractive, handsome young man this morning. Now I'm a wench.
No, you're a wench. Yeah, no, but this blouse isn't for you. This is for me.
You're not a wench.
I'm going to be a wench.
Right, okay. So the important thing is to leave some thread tails. And again, on modern machines, you have that thread snipper. Don't use it.
Right.
Completely discard it, because we want to keep leaving some thread tails.
Okay, so do you reverse?
No back stitch at all.
No back stitch? No
I know, it feels like we're breaking all the rules with this. So all you're going to do is literally line up on that chalked line, and you're going to start sewing. Straight across using that chalk line as your guide.
So are you pulling that, or are you just easing it?
I'm just guiding it, and then we get to the end. Now you can see at the back there, it's brought it up.
It should.
It should.
Are we talking about sheep now?
So at this point, I'm just going to lift the needle, and then I'm going to lift the foot. No thread snips on you. No, none of your fancy bits, and just pull it off, right? Okay. Because once you've got it there, you're just going to give yourself some nice length on there. And then what the pattern suggests is that you do is tie those together, so tie them off.
Oh, the elastic to the top thread.
Yes, but this is where your overlocker, if you have one, or the way that you're going to finish it will come into its own. I'll just quickly explain. Once we've shibed the cuff like this, we're going to then be attaching or sewing the underarm seam. Yeah. So you'd pin all that as usual, and what you're going to do is sew that together with your sewing machine, and then you're going to finish it off with the overlocker. Now when you're doing that part, you want to make sure all of those threads are past the seam allowance, lying all that way, and with running your sewing machine down that part, you're going to catch all of those threads in. Then when you overlock it, you're going to catch them in further, and it's going to trim the excess off. that's ideally what you want. However, if you've not got an overlocker, what I would suggest doing is doing your first row of stitching to the seam allowance, and then I'd potentially do a second row of stitching just to reinforce it and catch it in, and then finish it off with a zigzag. So there's options.
Fabulous demo. Can I ask, what is the tension on the machine?
Okay, so the tension on the machine at the moment is at a 5, which is pretty standard. I think this goes all the way up to 9, doesn't it? Well, it's 10 with 0, isn't it? So it's at the halfway mark. I don't generally change the tension when I've done any of this shewing before. So if I've kept it midway. Because
like my machine, you don't set the tension, it sort of does it for you. I don't really know how that works. But you tell it what fabric you've got and it sets it, so I presume you just let it do just normal tension.
You've got the tension, you've got normal tension on the top thread and you've got the normal tension on the bobbin. Don't go around, I've seen a lot of people saying, oh, you might have to adjust the tension on your bobbin spring and all of that. Look, that can be quite tricky, and once you start going down that route, if you've forgotten how much you've turned that screw on that bobbin, you shouldn't need to do it, honestly.
So it's just
I would
standard.
just keep a midway point, normal sewing. I've got a normal stitch length, and you can see it's gathered it quite nicely, and you get the effect the more rows you do. So we'll do another row now, and this is where you're going to line up with your second chalked line on the edge there. No back stitch, just to remind you. And all I'm doing at this point, Rebecca, is I'm just gently flattening that out.
Oh, I guess because this time it's gathered.
It's gathered,
right. Oh, yeah.
You'd gathered.
I gathered that.
You gathered that.
All of the fabric bundles are very, very low in stock now, but only very last few chances. And remember, this is the perfect fabric for this pattern. It is your viscose challis, and it is exactly what the pattern requires, but they are very low, so if you want them, you need to get them in your basket and check out. So you're just holding it flat, you're not pulling it as such.
I'm not pulling it from behind or anything, I'm just easing it flat. I'm not putting a great amount of force on that, but it's just to flatten it out, and then when you get to the end, lift your needle, and again, leave your thread tails. There you go. And you just want to keep making sure before you're sewing that you've got enough out of the machine.
Oh yeah, I guess so you need kind
so
of longer
it doesn't
tail.
Sneak back in.
Yeah.
Because that could be the frustrating bit. If you don't leave your tails there, and then your needle comes unthreaded, or you've not got quite enough of the bobbin because it's elastic, then you've got to keep rethreading it. So just take the time to remember, just leave yourself a decent set of thread tails there. And as you can see already, we're getting this shearing effect now. I'll do one more before we look at the construction of the dress. You'd actually do 6 more rows of this now.
Vanessa's fabulous demo. You make it look so easy, Vanessa. Vanessa, maybe it is.
Do you know what though? Like it is, but it's getting that first bit right. They explained, and I wanted to show you from winding the bobbin.
Absolutely. Well, that's what would put me off.
Yeah, but it's absolutely, you just got to take your time and understand that, sometimes it might not happen straight away, and that's when you have to just problem solve. And being completely honest with you at home, I've not used this machine until today.
No.
So I didn't know how it was going to behave. And I had it out the back there, and that's when I figured out, oh gosh, it's not going through the tension bit, it's springing out. So that's why I'm pointing that out to you today. I'm just following this line again and just flattening it out. It might feel like you're not sewing in a straight line at this point, but that's why you've got to mark those chalk lines on, because it all becomes distorted.
But it's the shearing is beautiful in this fabric because
I
it's got such a drape.
I think it works really well.
I would go. I'm not very good at less is more. I'd end up going all the way and thinking, oh, no, I don't want that much.
Yeah.
I think I'd go for a few more.
But you can see, well, we've got the sample there. Look, we know what it looks like, and it's.
But you could just do 2 rows if you would just.
Yeah, if you just wanted, like I've done there. That's 3 rows there, so that's just under half. And if you just wanted a little dainty cut, that's up to you. Do you know what I mean? You've got enough there that's substantial now, and that's where you can be the designer of your own dress.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that's the sleeves. Just to point out as well on the sleeve head, like with the jacket, we were talking about easing the sleeve head in.
Yes.
for beginners, it has got gathering, but it makes it a little bit easier. I've ran 2 rows of gathering stitches. The pattern tells you to do this because it's got a puff sleeve. Or it's not an exaggerated puff, but it's got some nice gather there as well. So basically, if you run 2 rows of stitching, and again, that's at your highest stitch length, which is probably about a 5 on this machine, then basically you can pull that ease in, and that's the look that we're going for. We're going for a gathered look there, but it also makes it easier to put the sleeve in because we're purposefully putting
there's a picture
puckers and gathers
of the sleeve close up.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, it looks beautiful. It's so trendy at the moment.
It is.
It's so now, and it's been on Sewing Bee, and everybody wants to do it.
I know, but then you go into the high street, and it's all over.
It's all there anyway. But I love that people get inspired by things that they're seeing. We should be inspired by what we're seeing. So there's the sleeves. All right. Okay. Let's get the rest of it.
How do you do the cuffs? Just out of interest, how are they hemmed?
How are they hemmed? Okay.
Are they hemmed first?
No. Now the pattern suggests.
Sorry, that's not part of your demo.
No, it's absolutely fine. I like being put on the spot.
It's not a question, but I am wondering.
No, you're absolutely right to wonder. The pattern gives a couple of options: to shear it flat like we've done. And I would say, particularly if you're a beginner, to do it that way. Because you've got the fabric flat, you can chalk out your lines. The pattern also gives an option to do it once the sleeve is constructed, but then you're shearing it in the round, which could be trickier. So I'm showing you the simplified version that the pattern suggests.
Right.
Now, you could, to make it easier, you could hem it first. It's not the correct way to do it.
Okay.
But you could hem it whilst the piece is flat. I've not got the piece now because I've shirred it, but whilst it's flat. And I like a double turned hem as opposed to an overlocked single.
And so if you don't want to shear it, that's how it's hemmed?
That's how it's hemmed anyway.
So it doesn't have to be
you
sheared.
could just single turn it if it's overlocked or double turn it.
Okay.
You could have done that step beforehand. But then your measurement's going to be a little bit different. I mean, it doesn't have to be rigid what it says in there.
So you construct the sleeve and then you hem it afterwards.
Yeah, we always usually hem things when it's constructed and it's in a circle, because you don't end up with the right finish at the end.
Yeah, that's true. Well, that's what I wondered, and but then I wondered whether you could do it after you'd sheared, so I wasn't sure.
But to make it easier, I mean, who's going to know on a lovely flowy fabric like this, if it makes it easier for you, do the hemming part first, then shear it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you've got this part here now, and what you'd be doing is hemming this. So I'd probably overlock and single turn on this design, so to make it a little bit easier. But you'd have to be stretching it out to keep it flat under the machine. So if you knew, hem it first. Nobody's going to know. Yes, it's not the correct way, but you know. Sometimes
if
it works, break the rules, and then shear it. Do it to make it easy for yourself as well. You know, we're not all couture sewists at home, and it's, you know, I'm getting there now in all what I'm doing, but it's about making a lovely garment for you, finishing it off to a great standard, and that's a minute detail that nobody would ever notice, and it would still be finished nicely. It's not the correct way, but it is a way.
Yes, I know, and I think there's too much emphasis put on, it's got to be done the right way and it's got to be all tailored and stuff. No, if it looks nice and it fits, that'll do.
Exactly.
And everyone else is always really impressed if you make something. Nobody else.
And this is it, and that's the joy of making it. Do you know what? I'm doing a little bit of pattern making for menswear as well at the moment. I'm doing some testing. If anybody wants to be a tester for me, let me know.
How would they get in touch with you? Because I bet loads of people would like to be a tester for you.
By my Facebook Messenger, Facebook, I'm Adam James Brooks.
Okay.
I've got a page, but everybody friends me, and then I see that they're a friend of yours or John Scott's, and I go, yeah, all right, you're in.
Hey, I'm not very discerning. Don't use me as a benchmark. I'm not anyone.
But no, I'm
so you're looking for people to test your patterns?
Yeah, potentially in the future, because I want to road test them first. But yeah, I was sewing up a t-shirt last night for myself. It's not hemmed. I needed a cover stitch machine. I've convinced myself now I need one. But yeah, basically, like in an hour, I was just overlocking it all together, and I was like, do you know what? Like, I've not spent loads of time on this, being pinicky and finessing it. It's a t-shirt, and do you know what? The finish is good. The overlock has done its job. I'm happy and I've got a new t-shirt.
Yeah, fantastic.
Do you know what I mean? And sometimes that's what it's about. That's the point I was trying to make. Right, okay. Talking of overlocking, I've pre-overlocked these edges here. So we've got your bodice back parts. So you'll get an invisible zip going down the back bit once we've got those out, look. And through the skirt as well. And if you look back to when we demoed a different dress, but I put an invisible zip in.
Yes.
You encouraged me to do it, and I just
Yeah,
thought,
I
let's
did. You
just
and
do
I
it.
don't want to do that. And
Yeah,
then you
'cause
just sort of did, though.
Yeah, there were so many things that could potentially go wrong.
But you just sort of did, and it worked.
But do you know what? I thank you for that, because it's little. No, I do, because like it's little things like that, like that could go wrong on me today, and I just probably. But it's taught me now.
I think I have greater faith in you than you do.
I think you do. Yeah,
I believe in you.
You certainly do.
What do you? I don't know why you think you can't do that. Invisible zip on.
Oh yes, right. Talking of gathering, let's do a little bit of gathering. So I've done this first one. When we're gathering, you want to pull up on the bobbin threads.
So is that's the bit below the bust?
Yes, it absolutely is. Yeah. So I'm just going to pull these up now, so you can see. I always tend to lean over and I forget that there's cameras overhead. All right, so you'll make tall, that fit.
I don't have to lean over.
I know.
It's ridiculously high. I can't even rotary cut on these desks.
See, I need it nice and high for me, otherwise I find myself getting a bad back.
No, I have to stand on my tiptoes if I need to use rotary cutters on here.
It's whatever you have to do, innit?
I went on holiday and I thought I'd shrunk when I came back. They'd raised the desks.
Yeah, but they have. Yeah, no, they have done that though, haven't they? That's not just your imagination.
It was quite a bit as well.
You see, for me, that's quite handy, but for you, yeah. Right, cool. Okay, so I'm going to up the stitch now to the biggest it'll go, the largest it'll go. So it's a 5 on this machine. There's 2 notches. This is the front bodice, all right? There's some notches, and you're going to gather in between. So we're going to gather first, if we can find my notch. There's 1, there's 2, all right? So we're going to gather first at a centimetre seam allowance, which is that. So just go no back stitch and leave some thread tails again, very much similar to the shearing that we've just been doing. Lift your needle because we need those threads to pull on. Right, okay, and then that's naturally gathered it there as well. Cool. And then we're going to do another one at about 1.4. Now I know that sounds really specific.
It is.
But the seam allowance on this pattern is 1.5 centimetres.
Okay.
So doing it at 1.4 is just going to put it just below the seam line, which is what you want, because you want to concentrate the gather there. It's no good gathering it miles away because it's not going to sit right. So there we go. Right, so we've gathered those, put those gathering stitches in, and then again just pull up on the bobbin threads, and you'll be pulling that up to match the skirt pieces later on. Why do we do 2 instead of just 1 row? Well, we do that because it gathers it more evenly, and it also gives you an additional thread in case one breaks.
Oh, but yes, because that is very annoying.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes I will often do 3 rows of gathering stitches.
Oh, okay.
But you know, two will suffice. What we've also done is something called stay stitching around the neck edge. And again, it's one of those points where you think, oh, do you know what, like that's not really important, it's not sewing anything together, I'll leave it. But that is really important. Just at a normal stitch length, I think it's 1 centimetre away from that front neck edge, just back stitch at the beginning and go all the way around. You can't really see it on this fabric because it's so...
and what does that achieve?
So what that's going to do...
so important?
It's really important. It's going to stop the neckline from stretching.
Okay.
We don't want the neckline to be stretching out.
Which I guess with this drapey fabric. But I guess it's like you were saying before about notches, doing these bits makes a difference to the finish.
Oh, it really, really does. Right, I've just realised as well, schoolboy error, I'd left it on 5, so I'm just going to turn the stitch length
I do that
down
all
now
the time. It's not as bad as get the temperature on the buyer's making earlier when I melted all the satin.
Perfect. So that's the shoulder seam done there now. I'm going to do the same with the other one. with t'other one.
With t'other one, Tinternet.
We've been really northern today. Do you know what? I used to work with a lot of people from Yorkshire, and it's funny how you pick up accents.
Yes, I know. I spend a lot of time talking in a Bristol accent. That's why I spent a lot of time working in the Bristol office.
Okay, and then a back stitch.
Oh, we've had a question about the previous one. Could you put pockets on the wall? Oh, on that jacket. Could you put pockets on it? I mean,
I wouldn't do it. I mean, you can. Like, listen. There's nothing stopping you from doing anything you want, and I think that's the amazing thing about sewing and design, is that if you wanted to add a patch pocket at the top there as a breast pocket, or you wanted to add some pockets here, yeah, you can do. You know what I mean? I think the beauty of this jacket is the simplicity of it.
Yes.
So talking design now, it's the quilted fabric that's going to do the talking, or your bias, or your embellishment. Right. I think, for me personally, I would keep it like that. But I know that pockets are really useful.
Well, could you put them in the side seams, or would that be too sort of far back?
It would be too far back in the side seam. There's no reason why a patch pocket wouldn't work on there. Okay. You could do it. I think with this kind of fabric, yeah, if you were using that, the one that Jane had done it out of.
Yes.
I think it depends what you're going for.
Yeah, that's true.
This kind of gives me vibes of like going for a nice walk somewhere, and it's got that bright little... so it would work on there, yeah.
But it wouldn't, so just, well, it's up to you. You entirely could.
There's no reason why you couldn't. You just have to, draft your square or rectangle, or, your pocket. And I would go for patch pocket is probably the simplest.
Yeah, and I guess just pin it on and see if it looks right.
Yeah. And that's the other thing I want to encourage people to do as well. I love draping on the stand, which is basically draping cloth on a mannequin and seeing what things look like. And I think that's what a lot of designers do. And if you do the same, have a look, stand back from it. Does it look right? Should you do it? Should you not? Do you know what I mean? It's up to you. Nothing's right or wrong when it comes to design. It's all personal choice.
True. I know, and I think sometimes we get a bit hung up about, that's not how it's supposed to be. That doesn't really matter, does it?
No. And just because it isn't like that in the shops doesn't mean you can't make it like that, and you might start a new fashion trend. You never know.
Fabric bundles are very limited, everybody. Right, the one that's in the main graphic is the one that Adam is currently working with. That lovely ditzy navy floral print. Very limited. I'm not surprised because it is gorgeous fabric. I love the drape on it.
I love all of the prints that you showed us today, Rebecca.
To make lovely nighties, wouldn't it? Pyjamas, because it's so soft.
Right, so that's the bodice constructed now with the gathers underneath. I'd obviously give this a nice press as well.
But those gathers, I guess they're quite flattering, aren't they? Because then it's not fitted on the bust.
That's it.
Or can you come left a bit?
Yeah.
Thank you.
There you go.
Because you haven't got that super fitted bust thing.
No, and I think that's important. And talking about the bust sizes as well on the patterns, I don't want to confuse anybody, but like pattern makers and certain companies draft to a certain bust cup. And I've learned this since we were last talking about this dress.
Oh, that's true.
And I think that's fantastic, and it's very hard you can't do every cut because it'd be so many pieces of paper and it's so much, you'd never get a pattern out.
Yeah,
so you
that's
kind of
true.
have to. It is slightly, dressmaking cups are done by taking the upper bust measurement and the full bust measurement, whilst your bra cup size is taken by the band, which is under your bust, and your full bust.
Right.
So it's slightly different.
Oh, okay.
And if you're an inch between your upper bust and your full bust, you're about an A cup. 2 inches difference is a B.
Right.
3 inches difference C. 4 D.
And so on. Okay.
But this is why it's important to make a toile of patterns and get an idea of, where you're at in terms of your bust
know,
cup.
it does feel a bit like, I can't be bothered to do it. But
the thing is again, it's like ready to wear is basically, done to a certain market, their target market. And it gives a good general fit, and that's what we hope for a lot of sewing patterns and stuff. But it might be like you said, Rebecca, that you might have to do a full bust adjustment, and I've been looking at them as well. Whoever thought it? I never thought I'd be looking at all this. Full bust adjustments.
When they said, so Adam, what do you want to do when you grow up?
I want to be an expert in full bust adjustments.
But you didn't say
Can you
that.
imagine?
What did you want to be when you grow up?
I was really interested in science as a kid, and at one point I thought I was going to be a doctor, but I was told about age 6 that my handwriting was too neat to be a doctor. So I took that quite literally and didn't do it. I was dead interested in science and history, but I've always loved musicals and entertaining, so like it was always going to be a career in theatre or drama for me, which is kind of where I went down the cruise ship line, and I've been involved in all sorts of shows. So the fact now, like, I've always loved sewing as well, but I think it was always in the background, and then that weird thing that was the pandemic happened, and that kind of aligned everything, and now I've got my dream job. Like, I'm on TV sewing and I'm like doing Rock of Ages next week, which is theatre. Like, it's just linked everything together. Adam. Do you know what I am? I'm really lucky. And do you know what, we have to step back sometimes, don't we, and go, do you know what, I am lucky. There's lots going on, and everybody's got lots going on in their lives and stuff, but I'm just going to check the seam allowance on this.
And you've got a dream job.
I have, yeah.
I wanted to own a sweet shop. You
wanted to own a sweet shop?
When I was a little girl. I mean, who wouldn't?
Well, yeah, I think that would be a really... do you remember the days of penny sweets? Like, with inflation, are they a penny anymore?
I don't think you even get anything for a penny.
Now, the seams on this are 1.5 centimetres.
Right, the wrong graphic was in before, but the one that Adam is working with is the one that's in there now. So the Midnight Small Floral, there are only 2 of those bundles left.
I'm not surprised.
So that's the one that Adam's working with, is the Midnight Small Floral. Sorry, I wasn't reading it properly because I had my glasses on. Oh yeah, so that's... Right. So, there's only 2 left.
Just as a note, and this is really important, is I've just done it. I've checked the seam allowance on the necktie.
It's different.
Here. Slightly different, right? And you know how we were talking about cutting down that seam allowance and grading it to reduce bulk? That's what we're doing here. We're already reducing it by reducing the seam allowance. So we're only a centimetre around the neck edge. Everywhere else is 1.5.
Right.
But it does specify the pattern.
Oh, okay. So to get that kind of tighter finish.
It's not something that I'm just deciding to do.
I'm not just going off on one.
I'm not going off on a tangent. But you know, in industry, when they're using seam allowances, and again, this is all what I'm learning, is, you know, the seam allowances are a lot less because it saves time having to trim down those seam allowances when they're mass manufacturing clothes.
Yeah, I guess
they can't sit there trimming it. But that's the gorgeous thing about being sustainable and us doing it, is you can really finesse it, and that's the difference. And that's why, you know, I admire anybody that is learning to sew and can sew, because I think it's a life skill, isn't it?
So that's the size 6 to 20 pattern that's in the graphic. Now the fabric that Adam's working with is now sold out.
I'm not surprised, it's beautiful.
But we still do have other ones. We've got the blue floral and the paisley, and then the 3 plains. Yeah, I will go through them again at the end, but just so you know that if you want them. They're probably not surprised because they're so lovely.
I'm speed sewing this. I'm not doing it as accurately as I would at home, but I was aware that we talked about understitching in the first demo.
Yes, that'd be nice to do understitching.
I thought if I can get it in here now, for those of you that... Right, so what you would do now is clip into this curve. So ideally what we want to be doing, you don't have to do them loads, but I'm just going to put some triangles in here, and that's just going to ease the fabric. I'm doing it probably about every inch and a half.
Oh, okay. So not just a snip, an actual notch.
Yeah. So I'm doing an actual notch in there. If the curve was the other way, a snip would be all right.
With this, I guess, yes.
And you can just do a snip if you want to.
No, I like that. That's good, because I guess it does really remove bulk, doesn't it?
It's removing bulk, and you'll get a nice curved edge on that. Cool, so that's what you'll do there, and then you'll give it a nice press. Now what we're going to do is, with the facing to my right, we're going to make sure that the seam allowance is flattened to the right, or to the same way as the facing. So I'm just literally, you can see there, we pull it into shot. So we've got the seam allowance here, and then I'm just pulling that facing over, because we're going to stitch through the facing and the seam allowance,
but not the outside.
Not onto the garment.
Right.
And this is where
I think sometimes that takes a while to work out.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. So just get it under the machine, put your needle in, just check, have you got the seam allowance underneath? Yes, I have the facings that way, cool. All right, just always double check. I'm one of those people that lock a door and then go, have I locked the front door? And I'll go back and check, and I'll check a third time. I don't know what it is.
I do with certain things, like, so when I set my alarm on my phone to come here, I need to be up at 3:30, and then I go ring it on, ring her off, okay? And I say to myself, the ringer is on, and then I sort of 10 minutes later go, I'll just check that again, because if I don't wake up, no one else will wake up, and that'll be it, I'll be late. And I check it so many times, but with other things, don't check at all. Yeah. It's a bit like when you go on holidays, isn't it? Passport, tickets, passport. Yeah. Yes, I've definitely got my passport.
I still go now. Phone, wallet, keys. Once I'm leaving.
Do you?
Yeah, even now. And when I'm waking up to come here.
Yeah, this is the worst because you cannot be late.
And I literally set about 5 alarms.
Yeah,
I've got 4:30, 4:35, 4:40, 4:45.
Oh no, I had 3. 3:25, 3:30,
I just panic.
3:35.
I mean, you have to get up really early then at 3, yeah. I'm quite lucky because I'm not
you're a bit closer,
too far away. Right, talking about too far away, you don't want to be too far away on this.
So how far away from the seam do you sew?
About 1/8 of an inch in old money, or 3 millimetres.
Okay.
I know that's really specific, but what you want to do, and I talk about this a lot, is get to know your sewing machine and find a reference point. And it might be a certain foot that you like using, that you know if you put the fabric there, it will be that amount from it. Or it might be using the throat plate on the machine. You know, just reference all these points and just take your time going round. He says as he puts his foot down.
Message from Sue. Good morning, fantastic demo. I'm learning so much today. Thank you, from Susan in West Sussex. Well, thank you for messaging in. Glad you're learning stuff. Well, Adam does know a lot, to be fair. He's a bit of an expert.
Wow. Do you know what though? Knowledge.
He doesn't think he is, but he is.
Knowledge only comes with learning from other people and researching. I do a lot of reading up. So like last time we were talking about the patterns and the B cups and the D cups.
Oh yes.
So then I had to go away and I go, right. And then as part of my learning for pattern drafting, you know, that's what I'm looking at now. And in some ways I'm like, I wish I'd have gone uni to do fashion and stuff. But at the same time, I'm quite resourceful. I like looking up things for myself.
Yeah, well, you could have done, couldn't you? But, you know, you're probably learning the same things.
But if,
anyway, you can't ever hold yourself back because you haven't done that. You just have to move on.
Exactly.
And wing it.
Wing it, for want of a better word. Right, so what that understitching is going to do there is keep it all on the inside, because you don't want to see that facing that we've put in.
No, it's a really nice finish, really nice
and then, right, the tool that you need now is the one that we had this morning, is the ham.
Oh, I bet he's going to ask for those again. I will keep them on the chair. The ham is the dressmaking tool of the day.
It is. Do you know what? It's on my top 10 of essentials.
Is it?
Yeah, because pressing is so important. I know I've not done much of it in the demos because I want to show you the steps. But this stage, and you know, not, how do I put this politely?
Just say
a bit of a questionable seam or some questionable sewing can be well hidden with a good press.
Yeah, true. Or a busy print.
Yeah, or a busy print. It can, but that's true. But I'm saying that in the best possible taste, in terms of, you know, we're not all expert sewers, but we want to make our own garments. And it's like, if you choose these things, then it can really, really help. But yeah, a tailor's ham.
So for $11.99, that can take you from amateur to professional.
Yeah, and you can see, you can just put it over there, and then once you've got, I've not got it on, but you know, you can really get in there then and press, and a nice bit of steam as well, and that will give you a gorgeous neckline, understitched professionally.
Brilliant demo, Adam. I will watch them all over again to take it all in from Mary in County Antrim. I know, it's great. Well, there's so many tips, are there? It's things like that where you think, oh gosh, I've been struggling to get the right curve with that. And
do you know what? It's just things that you never stop learning when you sew.
And I like these because they are the proper traditional. They've got the calico, they've got the sawdust, haven't they?
That's what mine's like. And I like anything that's a bit plaid or tight.
And they are colour fast as well. I think they're lovely.
Fantastic. Okay, where shall we go next then? Where shall we go next? So you've got these.
You've got 3 minutes.
Right, let's just explain the
you
dart.
would like to...
Let's explain the darts on the back because that's an important bit. I keep all my fabric with the pattern pieces so I don't get confused what's what. Still get confused sometimes. Right, what I do, we've got these darts or this contour dart on the front here. Contour dart or a fisheye dart is the same as a normal dart. It's just 2 of them, like side back to back, if you like. And what that's going to do is contour down the back.
Right, so
it's going to add some shaping.
Okay.
All right. It's not drastic, but what I've done is I found, this is a size 12, so I found the size 12 mark, I've put my needle through that little point there with some thread on it and pulled it through both layers as I've cut them, and then I've snipped and then snipped in between, and that's left a tailor's tack, or you know, a piece of thread that's marking the end of that dart. And I've done the same finding them up here as well, and the same at the top. So once you've done that, I'm going to run out of time now.
No, we'll let you do the contour darts.
And then I'll
but
just
this
do
is
the one.
really important to see the proper way to do this as well.
So you might not be able to see it because this print's so busy, but I've got some cotton in there, and then I've just literally played dot to dot, if you want to think of it simply. I've drawn a line with my heat erasable pen this time, so I knew it was going to stay for the demo. And I've connected those dots and connected them at the top. So then all I'm going to do is fold that over, and very much like we did the dart previously, let me just grab a pin there, is I'm just going to put some pins in. I want it the other way actually. Think about, that's a good tip, think about which way you're going to put it through your machine and then pin on that side.
Yes, okay.
I know that sounds maybe obvious, but sometimes I'm like,
No, I do that all the time, even when I'm sewing binding onto a quilt or something, and I go, I've put all the pins in the wrong way round.
So basically all I'm going to do is put those pins in there. So we've got the end of the dart, and then we're just going to pivot in the middle. Now, ideally, if you're working in the couture world, you'd be curving these darts to make them really smooth and, you know, custom to the measurement of the person you're making it for.
You've been reading far too much couture stuff.
I have.
I think it's making me feel like, well, ideally I should be.
I fancy myself as a dressmaker, a couture dressmaker.
Yeah, maybe you should go on a couture course.
So you could back tack at the beginning, and then we're going to come down to that little part. It's a diamond basically, and I'm at the point of the diamond now. To make this easy, and because this is a flowy fabric, we're not going to get a point, but ideally you'd want to curve that.
Yes, but it doesn't really matter.
Right, so I've just pivoted there. To start you off with, to get used to it, and I'm just going to sew down to the edge of that dart and then come off like I did with the dart for the jacket.
Yeah.
Lift the needle. Oh, I've pressed the snips button. After all of that I've told you not to do, I've pressed the snips button. I meant to do the needle lift button.
But at least you didn't do it when
the
you
needle,
gathered.
and then you'd pull it away, and then you'd have your thread tails and you'd cut them off. There you go. I'll end on a mistake.
That's quite right. I know, but have you ever done that when you worked to gather and then you've done the whole gathering, then you cut it off, you think, oh, I can't gather that now?
Yeah, it happens.
I know, of course it does.
And that's what I want to show everybody at home as well. Like, it does happen. You know,
well, it's because it's like muscle memory, isn't it? And then you go, why have I done that?
I just pressed the wrong button there because I was getting trigger happy, but yeah. That's it. And then all you do is the same for the other piece, and then just to show you how it finalises, these skirt pieces sew up down the side seams and they attach to the bodice, and then you put an invisible zip in. So for a beginner that might be, you know, quite tricky. Yeah. I've just done a zips masterclass with Jules actually. I was teaching for her in Stratford.
Oh, okay.
It was really interesting, and people that said I can't do an invisible zip, and by the end of it they'd all done one.
Wow.
And the way they did it was just taking 2 pieces of calico or denim or any of your offcuts, but a stable fabric, and just practicing putting that zip in.
Yeah, and then when you come to do a dress, it's loads easier.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's a lovely dress. Well, thank you, Adam. That has been fabuloso.
Hopefully I've covered enough bits and bobs, and I'm always happy for questions if anybody wants to message me on social.
And if you want to be one of Adam's pattern testers, don't forget.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to have hundreds of messages. Now, just go through the pattern before I say goodbye to you. The pattern comes in 2 different sizes, 6 to 20, Remember, both patterns come in either the short and the long, and with either the plain sleeve or the sheared sleeve. They have a round neck. Or you can have the next size, which is sizes 18 to 30, like your holiday.
18 to 30s, yeah. Oh gosh, I wouldn't qualify really for one of them anymore. No. Can you go in? I don't think I could handle it.
I don't know. I don't think they'd let me on, and I don't think I'd handle it either.
No.
I'd be going. I'm going to bed at 9. They're all just leaving. Right, bundles. I love this fabric. Gorgeous. This is actually my favourite one. So this is your viscose chalet, 3 metre bundle for this one. Very, very limited. Yeah, nice with brown boots or brown sandals with this one. Gorgeous. I mean, this is such a multi-purpose dress. It can be for a really posh event or just, wearing on holiday. It's lovely, and it's a really nice drape, which means there's a bit of forgiveness. So it's not fitting super tight. There's a little bit of ease around, which I think is very nice.
Do you know what I'd do? I'd have that, and I'd have that, and I'd make both versions of the dress, and I know then, because they're similar colours, that my accessories would complement.
Oh, yes. Oh.
If you're going on holiday, like...
Yeah, you could. You have both of them. That's a very good idea.
Because they're not too dissimilar, are they?
And then everything would go with it, and then you'd have 2 dresses in your suitcase. In fact, this one would go with it as well.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah, make
the
all
collection.
3. Gorgeous paisley print in that lovely cornflower flue with black and ivory. 3 metres, $28.99. Viscose chalet, perfect for this dress. I mean, it's amazing when you think what you pay for a good quality dress that fits you perfectly. This is fantastic. Right, now we've got the plain in the cornflower blue. Oh, it's called denim. Yeah, it's called denim blue, but I would go cornflower. It's a lovely soft blue. It's a very flattering blue. Really pretty as well. Okay, then we have the gorgeous pink. It's like, it is absolutely stunning. It's hot summer pink sunsets. If you see a sunset this colour, you're very lucky, but it does happen sometimes.
Yeah.
Usually
what do
when
they
you're
say?
abroad.
Red sky at night, shepherd's delight.
Red sky in the morning, shepherd's warning.
Yeah.
So you don't want to be seeing a sunrise like this.
No.
So that's that one. It's called raspberry. Yeah. I think raspberry is redder than that.
Yeah, that's more of a like cerise hot pink.
Yeah,
isn't
it is. And then what's this one called? Mauve. Oh, it's not very inspired. Is it lavender? Or wisteria.
Yeah.
Wisteria.
I like that.
West Yorkshire Spinners did a lovely yarn called wisteria.
Yes.
And it was exactly this colour.
Yeah.
So I'd be going wisteria with that.
I love their stuff, West Yorkshire Spinners. You sent me a lot of stuff to look at.
Yeah, they have gorgeous colours and names of colours as well.
I love it.
Love their yarn. So, please do keep checking out for those bundles. The fabric is very, very limited in all of them. And don't forget that you will need a reel of sheer or elastic if you're going to do that with the sleeves. Thank you very much, Adam. Do you know when you're coming back to us?
When am I coming back? I think I've got the end of June, so about a month's time.
Okay.
And then they've just emailed me asking what my dates are for July, so we're going to
You're a man in great demand.
Yeah, I've got all sorts happening in between, doing more classes.
Rock of Ages.
Probably a few commissions to make. Everybody's getting married, so I'm taking up so many. I know, it's taking up so many bridesmaids dresses. It's unreal. If I see another bridesmaid's dress.
Yeah, so no, you should have a notice on the door. No bridesmaids.
Yeah. Do you know what? It's actually a lot of people that come to me going, I can't get in anywhere. People are so booked up. So like to be able to help. It's people's special day, isn't it?
It is. So you're too kind. Well, It's been a lovely, lovely morning with you. Don't go anywhere. I will be back with you. It's special panel clearance. If you love a panel or you love a clearance, I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes' time.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Morning, welcome back. Last hour, how did that go? What happened? Thank you for joining me today. If you've only just joined me, welcome to Sewing Street. We've got panels, 42 panels. I'm going to do it really, really fast because every single one of them is discounted. We're having a panel clearance. And if you have already bought some, because they've been on pre-order since 8 a.m, or even earlier, 7:30 maybe, you will only pay the lower price, and it's up to Kat. I don't know whether anyone's told her she's allowed to, but we are going to clear some panels. So if you love a panel, this is the hour for you. Now we're going to start with Over the Rainbow. This is lovely. This is one of our favourite panels in the whole company. So, and Kat ordered extra special. So there are 40 squares. They're 5-inch squares. So I'm going to open it all out for you a minute. So there's 45-inch, not 45, 40, 5-inch squares on here, like a charm pack. Go in. So you've got all your reds. Oh, there's a picture of it. Shall I hold it up? And they're all prints. None of them are plains. Some of them have got just a small texture, but they are all prints. Look at that. So normally $14.99, which is an amazing price, isn't it? For 5-inch charm pack, normally loads more than that. That is lovely, isn't it? Right. Let's go lower. How low can we go today? I really like this one, it's beautiful. So $9.99, that's amazing, lowest ever price. So the great thing about these charm pans, and we do have a few of them in different colours, is you can cut them up, use them as 5-inch squares in patterns or designs that use charm packs. Or you can keep them as they are and quilt them like this. So you cut out a 9 square, front of a cushion, front of a bag, already done. You cut out even more, so you can keep them like this, or you can cut them up to use charm squares. You can use them when you need little pieces for EPP, tiny little sections for FPP. If you want to do a little bit of applique because you want a specific shade of green, on here you've got 8 greens. So there are a fantastic use for many, many different things. They are completely exclusive to Sewing Street. You will not get them anywhere else, and they are definitely one of our favourites. But look at the beautiful shades and prints in there. So really, really, really great for all different sorts of things. Anyway, move these out of the way. Okay, hang on, I'm just moving panels. Just a little movement. Right, there we go. I mean, this is just fantastic. It depends what you want to do with them, and I love a charm pack on designer fabrics, but they're all cut already. But this is great that they're joined together. So you think, if you bought a few of these, again, we were talking earlier, if you were with me at, I can't remember what the time it was, 8 maybe, not sure, 10, about when, if you're doing fates, or you've got a little stall or a little business, maybe you're just selling something as simple as tote bags. You've got the front of a tote bag here with 9 squares. Right, we've only got 9 left. Only 9, because we have never sold them for $9.99 before. They should be $14.99, and we rarely get to sell this on this own. It's often in a kit, or it's with something else. It's used in a different thing. Bye, Adam. Sorry, he's just leaving. See you later. You need to check out on this. It's only $9.99. It's amazing. I love this. And Kat got extra made up just for this. But I don't think we'll be allowed to reduce it. It's only because we've got our special panel sale today, but I don't think we'll be reducing it again. Bargain, absolute bargain. Just get a few stats, because like I said, it's really useful if you just want little bits of lots of different colours. Do you know, brilliant for binding. If you want a lovely, really bright, scrappy binding, join them all together. They look gorgeous, wouldn't it? But you think of like some of Delphine's applique projects where you just need little flashes of different colours. And because you've got so many on here, I love the purples and the blues. That's my favourite section. I think I like that one the best. Really nice. Anyway, please do check out. Have we got any left? Just a few. Handful, but loads and loads in baskets. So you need to check out NV. Oh, tigers. Bear with. I've got to go through all of them. Oh yeah, I've got it. Oh, yes. Right. Tigers. I don't know why this one is £12.99 to start with. I don't know. Shall I hold it up for you? There we go. So again, you've got your 40 5-inch squares, but all in tiger colours. I think this is absolutely stunning. Gorgeous. Let's get it under a tenner. It's very, very in this. I bought my son a shirt at the weekend for his birthday and had big tigers all over it. Not absolutely sure I liked it, but he did. But I love the colours on this because you've got the beautiful sort of ocean blue and the mustardy colours and the tropical. Yeah, some of them are just cool. Like you've got, you know, he's just off centre. You've got that one just on top of a, looks like a cheese plant leaf. It's probably, is it a monstera? Monstera is a cheese plant, I think. It's gorgeous though, isn't it? If you've got any patterns where you need to use charm squares or you love the tiger thing, you know, if you bought a few of these, make the simplest quilt, just join them all together, put a bit of sash in between them, work really well with shadow quilting. Fantastic. So as this one started at £12.99, I think we can take a little bit more off that. £7.99, yeah, I finished Kat's sentence, which she didn't. £7.99? Have you ever seen 40 5-inch squares for £7.99? Yes, this is our special discount panel show. And it is only valid on the 31st May. Midnight all goes back up again. Or until stocks last. What? One or t'other. Loads and loads of you got this in your basket. You need to be checking out. Remember, other people can take it away from you. Over the rainbow's gone. Whoosh, like that. It's gone somewhere over the rainbow. So if you want this one, £7.99. I'm looking for giraffes in trees. Has anybody seen any giraffes? Oh, there we are. I found the giraffes. Because they're all folded up, I've no real idea what they are. Oh, so this is big fat quarters. Fatter. Look at this. Da, da, da. So, you know how a fat quarter is normally 20 by 22 inches? These are, well, 19.5 by 27, so you get more fat quarter for your money. Aren't they lovely? So I need to have a little close look at this. Giraffes are Kat's favourite animal. They're gorgeous, aren't they? You took your giraffe on holiday with you. I love this one because you've got like this giraffe print with a blue. Yeah, I can't believe Kat took a cuddly giraffe on holiday with her because she missed a cat. This is lovely, isn't it? So has this only been on air once? On Giraffe Day, obviously, and they didn't put you on air on Giraffe Day, and it's your favourite. I think that's terrible. So you've got lots of giraffes in trees, then you've got a lovely contrast giraffe print. And this is my favourite one. This one, I love this blue. It's a perfect blue to go with giraffes. But you've got like the mummy and the baby giraffes. Gorgeous. So imagine, you know, cutting these out just for little fussy cuts, or make yourself 4 cushions with them. If you were going for your giraffe theme, because you've got a couple of sort of pattern prints, and then you've got 2 feature prints as well. Do something wild and giraffe-like with this, Kat. No. £9.99. Are you allowed to sell this at half price? So, I just went, don't know. Oh, are they in the office today? No, they won't know. Only got 7 left. £9.99. That's amazing, isn't it? Half the price, but you still get the full pan. And remember, it's like even 4 fat quarters, but this is 4 fatter quarters. Every fat quarter is 19.5 by 27 inches when they're normally 20 by 22, so you're getting even more. So if you love a giraffe, right, you owe you 47. Not only do I have to find it, I have to read it upside down. Do you think that's it? Because that one I can't see the code on. Okay, so it's not that one. Right. Oh, there we go. This is going to get easier as I get rid of them. So we're on fatter quarter again. Oh, so this matches, shall I hold it up? This matches the tiger charm prints, but it's 4 fatter quarters. Shall I lay it down? So you've got your sort of blue, like pink tiger print. You've got the black background with tigers and leaves and Chinese temples. Yeah, bit of a Jenny Jackson. I bet she'd like this one. If you're watching Jenny, do you like this one? And then you've got like Chinese temples. So again, fantastic for, use it as it is if you want to sort of zhuzh up your bedroom or something and go a bit tiger. Or you're thinking like gift bags. Fantastic gift bags for things. Or, so this is $19.99. Can we go down again? Hello, can we go? Go on, do it. $9.99. And then the little bits you've got over, little bits of fussy cutting. So you could have a little... these prices, that's it, not to be repeated. So that, this is not like, right, all our panels are reduced. This is our one-off special panel reduction hour. And this has only been on air twice before. Can you imagine that, these little tigers in a little EPP? Or just appliqued onto a jacket or a pocket. Ooh, Cat, absolutely. I'd never go in holes without travelling Trevor. He's the best travelled Trevor around. He's my teddy bear. Oh, that does make a difference. Yeah, I think it does make a difference. Ralphie loved his holiday. That's great. Right, next. No, I got that one. I've got that one. That was at the top. Oh, is this parrots? A pantomime parrot. I collect collective nouns, so I know that is the collective noun. This is gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. So you've got all of those parrots. Then, the next one, got a gorgeous green leafy print. Then you've got all of the parrots, but with a lovely blue background. That's lovely. Do you know what? It reminds me, do you remember that velvet fabric that we did for the birthday show and then we did it again? Very similar to that in colour. Not velvet, but similar to that. That is beautiful. And then we've got a white leafy print. So doesn't that go together beautifully? Now these panels are exclusive to Sewing Street. Each of these is 19.5 by 27 inches. It launched on the 25th of April and it's the only time it's been on air. Are we not allowed to tell them? I don't think we'll be allowed because we've only done this once before. So this is $14.99, but still, when you think the full panel size is 140 by 106 centimetres for $14.99. Fantastic, isn't it? I love that. Beautiful. I think, I don't know which, I think actually this is my favourite one. But you imagine using the green as a bit of a border. Or if you were making a bag with it and you wanted to put that bit across the bottom or use that for the straps. Or something like that. Squeeze a bit more, I'll tell you what. Make a nice rucksack. Little one. $12.99. I think that's fantastic. That's amazing. So £7 off for a brand new panel today. That's but only today, not tomorrow, just today. When it's gone, or at midnight it will go back up if we've got any left. If we've got any left, which I doubt. Right, if you love the pandemonium of parrots, but you're thinking, I love those charm squares too, we've got it. No strips, this was the strips. Sorry, I haven't unfolded it before I said. No, I thought it was... Right, let me just get... Oh, so now these are all 2.5 inch strips. And there are 18 of them. Now they go across the full width of fabric, and this is not wider than your normal quilting weight fabric. This is 140 centimetres wide, not 112 centimetres wide, which is 55 inches, not 44 inches. And... that's a lot of numbers to confuse everybody. So Jelly roll, cut them all apart, you've got a jelly roll. Cut them down the other way. Brilliant. Use them across the bottom edge of a skirt. Just 3 of them. Let's match the price. And if you have a look at it, this is what I love and why I actually would keep them together, is because some of them move into others. So normally in a jelly roll, or design roll, all the prints are separate. But when you look at these could be cut apart, but if you keep them together, the prints actually move into each other until you get to the top where you've got the leaves and the individual parrot, and then they are more separate. But if you cut them apart, they're beautiful. Right, so if you want to shop online with us, the quickest way is to go on to www.sewingstreet.com. That's the easiest way. However, if you would rather speak to someone, or if you've got a question about something, or I've been going too fast and you can't remember what the code is, phone the call centre 0800 001 4433. That's a UK call centre and it's free. In fact, it's just upstairs. Right. Okay. That looks quite exotic. That's the frogs. What does it look like? This one. Yeah. Oh, I love this one because this is like glass mosaics. There's only 3 of these left. I love this one. I'm now rushing to find a large tape measure to get the size of my parrot cage, as I need to make a cover with the parrot fat. You're absolutely right, Karen, you do. Oh, how cool to have a parrot. Did you? I'd love to have a parrot. Oh, do you know what, Karen? When you make your parrot cage cover, please send us a photo. We would love to see it. Now, there's only 3 of these. These are absolutely gorgeous. Should be $12.99, but they are $9.99. What I love about this is it's amazing how detailed it is. It looks like glass mosaic, and I like the fact that they're different sizes. So you've got like a big one at the top, you've got rectangular ones. You could quilt the whole panel and have it as the most amazing wall hanging throw. Be lovely for, you know, a child's bedroom or just something to hang on the wall. 2 left, 6 in baskets. Now, if we don't go through everything, because we have got quite a lot, Kat will go through and lower the prices. They will be on the web. If you've already bought them, don't worry, you will be charged the lower price. Which one shall I do? Well, I'm going to do this one because I haven't seen it before. Let's have a look. Oh, look! I must have been... Oh, this is beautiful. Oh... This is gorgeous. You know when you've got to buy a present for like a toddler or a child? Oh, it's sold out. Oh, look. That's my favourite picture. It's already sold out. 17 people missed out on that one. Oh dear. Okay, I'm gonna do frogs. I'm feeling jungly. Jewels of the Jungle. Can I do this one? This is all about the frog. Look at that. It's gorgeous. We are very limited on this one now. You love it. Love it. Look at that. Is that a pile of frogs? Oh, actually, what's the collective noun for frog? Oh, I can't remember now. I've got them painted. Yes, and not. Oh, no, that's toads. I think a net of toads. What's frogs? Oh, I should remember that. A ribbit. An army of frogs, yeah. I've got them painted all over my walls. Should remember. Right, going down today, an army of frogs, $6.99. Look at the little stack, aren't they lovely? So you know when you want to make something really colourful and bright and just fun, this is great. It's all there, isn't it? Now they are all pre-cut, these panels, so you will get exactly this. But if you bought more than one, they would come as individual panels. You will get the whole thing. So you've got a stack of frogs there, you've got another stack of frogs there. They are just so lovely, aren't they? Well, bright and cheerful. You could use them all as they are, or use them in the centre of things. Love them. Peter, you buy multiples, only $6.99. And it should be $9.99, that's quite a good one. got a nice pile of fabrics going on. Shall we go? Oh, I love this one. This is the... Becky's just looked at my pile of fabrics and her face has dropped. I love this one because it's got all instructions and everything on it. It reminds me of summer holidays in Provence, and they used to sell oilcloth in the French markets with all lemons and olives and stuff on, and this is exactly what this looks like. So what you've got here is you've got round placemats and rectangular placemats. And you've even got, can you see, if I come down here, you've got instructions of how to make them. I mean, you don't obviously have to make them into placemats. You've got 2 square circles and you've got 2 rectangles. But how lovely if you're having drinks outside in the summer dining, and you just want to put that in the centre of your outside table and put a few gin and tonics on top. How lovely would that be? Nice though. So how much is that? $14.99. $12.99. That is a bargain, isn't it? So you've got two circular placemats, 2 rectangular ones. Just use some solid, and I tell you what, if you're using them for anything hot, use Thermolam. We had that on at 10 o'clock was Thermolam. That'll give it a bit more structure, but aren't they gorgeous? Let me know what you're going to make with yours, but for your summer dining outdoors, this is very, very, very low in stock. It is miss it or miss out. Love the colours. Should we reduce it again? Let's reduce it again. Let's go. Right, I've only got 13 of these left and it's $9.99. Absolutely lovely. And just remember with these sort of things, you know, get it, put it in your stash. You know how you think, oh, I don't know what to buy so-and-so, always buying this. You know, anybody would love a set of these placemats. Very quick to make, and it's so much nicer to give someone a personalised gift, isn't it? Do it. A quick question. Could I ask, how wide would you do a scrappy border? Well, do you mean wide or long? So, like on my quilt, I always go about 9 or 10 inches, actually. I like my borders on this quilt. I did my binding at 1/2 inch. Depends on the size of the quilt. Sometimes it's 1/4 inch. But I tend to just think of the dimensions of your quilt and how many you want, how much of a gap you want. You know, do you really want long pieces? I think these are about 8 or 9 inches. That's about right for me. But if it was a smaller quilt, you'd want them smaller. I would say you probably want about 6 strips down a length. If they're any longer, it's not very scrappy. But do you know what? It's your quilt. You can do whatever you like. Which XP, I've got that one. Okay. Oh, that's PS. Oh, you think this would be getting easier, wouldn't you? Can't find that one. We'll just start with this one. PC. And it's not even that one. RB. Teapots. Teapots, let me show you teapots. Look at those. Blue teapots. I like the cat teapot. Yeah, I would just honestly make that, put it in the kitchen, wall hanging, lovely. Or what you could do is cut them out, sew them onto another piece and have them as pockets. Look at the cat one at the bottom. Love that one. And the right should be $16.99. Only been on air twice before. It's lovely, isn't it? Completely exclusive. Can't get this anywhere else. Teapot blue china quilt fabric panel, $12.99. So you can use it as a quilt. You could make it into a wall hanging. You could cut it all up and make loads of cushions. How lovely would your school fete, summer fete look with all of these as little tote bags or little PE bags or, you know, drawstring lunch bags. Just gorgeous. Message from Karen. Managed to get 2 each of the parrot fabrics now to make my African grey George a new cover. Oh, Cat's African grey was called Bill. African grey called George. Oh, I really want to see a picture of this when it's done. I bet it's going to be amazing. Absolutely amazing. We are very limited on this one. What's the next code? Piece. Ah, got it. Right. So that's the blue ones. Then we have the pastels. Oh, so same teapots, but different colours. Let's do the same price. They're lovely, aren't they? Right, so let's start at the top. So we get the acorn, like that pattern. Oh, that's a bit All a Kylie, isn't it? That's your kind of retro. That's a bit like 1920s. The windmill, floral, coffee pot, modern cat. That's a bit Moroccan, that one is. Then we've got the Scotty dog, the cat teapot, which is just genius. And then a pretty like canal teapot. Now this should be £69, but today it is £12.99, but only until midnight, and then it will go back up, all while stocks last, because these are selling fast. We know that you love a bargain, and why not? It's really worth, when you've got prices like this, they do go up again. It's always worth sort of spotting and waiting till we've got a few bargains on. £12.99 for the teapot. Yes. It's like you'd think I'd be able to see these. Oh, now I've seen that. That's got underneath something else. Right, yes. Oh, this is lovely. The counting book. I remember when we did this on air. It's so lovely. You sew them all together and you make it into a fabric book. Brilliant. If you know someone who's, great, it's obviously for, a young child. But if you know someone who's having a baby and you think, I don't know what to buy them, maybe it's someone at work, you're not sure what they've already got or what the sex is going to be, anyone would absolutely love this. So it does label them. So these two are the front and back inner covers. So those are the covers. Those are the inner covers. Then you just put the others in order, and then you get a bit of free fabric on the end, and they're lovely, aren't they? 10 fat bats flying up above, 9 bees buzzing, buzz, buzz, buzz. Child would absolutely love it. I like the 8 pigs wallowing in the mud. Or make it. Give it to a local, play group, toddler group, church, nursery. So normal price for this is £19.99, and these are really expensive to buy like this when you make them. It's nice to put a little bit of wood in between the pages. You could. So we're going to go down to £12.99, but you could personalise them on the cover. It says learn to count animals. You could put the child's name there. You could even put embroider things on the different pages for them. Lovely, isn't it? £12.99 for a gorgeous book. But that price will only be till midnight. After midnight, it goes back up again. £12.99 for the Counting Soft book. Gorgeous. Okay. Oh, well, I've no idea which is which. This one. I'm going labels, MZUU91. Oh, now this. Yes, look at this. Traditional quilt labels. This one is in red, mustard and grey, and I do have another, and I found that one. This is in the other colourway, so I'll show you both colourways. It's only £7.99, but look, have you ever bought quilt labels? A, they're not easy to buy, and then they're not that cheap either, but you've got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. So these have got, when you do the proper label and the date, Stitch with Love, and you put the name of the quilt, who's done it and what the date, you can put your own things in, you could embroider it in, or just get a permanent marker and draw it on. It's just, sometimes you think, oh, well, I'm not going to label it, but it really is worth it. And it's not just for quilts as well. If you've made someone a little bag, you could put one of these big ones or just one of these little ones. Or if you want to do something really small, you could that. Let's go to 18 pence a label cut. Under 18 pence a label. £4.99. See these triangular ones? What you do with those is you sew them in to the border of a quilt, but you actually put the binding on top of that bit. So they look really nice. On the wrong side of the quilt, there's a little flash going across it. But you know, even if you don't want to go overboard with it, but you just want something like this, little handmade with love, and you just want to sew that to the top of a pocket on a bag, it's just so sweet, isn't it? I think it's really nice to label things. You don't have to, you know, go big with it. I think if you've made a quilt for someone, you really need to go with it. But if you just want to just put a little label, and these this fabric does work with those. I always get the sort of fine line of permanent pens because you don't always want to embroider it. Now we've got the same thing, but in a different colour. So it just depends on what colour you want. Or get both of them, because if you've got them, then you'll use them. But if you wait to get them, then you think, oh, I can't be bothered to do it now. So they are exactly the same as the other one, but just in different colours. So blue, pink and lilac. They're gorgeous, aren't they? Shall I put them together? So if you want to choose, or they're only $4.99 for the panel. Now, if we have any of these left, that will go back up. But that's what the colour difference looks like. If you want to go, that's the blue, pink and lilac, and that's the red, mustard and grey. I don't know which one I like actually, so maybe you just have to get both. Right. Next. Okay. A fat quarter. Oh no, that's not going to be one of them. Oh, a fatter quarter. How about whales? Whales, pandas, animal fatter quarters. So these coordinates. Does it coordinate with the book panel? Well, I don't know. That's why I'm going to have a look. Is there any crocodiles on it? No. So it must be just, it must coordinate with, probably it matches something, but we don't know what. So you have got, it's like the other fat quarter I did with you, they're all 27.5 by 19.5 inches. So you've got lions, front faces and bottoms. And then we've got crocodiles. Let's have a little chat. PE bags for the school fete. Whales, little storage boxes, pandas, brilliant for schools where you want to, pandas fronts and pandas bottoms. That's because they're chatting, and whales only fronts, rights and lefts because they're swimming. So $19.99, which is an amazing price for that anyway, but I think we should go lower because we're going low with all of them. How low shall we go? $9.99. $9.99. That's a bargain, isn't it? That's lovely. But if you want to make something for a child, something a little bit fun, or just have it because you think, I know a little bit fun. I know I'm going to do something with that, but I don't know what as yet. It's worth keeping. Just be good, you know, be good for backing a quilt, like a picnic quilt. Be even good to make a picnic quilt with that, really easy. Wad it, back it, bind it, job done. Right. Next one. Oh, we're on fat quarters. Ooh. Not a fat quarter roll. I think this is fat quarter. Yes. I have something in the blue and white vein. Staffordshire mantelpiece. Let me hold it up. I think this is one of our very first ones. There we go. So should we lay it flat and then you can actually have a look at it? Because you can't really see it very well. I'm not tall enough. Actually, we do have a step ladder. I should try that. I might step off it. So you've got a lovely blue and white floral there. Then you've got these gorgeous Staffordshire dogs and cats. They're like King Charles Spaniels and Siamese cats. Then you've got the teapots. Lovely shade of really dusty blue, and then you've got your small low volume print of these lovely neutral tones. So the normal price, as always, is $19.99 for this one, but not today. No, the price today is $9.99. Obviously, She's not going to do it on all of them, but just some of the ones that have been around longer, maybe. Not the brand new ones, we'll get in real trouble. So, £9.99. That's lovely, isn't it? Like that one. Be lovely for kitchen makes. You could make very lovely napkins, set 4 napkins from that. Be nice. Oven mitts, little apron. Yeah. Oh, they're right on top, those two. I found them. Oh, I like these ones. Now, I remember when we launched these rainbows, and they were massively popular. So we've got the whole collection. So this again is your 4 coordinating faticles. I love this. This one looks like ribbons. Those really beautiful pastel ribbons. So it's pastel rainbow. So you have got all the shades of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, but in hearts and with pastels. And they graduate in tone in tiny. This one here is like tiny hearts, and it graduates in tone all the way across. Look at that one. I love that one. You always want to cut out every square to make something miniature. Beautiful. So if you like your pastel rainbows, normal price for this is £19.99, but we're going to drop this one to £12.99. We've never had this on air before. Really? That's lovely, isn't it? Maybe we shouldn't have dropped the price. So that's your pastel rainbows. Should we do ZL? That one. Right, so we're on pastel rainbow again. Oh, there's only one of these left. Whose name is on it? These are 5-inch charm squares in pastel rainbows. Quick! Quick, 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 quick. One left, one left. One left. It's £9.99 and there is one left, and somebody is going to be the lucky person to have that one. CK. Oh, there we go. Look, I knew it was going to get easier. It was always going to get easier when I got further down. So this is your jelly rolls, design rolls, 2.5-inch. Each strip there are 18 strips, are 55 by 2.5 inches. So you can cut them all up and use them as a jelly roll, or join them all together and make a load of binding, or make a quilt that uses a design roll, or keep them all together and cut them up and make something else. Right, next. Oh, sorry. I just looked at the clock and thought, oh, we've still got quite a lot to get through. And Kat hasn't even dropped the price. Sorry, just slowing down. This is a bit... Oh, just slowing down. £12.99. I forgot you hadn't even got the price there. No, we should really be doing panels that have been on air once before. But we are. Oh. Kat says she's very sorry if anyone's having any problems with the website because it's a little bit slow today. So these are, now we're going for the same fat quarter, but bright rainbow. Look at this. Super bright rainbow rather than pastel rainbow. Aren't they fab? Should we crash the price? £12.99. Please do remember to check out on these. £12.99 for the bright hard. If you look on the website, the picture of the whole thing, like you're seeing there, is on there. It's really hard to hold them up. Making my arms hurt. Didn't have a lot of sleep last night. Right, RBUU 83. Well, only because it's there and it looks bright. I don't even know what it is. It's just rainbow fabric strips. How cool is that? Look at that, so useful. Just all the time. So you've got a 2.5-inch strip, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, all there, all the strips. But it's in that lovely, it's not a solid fabric, it's linear. It's got like nice lines on it, but it's so useful for many things. Make a nice flag, wouldn't it? Bunting. You think you cut your triangles that way, get your bias binding machine, make your binding, job's done. Under £10, I think. Very useful. I got it upside down. Not there's a right way up for a rainbow, but always use this for those things. Whether you want to join it together, I mean, I'm thinking again, you know, just a simple bag. You could probably get, if you're just doing the front of it, you could probably get about 5 of them out of this. So pretty, isn't it? £9.99. You see a lot of places sell the canvas or fabric bags in the rainbow. Very popular. £9.99. It's, you know, lovely if you were making somebody a lot of presents. Maybe even you're thinking about Christmas presents. Wrap them in a rainbow tote bag. Everyone would love it. £9.99. Are we going to go again? No way. £6.49 half price. That is fantastic. Remember, you get 7 2.5-inch strips, and each of the strips is 55 inches long, which is massive, isn't it? Should be £12.99, but it's £6.49, which is amazing. But only till midnight. Remember, this is our special discount show. So once we hit midnight, that's it. Boom, gone up again. Or we might sell out. Been very popular this hour, hasn't it? Very popular. Oh, but we love a bargain. I love a bargain, especially a fabric-related bargain. Please do keep checking out on that one. A lot of you are buying multiples of that one, so please do keep checking out of that one. Anyone? I'm going to go YEUU35. So this one's almost sold out. This is the charm pack of the botanicals. Only one left. Okay, gorgeous though, isn't it? 9, I like that one. Do you know, it looks like, I keep expecting to see little flower fairies in it. It looks sort of Victorian, doesn't it? But it is natural history. Only one left of that one. There's loads of you who've got that in baskets. Should we find another natural history one? What? Oh, that was the last 5-inch square panel. What about this? I like this one. This one is SB, yeah. Victorian Spring. Fat quarter. Oh, look at it. It's like, it's Victorian scraps, isn't it? Do you remember you scraps? Oh, I used to collect scraps. Cat won't know what I'm talking about. She's too young. But do you remember them? And they had like little faces of little angels and things on, and you collected these little scraps. No idea what you're supposed to do. You just stuck them on things. No, it was nothing to do with the Victorian times. You just collected them and then you stuck them on things, but they all look like this. And then there's the beautiful floral one. That's gorgeous, isn't it? Super pat prints. Only been on air once before, and then we move over. These are lovely. Oh, look, we've got the scraps. Yeah, because look, you've got a hand. This is so lovely. And a nest. They are so pretty, aren't they? And then at the bottom, you've got a really big floral print. It's very Victorian, isn't it? Gorgeous, gorgeous. Right, this has only been on air once before, and it should be £19.99. But not today. It is going to be today £12.99. I've never seen anything like this. This is so unusual. I love the sort of complexity in it. If you wanted to do fussy cutting, there is so much detail, particularly when you look at these. So much detail. I mean, you know, like look at that. You've got just a tiny teacup full of African violets. Loads and loads have you got in this basket. Less than 20 left of those. I mean, look at that. Gorgeous. Anyone? How about this one? Wow, this is nice. I haven't seen any of these. That'll be it. Oh, they're all new. This is lovely. So this one is called Royal Vintage. So we have got 18 fabric strips. So we've got the trefoil, and then we've got all of the insignia. Love the stamps. We've got loads of stamps. Sorry to bother you, but can the parrot strips be turned into Bargello? Well, yeah, why not? Yes, yeah, I mean, it depends what you do in your Bargello. You'd have to be cut them down. They're all 2.5 inches. So as long as your Bargello doesn't require more than 2.5 inches, then yes, of course. These are lovely. I like the way you've got, then this one is a wider strip. So you've got these really vintage stamps from all time. $12.99. So this is the second time? Second time we've sold it on air. $12.99. That's fab, isn't it? Only launched last month. Royal Vintage. It's beautiful, isn't it? I love the colours. It's gorgeous, isn't it? With the sort of the rich golds and the reds and the blues and the stamps. Liking that one. Next. Should we do some of these? Let's do this one. What does this one say? It's a nice surprise. This one's Gossy Bats. Riley Blake, Pussycat panel. Okay, Riley Blake, cat panel. Perfect for a table runner. Lovely size, isn't it? That's really lovely. Should be $10.99, but is $7.99. You can use it for whatever you like, but I feel that's a lovely table runner. So if you love cats, well done if you checked out before the show, because I think there's a lot of you have missed out. Let's do some lovely flowers. This is nice. This one is... Oh, now this is nice. Wild Beauty double border. Only 6 of these left. So you've got the large print border at the bottom, and it goes to all the light print here, and then it goes to the large print at the bottom again. How fab is that? Should be $9.99, but obviously it is the amazing fabric sale. This is $7.99. Glorious. One more. Kat will reduce the price of all of them, but we can fit in one more, and it's going to be all about the gems. We did have a picture earlier of this one. So these are all the birthstones, all on a big panel. I tell you, if you had jewellery stand or something, but you know, it's one of those things you just want to know whose birthday. I mean, lovely thing to hang up in a classroom or to have as like a sort of a poster somewhere, isn't it? £5 off. This will be $11.99. Birthstone bling panel. I am amethyst. And Kat is ruby. What are you? So $11.99 for that panel. Oh, darn it. What are you, Becky? When's your birthday? September. Becky's a sapphire. That's nice. Keep going through and checking out for that one. Keep checking out. Right, any of the ones we didn't get through, because I've got some left, we will put the graphics through so you can see how much they will cost. Anyway, thank you for joining me today. It's been a joy. Tomorrow, Stuart is in the house, and he will be with you talking about, at 8 o'clock, Moda Sister Bay fabric launch. Always love a Moda launch, so that's going to be good. He's in with Dawn Taylor doing pet makes at 9 o'clock. And then it's the Fiskars hour with Karen Baker at 10. Oh, that must be something new. Must be. So if you love Fiskars scissors like I do, you're going to love that one. That's going to be great, isn't it? Because she's loved that. Rotary cutters, scissors, everything. It is all about the Fiskars. They have a fantastic heritage. Originally come from the village of Fiskars, which is in Finland. Who knew? 11 o'clock is the hair and flower cushions with Dawn Taylor, and at 12 o'clock the Brothers sewing machines again. So if you missed the Brothers yesterday, then the Brothers sewing machines yesterday, then you will see them. You will see tomorrow. They will be repeating. Coming up on Hobby Maker, like right now at 1 o'clock, new DIY kits with Dreamers. At 2 o'clock is the brand new Little Book of Toppers with Hunky Dory. 3 o'clock, native lighting. Claire is in the house with native lighting. At 4 o'clock, it's best of the month with Hunky Dory. And at 5 o'clock, it's Father's Day inspiration with Dreams. That's going to be good, isn't it? Wow. What a fun-packed hour. So thank you for joining me today. It's been fun. Learned so much from Adam. I will be back with you next Monday. Monday, I will be back. I get confused what days I'm back. It's been great. I've learned loads about dressmaking together. Please do keep checking out your baskets. There's a lot of you with panels in your baskets. So please do check them out to yours. Anyway, thank you so much and see you next week. Bye.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.